PKA 676, our guest Vito. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoahDistro.com and Lock and Load. Wonderful sponsors. Talk more about them a bit later. Looking good, Vito. How are you?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm doing as well as I can after anti-vaxxer Thanksgiving, where I had to come down with some sort of variant of super COVID.
Did you have...
Tell me more. What happened?
You skipped Thanksgiving?
I went to Thanksgiving with a bunch of guys who, famously are always bragging about how cool they are because they never got vaccinated.
My values.
Not only are they like, I would never get the vaccine, but like I go out and I lick stuff that I think might have COVID on it because that's how cool I am. And I'm like, all right.
Oh, yeah.
You guys can make good turkeys, so I guess
truthfully,
I'll take
I just told those guys I might have COVID. I'm vaccinated, but I got licked.
I stopped wiping my ass entirely around COVID. I said, "Welcome the germs." Just leave shit all over me.
Yeah, they're hardcore pro-COVID guys. They want the virus to win.
Dude, where are you going? Where does your family live? 2 years ago?
Where's my family at?
Yeah, like that's such a weird thing to come up.
No, I went to visit like some friends, and they were having Thanksgiving, so I managed to get sick off all of them. I'm feeling okay. I've got a little bit of a tickle in my throat.
I heard from someone that you're doing test positive.
I'm doing what? I tested positive for what? For COVID?
I was asking if you really got it.
I just guessed. I didn't actually take that. I don't want to stick a thing in my nose.
So you just decided to say you had it?
I mean, like, I got all the symptoms. I feel like a piece of shit. I don't fucking know.
You're like the inverse of Kyle, who, like, in the middle of COVID season, Kyle's like, I've been shaking and shivering for 10 days now. And then I'm like, do you have COVID? And you're like, no, I'm not getting tested. So, no.
You got to pay for the test.
I've got a drawer with 2 STD tests and 2 COVID tests. I'm always ready.
Wait, they have you can at-home STD test?
You give it some blood, some saliva, some pee, and you mail it in, like 2 days later.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a pregnancy test where, like, you're titrating over there.
I'm lensing samples or anything. No.
If you get 3 sad monkeys, you have AIDS.
Yes.
It's like 1 frowny face, 2 frowny faces. You're like,
oh, thank God it's the cherries. I'm fine. Like you're gambling.
Yeah. I heard that you're doing a weight loss challenge of some kind. Is that right?
Yeah, we're killing it over at VitoLoses.com.
VitoLoses.com.
Yeah, this is something that the great Dick Masterson set up to shame me into losing weight. Oh, God damn it. It's at $1,200. So the idea was to lose 30 pounds in 6 months.
Oh, what? I thought it was a challenge.
I know, right? You think this would be easy for me?
That would be really easy for you, I would think, right?
Yeah. Let's just say it's been very easy, and I'm very good.
It doesn't sound easy. 30 pounds. That's 5 pounds a month, right?
5 pounds a month is a significant amount of weight. That's a good. You got to do something.
Girl.
Yeah.
You only lose 5 pounds a month if you have your shit together.
Well, yeah. I have 5 days left. It says according to
what are you at now? How many more do you need?
I can't spoil it. You want to spoil the
you can spoil it in the chat.
Oh, I didn't know if there was an ongoing, like a ticker that you were updating, like, 4 more. 5
no,
more.
we weigh in on the biggest problem once a month. Of course, everybody here should be subscribed at youtube.com/biggest problem.
Yes.
And tomorrow is technically, Dick's calling it the final weigh-in, but I still have 4 more days after tomorrow. So
you're going to cut your hands off?
Sounds like it might be close.
Well, I'm like looking up videos of like how guys cut weight before like a fight or whatever. And they're like, oh, you got a water load and you got to go to the sauna and put on a trash bag. And I'm like, all right, let's do it. But
it's like, when's the test due? December 1st. What time on December 1st? Yeah, shit's close.
Yeah, midnight.
Say no more.
Well, to get an idea, what was your last weigh-in versus your start? Like, how much had you lost in between those?
The public knowledge.
The last weigh-in, I was down 17 pounds out of 30.
And that was halfway through the total process?
No, right? That was like with a month remaining.
Of how long of a start period? Like 6 months?
Yeah.
Damn.
So I'm on track.
You are not doing good.
5 months, you lost 17 pounds.
Yes.
And then in the last month, you need to lose the other 13.
Well, as I keep saying, look, I'm happy that I'm losing any amount of weight. Okay. Am I good at losing weight?
What happens
Obviously
if you
not.
So it's what happens if you lose?
If
Let's
I lose,
say.
I don't get the $1,200 that everybody
not
just
getting
put
that money.
in this fun little piggy bank. It's a shame.
Dick
Where does
get
that
it?
money go?
I hope Dick
I
gets
just
it.
get the money just goes back to everybody. So basically,
Fuck that,
for the
Dick's
rest of my
keeping that
life,
money.
everyone gets to go, hey, remember when you could have had $1,200 for not being a big fat piece of shit? And I go, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And then they can go, I took my money back and I used it to buy candy bars because I'm not a fat loser. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So
This is
basically, the
great.
audience gets to
Now wait, last time
remind
you
me
were
that
on
I'm
the
a fuck up.
show, you said you were buying like black market Ozempic
Yeah.
from China and mixing it
Yeah.
yourself. Is that part of the plan?
I used it, but then it was making me sick, so I stopped using it.
That's how it works. You're so
I
sick
know,
you
I
can't
know.
eat.
You're like, oh, I can barely eat. Ugh.
You only need to be brave for like 5 seconds a month when you get, or a week when you get the shot, and then you can regret it all week long. Just do it again on Monday.
Exactly.
Here's the thing: is I also I do hate taking the shots. It feels weird to jam a needle into yourself.
It does.
But we might go. Look, if I don't make weight, which I might make it. We don't know. Let's see what happens. But we have discussed the possibility of going double or nothing. If there's some way to
Now you have to gain
keep
it
this
back.
going. Yeah,
And then
exactly. If
What's
I-
the double?
The double is if I don't make the weight, I have to gain it all back. Everything I've lost, I have to eat until I'm back at my starting weight.
That is funny.
I mean, that would just be a
I have
return to
faith in you, Vito.
equilibrium.
You can do it, boy.
It's like you're off by 1 pound, fat boy. You got to eat it all back.
Now you're out 2,400.
Damn, that's high stakes weight loss. I would definitely have taken it more seriously if it meant like $1,300 at the end.
Well, it wasn't $1,300 when we started. Here's the problem: is people can keep adding money to it. So now that they they're like, oh, he's not going to make weight. People are just like pumping money into it to fuck with me.
I'm sure people aren't bullying you online over this.
Or I could be rope-a-doping them and making them think there's no way he's going to get it. So they keep putting money in to make the total go up.
Yeah, this is a camera filter.
Yeah, you don't
The
know.
camera adds 60 pounds.
Exactly.
I think the most I've lost in a night is 7 or 8 pounds, which by like fight standards is easy. That losing 7 pounds in a night is the easy part. It's the next 7 that's hard. But are you close to? You're not telling us. I'm just like, if you only need to lose 10 pounds, that's really achievable.
All right.
That's
Well,
not too bad.
maybe after this, you should tell me where I need to go because
you need to go to the sink and turn it off because you're gonna be drinking for the next day. Like that's what you do. What you do is you stop
Kyle's
drinking
done
some
it
for
really
little
well.
sips to keep your mouth like moist, and you do cardio, and then you lay in a hot bath until you get dizzy. Then you do more cardio, and whenever you get too dizzy, you lay on the floor for a while, and you just keep doing that until you weigh what you're supposed to weigh.
You're just trying to get all the water out of you, right?
Yeah, because water's heavy. Water's 8 pounds a gallon.
I get it. Yeah.
There's a little more to it. When's the weigh-in? Did you say?
Well, tomorrow's the weigh-in. So.
Well, that's too soon. You can't lose it by tomorrow.
No, I don't think so. Well, here's the thing. Tomorrow's the weigh-in. Tomorrow's the weigh-in, but it's not really the final weigh-in. Like that's the weird thing is that because we set it up for 180 days, so it doesn't perfectly coincide with the date of the show.
Okay.
So it should be next show afterward. Should push it a show, right?
I think so because right now, if I look at the timer, it says I have 5 days, 15 hours.
If you've got 5 days, you can do this 1,000%.
So 1,000%.
Come up with a plan.
All right. So, what you would want to do is start water loading. You'd want to be drinking as much water as you can for the next maybe 2-3 days, probably solid.
Okay.
And then after that, again, you're going to start cutting the water out of your diet. The first day, you're only going to drink maybe 10, 16 ounces of water. And then the next day, even less. And then the last day, you don't drink. And then the last day, I started doing lots and lots of cardio and hot water. I was already very lean, so I wasn't holding a lot of water. And I cut like 15, 16 pounds of water, no problem.
That's a lot.
In a day.
Kyle left out, but probably did. Right now, completely cut salt. Salt will help you. Salt will retain water a lot.
Yeah.
It's one of the most like preloading with the water, like Kyle already said, and cutting salt are the principal steps to this, getting the water out of your system. And then stay off the salt and then cut the water. And like Kyle said, sweat, rest until you're light.
Yeah, I've been just doing like cardio like crazy, but it's not getting as much results.
You get the diuretics too over the counter, like from the pharmacy. I can't remember exactly what it is. It's like cottonseed oil or something. It doesn't matter, but just an over-the-counter diuretic that makes you just piss and piss and piss forever. I took something. Again, it was over the counter. It wasn't anything too intense.
Now, I've heard you can cut off a human limb and reattach it up to 48 hours later. Is that
you can?
True.
Yes.
Okay.
100%. I don't know if you can do that for $1,300 though. I think you're going to be in the hole after.
You might have a good point. It might be hard.
Not a white flag. Not a white flag.
Dude,
Not
so
a human leg.
are you feeling like physically much better than you did when you started from the weight loss? Because Kyle and Woody have never been fat. I've been fat, and it sucks. It's
the
so.
internet said I was really fat.
So
I was definitely fat. I was definitely like fat as
Kyle.
a kid.
The internet agreed that Kyle and I were pretty heavy.
Yeah,
I'm a Marine. Vito's a Navy SEAL Team 6, and you guys are both National Guard. In the world,
what most people don't understand.
That's what this is. I've seen
a
tiny bit of action, but Vito's been in the trenches. So, like
he's like a World War I trench soldier,
exactly
rotting off.
So do you feel like physically way better?
I'm just happy that it's going down at all. Like, that's the other thing is everyone's like, it sucks that I haven't made the exact challenge, but there was a lot of like retraining myself to have like better habits anyway. Like, if I could start the 6 months over from like, what I've started doing now, it would be much easier. It just took time to figure out like, okay, like replace this in your diet with this and do this instead of that. But yeah, no, I'm feeling happier. I just need I want to keep it up. It's not about the money.
Like,
I mean, I would like to get down to I started at like 310. So, which is terrible. That's the heaviest I've ever been.
Are you like 7 feet tall, perhaps?
No. I am 6 feet, luckily. Everybody always thinks I'm like a fucking midget for some reason.
You're gonna look taller if you get lean. just because skinny people
dick will get longer.
Yeah,
dick will get longer, more usable inches down there. That's good. How's your dick looking compared to the beginning of the challenge?
How's my dick looking?
Yeah, is it?
I mean, it's always spectacular. It's always standing proud. So
loud and proud. Love to hear.
It's hard to say. Maybe it's got a little more confidence, a little more swagger in the penis. I'd say
a little more swagger, but it's probably because you lose some of that fupa area and you start getting a prouder back. Yeah,
exactly.
So you probably have seen some gains down there, and you're like, "This is pretty nice."
It presents much more proudly. It has a nice bed from which to emerge now.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it going. I mean, if I can get back down to like 250, even though that's still a fat kid weight, at least it's a more respectable fat kid weight.
Yeah.
I think because I was always a fat kid. Like in high school, I weighed 260, but I looked way worse. And then I've dieted before, so when I was like in high school, I was able to get back down to like 200, and I looked pretty okay. So
yeah, 6 foot 200, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and I lost losing 60 pounds.
Stop saying it's the perfect weight for a 6 foot tall man.
Absolutely ideal.
Absolutely ideal. Losing 60 pounds felt good.
I'm close to 190. I'm close to 190. I'm in the ones.
I am probably gonna get on because there's something other than Ozempic that my sister's taking. Because apparently Ozempic's like the old shit now.
Oh, really? Already?
Yeah, already. There's like some new thing that the cool kids are injecting into themselves.
That sucks.
The problem is that those are all just appetite suppressants, right? Or they're going to make you like poop yourself, and give you those weird gastrointestinal things where you're like farting all the time, or you're having greasy shits, or I don't know.
It's the appetite suppressant. Well, it's like, but that's the thing is like for me is, look, man, I'm a fat guy, like through and through. Like if I eat food, I'm just like, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me, and my brain doesn't want me to stop. It's like,
yeah,
there's more pizza.
Do you like
there is more pizza.
Yeah,
I do a little bit of lifting.
But if you like to do a lot of lifting and you took that strength of having a bottomless stomach, really feeling good about being overstuffed, and made that
translate
chicken and rice
that to lifting all the time.
Yeah, of eating chicken and rice and lifting all the time. You just
but even chicken and rice is like I'll eat like a shit ton of chicken and rice and it'll defeat the purpose.
Eat all you want.
No, the rice is bad.
I do wonder about that because I've done this. Like I'll have fruit, like pineapples and blueberries and shit. Yeah, I know it's not 0 calorie, but I also just can't prove it. I just know though that no one gets fat on
Eating pineapple.
pineapples and blueberries. Like
Yeah.
if you look at go to the movie theater, pick out all the fat people and be like, are pineapples your weakness?
How many pineapples did you eat this week?
Yeah, that's not it. That's not what
Pineapple soda.
Now you'll
So-
cut to me in the movie theater and I'm pulling pineapples out of my jacket and just like double fisting those
Smuggled them
motherfuckers.
in.
I watched a
And a knife.
YouTube video once, and it was about they were like adding it was big muscle man. It was probably one of those things where it's like, this is what professional bodybuilder gigantic eats in a day. And at one point he's adding
A day.
spinach to his meal, and he's like, if you're counting your spinach calories, don't count your spinach calories. I'm not allowed to curse on here. I'm sorry. Like he was about to call you a faggot or something if you're counting spinach calories. And it hit me. It's like, yeah, Kyle, have as much spinach every day as you want. Pretend you're Popeye if you
As
need
much as you
to.
please. Spinach?
Fill up on. And so I stopped measuring that day, and I was just triple fistful of spinach in every meal. It cooks down to nothing, but it gives you like some
Yeah.
substance.
Measuring
Dude.
spinach is psychotic.
My favorite thing to hate is spring mix. You guys familiar with spring mix?
Yeah.
Big time, yeah.
Oh my god, I have seen so many like fitness influencers be like, this is 50 calories of almonds. This is 50 calories of chicken. And this is 50 calories of spring mix, which is like a 55-gallon drum of spring mix.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck you. It's not even food. I could eat that drum of spring mix and I still wouldn't be full.
Right.
It's not
Net
even
calories.
for human consumption. Humans don't survive off rabbit food.
No, you couldn't. If someone gave you a wheelbarrow full of spring mix and was like, here's your food for the next week, you have a wheelbarrow of food, like they'd show back up and you'd be dead on the floor.
They did it. So a cat is a carnivorous animal. And if you give a cat a rabbit diet, it gets diabetes and dies, right? Guys, this is science. Spring mix gives you diabetes.
We're omnivores. though.
That's true.
Stay away from that shit.
Yeah, we could. I bet we could live on spring mix. It just wouldn't be a happy life or anything.
You'd be eating all day like a rhino. Just you'd have to graze 24/7.
Like a panda. Pandas, they only eat bamboo, and it's extremely calorie.
And they're a huge loser species.
not dense.
You can live off potatoes.
Don't get me
and
started on
milk, though.
pandas.
I hate them.
Don't get me started on
The
those
worst
communist
bear.
fucking
Dude.
quote unquote bears. All right, those overgrown raccoons that we bow down to China and like, oh please let us borrow your pandas, please. No, we should. If we stop funding the propping up of those ugly, stupid fucking animals, we could save like 3 or 4 more endangered species that are much easier to save. Pandas don't want to fuck. That's the problem. Like they haven't evolved well to reproduce. They make one little dirty rat every 5 years that has a 50-50 chance of surviving. And then it has to interbreed with what? Their mother? Because there's no other pandas in the country, goddamn it.
You got a bunch
When
of
we could take that
retards.
money and save like 8 kinds of trout and like the fucking North American woolly bat or some shit. Like a bunch of shit gets saved with the millions they get devoted to those cute little fucking bears.
I was watching
Yeah, but you ever
something
go to
that,
the trout exhibit at the zoo? It's just not as exciting.
It's
You're like,
terrible.
"Yeah, look at them
Fucking
go.
terrible.
what a terrible exhibit
Look at
that
all
would
these
be.
trout.
The trout.
You try to cast in there, they'll lose their mind.
Damn, this is the zoo sucks. They bring the pandas back.
Welcome to the all trout zoo.
You know they took the pandas away, right?
What about pandas?
They took the pandas back.
China
did
China took all the
All of
pandas
them?
back.
to punish
My
us.
understanding was they were taking all the pandas back because I think the Atlanta Zoo lost their panda too. I don't go there; it's animal prison. I don't support zoos. I think they're horse shit. Every time I go, it's just stinky and sad.
You like aquariums?
Yeah, but fish are fucking stupid. They're not real animals. Like, I feel bad for those
reptiles.
whales they got in there, but what are you gonna do? They seem happy. They're like hoo hoo hoo, like kind of waving
play with
and
the
bump into the
kids.
glass.
I went
Yeah.
to see the beluga whales at the
Atlanta.
Georgia Aquarium, and they're just like, oh, they see a kid, they go straight for the kid. They're like dancing with the kid's dancing back, and I'm like, I don't have a dance partner. No one likes me.
Oh,
And so I start dancing with the
shove
kid.
the kid out of the way. I'm a dance champion. Watch this.
They grab the kid, cock block the whale.
Throwing bows at the whale exhibit at the aquarium, trying to get attention. So what is it, Vito, that that puts a few pounds on you? Like, what have you had to cut out entirely?
That's a good question.
Well, I've cut out the. I was drinking those horrible Mountain Dew energy drinks, which I've been addicted to for the past several years.
Jumpstart, Kickstart, whatever. Is that
what is it called? Amp. Mountain Dew Amp.
Oh, Amp.
Which is still the most delicious energy drink I've ever found. But I now have the Prime 10-calorie energy drink.
Do you pay for them, or does he give them to you?
Oh, Logan Paul. Yeah, me and him have a real good thing going. No, I have to buy these, unfortunately.
I bet he'd give them to you. Logan, hook a man up.
Yeah, come on, Logan. See us? We also don't know Logan.
Kyle does.
I
don't know.
Vito.
I'll be the fucking face of Prime, man. If I lose a bunch of weight on Prime, it's gonna be like, you gotta get
Jared moment here. See,
yeah,
you could have the next Subway Jared.
Because I would do that for like a small amount of money just to enjoy the motivation of it. Like if somebody's like, "Hey, do you want to pimp our energy drink? We want you to like get super ripped in the next 6 months." Like, oh yeah, how much? $3,000? Yeah, sure, that'll cover supplements. Let's go. Like just for the fun of it. Like it'd be fun to get gigantic.
I want Derek to ship me more of those Gorilla Mind energy drinks that he was sending us all like 8 months ago. I had a pallet of those because Kyle didn't update his address, and so they just sent me like twice as many energy drinks. Oh, hundreds of them I had.
I don't even know what they taste like.
Oh, they're fantastic. So many wonderful flavors. Good. Every time I'm like, ooh, 2 12-packs. One for Kyle, because he didn't know, and one for me.
I don't know where I go to update my address.
I'm flush with them in the WhatsApp chat we have with them. But yeah, check out the Gorilla Mind energy drinks. Those are good. You're like you can't just drink like 0-calorie Red Bull or the white Monsters. The Monster Zero.
I never liked the taste of those. I really like this like lemon lime flavor, so that's good. And that was a big thing for me is like I'm lucky now because I love like juice and shit. You know, I would always have like lemonade in the fridge and whatever else. But now they got all these good like low calorie alternatives finally that like for the longest time they tasted like battery acid. And you're like, oh my god, this is the worst.
Drink alcohol?
No, I'm not a big drinker. Like I'll drink socially, but
that's the biggest one. Liquid calories is the biggest thing. If you
I think that's why I've started losing a lot of the weight. Is that like I'm just a lot stricter. I mean, I was always like doing Diet Cola and whatever and trying to drink a lot of water, but now I'm just like way stricter about it, where it's like no juice, no like sodas or whatever else, no energy drinks that have a bunch of calories in them.
I don't know how people who drink regular soda aren't all fat as shit. Because if anyone drank regular soda the way I drink diet soda, you'd have like a diabetic attack.
It's like an extra 1,000 calories a day drinking that soda. It's crazy.
Yeah. That's part of how Boogie got so fat is just guzzling Mountain Dews, which is like what 50 grams,
220 calories, 220 calories for 12 ounces.
Yeah, and if he's having 10 of those a day,
not even 16.
Yeah, like ounces. A 12-ounce little regular.
How do you get back to but he got fucking gastric bypass.
They make the tall boys that are 16, but the standard's 12.
Dude, if you get a gastric bypass surgery, but you're someone who gained your weight with sweet tea or soda, it's not going to take.
But he didn't figure that out. He didn't go like, okay, and now that I lost the weight, I'm gonna
see. I don't. But think that seems like the most problem. It's a discipline problem, right?
Yeah, but man, after you get gastric bypass, it's like, bro, all you have to do is not drink soda, like pretty much.
Yeah,
because your stomach doesn't have room for food, but it's got room for plenty of liquids and shit.
Yeah, I don't think that you can lose weight without a purpose. Like I don't think you can just be like, I'd like to be a skinnier person. Let's just completely upend the way we live life and live that way for the next 60 to 70 years continuously. No. You have to have a purpose. You have to have a reason. It has to be a mindset, a life-changing kind of thing. And you have to have a system of people around you who are down for that. You can't have some cunt wife over there, 30 pounds overweight with Malamars, but buying them 12 at a time. They're individually wrapped for a reason. Get out of my house. Like you have to have a lot of things going on to make those changes permanent. Because
if you got a fat wife, you're fucked. I agree. I remember I was dating this girl, and let's be real, she was a big girl, and she like screwed up all my habits because I was doing pretty good. And then we'd like go like get, some fast food or something. We'd get these like giant Cokes or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I drink Diet Coke. She's like, well, I don't drink Diet Coke. I just got the regular Coke. It's the same thing. And then I like started drinking Coke again and fucking eating all this wrong
She got you
shit.
back on Coke. And so now you're choked up.
Because that excuses it, right? You're like, if she thinks that's okay for her to do, then she wouldn't be disgusted by me if I did it. I can still get.
Well, you're already in the relationship. Yeah, you're like, well, whatever. I already landed the girl. What else am I here for?
You tell me I got pussy and Coca-Cola.
I got pussy and Coca-Cola. All right.
I love you.
We're having a sit-down meal at Burger King right now, so I think I'm fine with the regular Coke.
Yeah.
What put a few pounds on her? What else did she entice you with, other than Coke, full sugar?
I mean, she introduced me to things that she was like, you got to try this place. They got chili cheese pastrami fries. I'm like, oh, I'll just try those once. I'm sure this is once a lifetime treat.
They punch her card when she comes in.
Yeah, they're like, here you go, ma'am. Here you go.
They pull a string and a bunch of balloons fall from the ceiling. The owner walks his daughter out in her like college graduation outfit in tears, thanking her for how much she's meant to the family.
Honestly, it's probably been good that I haven't had a girlfriend, because like I don't like to go to restaurants by myself, so I just don't go to restaurants, and I, try to cook at home or whatever.
Dude,
but whenever I have like a girlfriend, I'm like, oh, let's go out to this place, let's try this, whatever else, and yeah.
Going out to eat all the time, it's easy to pack on some weight, because you just do that old thing where it's like, oh my god, even the asparagus here is fantastic, and it's like Parmesan everywhere, an enormous amount of butter, a whole stick of butter.
Swimming in butter.
It is really hard to eat well on the road.
Sure.
And it might be possible, but it takes a special kind of discipline. You're on the road. Like there's Wendy's and McDonald's and Chick-fil-A's passing you constantly. And they'll be like, well, if you go to the grocery store, they actually have a healthier thing that you can go to the deli and they'll make the sandwich up for you, whatever. It's like, hey, fuck you, I'm on the road. Wendy's will make it for me too.
I go to Wendy's and I get 2 grilled chicken sandwiches and I eat the meat with my bare hands. It burns my fingers when I do it.
I hate that.
I get 2 plain grilled chicken sandwiches and I'm reaching. I like open them and like shake everything out so it just falls loosely in the bag. And with my hands, I grab the chicken.
You're a better man than I. I will be like,
I wouldn't do
driving, calories don't count.
I do the same thing. I will mow through a $2 only big bag of pork rinds driving anywhere. I love those.
Yeah, people don't know the special rules around calories. Like during UFC fights, while driving, they don't even do anything.
Calorie. Yeah, if you haven't eaten much all day, you can actually order a whole pizza at night and eat the whole thing, and it kind of just comes out in the wash.
I co-sign that. I co-sign that. If you haven't eaten all day and your one meal is going to be like a whole pizza, let's say you're eating 2,200 calories of pizza, I have no problem with that at all.
There's a world champion jiu-jitsu guy who does that diet.
Pasta and pizza.
Yeah.
Really?
You're familiar with this guy?
Oh, yeah. Big time. Yeah.
He looks super nerdy from the neck up, right? He's got big, thick glasses and he talks like Urkel. He's a white guy, but he talks like Urkel. And, but from the neck down, you're like, oh, world champion Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I see it. Yeah. That makes sense. Let's see if I can find his name.
I mean, Alex
he's
Ovechkin,
a bit of an anomaly.
Before every game, Alex Ovechkin eats a bunch of chicken parmesan and pasta. And if the greatest goal scorer in NHL history, if it's a meal fit for him, it's a meal fit for me. That's how I see it. Then he burns a bunch of calories by playing in the NHL, which I don't.
Is it this guy, Mikey Musemi?
Yeah, that's the guy. I found. That's the exact picture I was hoping to give him. Yeah. So from the neck up, you know what? Even in this picture, at least on the left from the neck up, he looks like a nerd. On the right, like I kind of see it. Like there's an athlete there.
Yeah. I don't even think he looks nerdy. He just has glasses.
That's all it takes, man.
Yeah, I don't think he looks
That's enough. Yeah.
What a nerd! That's how fun. That's the Clark Kent thing.
If you heard him talk,
Clark, you're such a nerd. Oh my God, Superman!
It was like I think the glasses make him look more handsome and virile.
Yeah. It tells everyone around, this guy's got good genes with eyesight.
I can afford frames.
This guy can afford glasses. Wow. He's not walking around blind
in America. I bet there's definitely blind people walking around in other countries that would just need like a standard prescription, right? I saw that video the other day, and it was a black guy who was legally blind, and they put on this Geordie LaForge like mask from visor from the future type shit. It was huge, but it it has cameras, I think, and it takes that and magnifies and blows it up right in his face so he can see shit. And he's seeing like his wife's face for the first time, which is risky. And like that went well, I guess. So he was like, "Let me see my mama's face," and he gets his phone out, like finds a picture of his mother, and then he was a big football fan. I guess he played fantasy football, but he'd never seen the game played. They like turned a football game on, and he's just like, "What?" Like watching football for the first time. It was cool as shit.
He's like, "Wait, this game has a ball?"
There's a lot of guys out there.
He's like,
why are they kneeling at center field?
He's like, why are they?
Did you know the numbers were on the field the whole time?
He's shocked that it's mostly black guys out there. Tell me, run this shit.
You're telling me Demetrius Jackson is a black man? I don't know if that's a player, but it sounds like
I'm sure it is.
The other thing I would say about weight loss, and I don't know if you've ever got your testosterone levels checked, but as a man, that is like such a important thing to do, I think, between 35 and older for sure. Because if your levels have dropped to like, 200-300 or something like that, you're just not clicking on all cylinders. You're a V8 running on 5 cylinders or something. You could really be a better, happier person with a little testosterone in your life.
And it'll kickstart your weight loss.
I actually, people in your community were telling me, because I've been trying to get testosterone, because I did get checked and my levels are a little low, but my health insurance or whatever was like giving me the runaround. So
yeah, I sent you Derek's clinic. Did you?
Yeah, and I've been like busy because of like holiday stuff, but I need to actually reach out and that probably would have made this process a lot easier in my head. At least that's what I keep saying.
If they test you and you're like T is low, and then they juice you up to normal levels, like Kyle said before, I've never been on T, but I know from Kyle and friends I know, like they lose weight quickly, and it seems like they're eating a ton. They're also working out a lot, so it could. This and that.
I don't know that there's a direct correlation between the increased testosterone and fat loss, because fat doesn't just leave. You've got to get rid of it. That's the deal.
But it gives you more. I understand that there's energy that you get from having the right amount of testosterone. That you're going to hit the gym a little harder, and you're going to.
Well, I also abuse caffeine. I'm not afraid to just keep taking more. I'm taking a lot tonight. Like I'm drinking coffee after 3 pills of caffeine.
You're popping pills again. You're going down that rabbit hole.
So abusing caffeine makes you lose weight? Because
that's what all the.
That's how I lost weight. It's every workout. That's what pre-workout's about. Like, it's nice. There's 2 things that pre-workout do that I give a shit about. One of them is make you look vascular as fuck after to take pictures, and the other one is giving you an increased heart rate for burning calories during cardio. I don't give a shit about motivation. When people talk about, yeah, man, I get motivated when I'm not motivated. I don't want to lift the weight anymore. I didn't want to lift it to begin with. I either did want to, or I didn't want to. And caffeine's not going to change that fact. I don't get the motivation. So for me, it's using the caffeine so that lighter amounts of easier cardio burns the same amount of calories. That's where caffeine becomes magical, because I can get on an elliptical on caffeine and expend less energy, or feel like I am, and get a higher heart rate, keep it up for an hour, and burn my 400 calories a day. And it just,
or you could do you smoke cigarettes? You could take that up.
Nicotine. No, I'm not even joking. Derek was like, you can all eat, like, that's one of the things he was like, and nicotine works too for appetite suppressant. That's when I was vaping like crazy on that nicotine vape.
Yeah, you were just trying to get it down.
Covered cocaine yet?
Cocaine,
Adderall would be like the hardest.
Guys, I've seen the Saved by the Bell episode where Jesse gets addicted to caffeine pills, and frankly, you're scaring me with this talk.
Is that an episode of Saved by
That is an episode, because they couldn't do any real drugs because it was like TV standards, and they're like, I don't know, how we get addicted to caffeine pills.
Geeks up on caffeine pills. What an unpleasant person that would be to be around. Just not even the fun business ideas of cocaine are just interrupted.
It's true. I am in LA. I do have access to vast amounts of cocaine should I desire them.
Yeah.
Maybe it would
start with cigarettes.
Let's start with cigarettes.
Play that by ear. See if you lose some weight there. But then there's a problem. If you get addicted to cigarettes and then you have to quit cigarettes, you're definitely going to gain weight.
They're also expensive there.
I can vape though, right? That has nicotine.
Yeah,
in
that's
it.
what you want to do.
Anything with nicotine.
That's what I did.
In it.
I got a free vape from Adam 22's birthday party.
Really? You went
guys
to
Yeah.
Adam
You guys-
22. He hosts what's the name of the podcast?
Well, he has No Jumper is his YouTube podcast, and the
That's
one where him
super
and his
big.
wife interview porn stars and then fuck them. It's called Plug Talk, I guess. I've never seen that one.
Well, I hate that.
Adam 22 and his wife interview your favorite porn stars, and then they go and they, I guess, bang it out. And I don't know where they post that.
Did he invite you on the porn?
So we went.
podcast
Me
or the other
and
one?
Dick went on. Yeah, we went on the porn podcast. Me and Dick both fucked his wife. No,
That'll burn some cows.
that's the reality show he's doing right now. He's doing a reality show where the winner
Which
gets
hole
to
did
fuck
you
his wife.
fish?
I want to get on that show.
Dude, that'd be so funny. It's
Anyway.
like you have like immunity idols and physical challenges. You have to fuck this sex doll straight for 10 minutes.
That's
And
really
your heart
good.
rate if
should
it drops below 200. So everybody's just right at the tippity top. That'd be
be-
good.
Honestly, the show sounds like it does need more. Weird tribal challenges.
Yeah, they should have.
So he has No Jumper, which is like, a show where he talks to like rappers and guys and that kind of crew. And there was like a period of time where I think he got tired of just talking to rappers. And he's like, why don't I just bring on some assholes? So he brought on like Nick Fuentes and he brought on Destiny. And then I guess because Destiny was there, somehow me and Dick got roped in. So it was me, him, and Destiny just shooting the shit, talking about white. He was like, man, I never get to talk about white guy stuff. This is fun. But then so we got invited to his big porn star birthday.
Oh, fun.
I got a picture with Corey Feldman. That was exciting.
Did he tell you about all the
Kids he's
pedophiles?
saving.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately, we couldn't get into it. I really wanted to.
Damn, that sucks. So how was the general conversation with you and Destiny and Dick and
Adam 22.
Adam 22 and Nick Fuentes?
Well, that's the thing is like, I think Adam 22 started mixing us up in his head because we went to his birthday party. He's like, hey, Dick and Vito. Hey, these two funny guys. He's like, hey, don't say the N-word at this party. And I'm like, we weren't going to.
You know what? I'm out of here.
Although now that you put it in my head, and to be fair, I see all these black guys here and they're saying it all night long. I feel like I get to say it at least once.
Yeah,
It's
you
a
should get
birthday
one.
party.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one. But yeah, I got a big bag, a big goodie bag, and it was all like smoking stuff. So I don't smoke, like I'll smoke at a party, but like, I don't keep weed in my house or whatever. So I have this big fancy rolling tray and a giant No Jumper ashtray and whatever else.
Damn.
Bunch of flavored wraps. And I'm like, maybe I could wrap like meat up in that and smoke it. I don't know.
I can't believe we didn't get invited to the party. How disappointing.
I'll get you guys into the next one.
Did any
Dick
arguments break
Dick
out?
had a crisis though, because we went and Dick was just looking around at like all these porn stars with their asses and their titties hanging out. It was beautiful. And he's just going, he's like, this could have been my life. I could have been having a huge fucking, if I went down a specific path, I could have women, surrounding me and loitering around and thrusting their asses. I could be up on stage with Blueface, who is some sort of rapper or whatever, mumblecore rapping his way through my birthday song.
Do you want that though?
I don't want that. He did for some reason.
Horrible. Tons of women.
It does
shaking
sound
their
horrible.
ass at you.
That does sound gross.
But they're not shaking their ass. Like, yeah, we'll get a party together and women show up and they dress like whores. And they are whores. Well, yeah, but they dress like they are whores. They're prostitutes. You invited a lot of prostitutes
But
to
they
your
don't
mansion.
know
Aren't
they're
you afraid they'll
prostitutes.
steal, sir?
It's like, yeah, they're still wearing clothes. I can watch you suck a dick on my phone right now.
If you want to have sex with a slutty woman, you don't need to be like a lifelong success or a trillionaire or something,
Yeah.
or have a
Andrew
birthday
Tate
bash
says
that's
you
attended
do.
by celebrities.
Andrew
need
Tate's a goober. He
$250.
doesn't know what he's talking about. And I don't
Andrew
have to
Tate
have
says
ever
you need
watched
to
a
buy
video of
bottle
his to know.
service, which I don't understand. Bottle service.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
well,
Anytime I read about the cost of bottle service, I'm like, so rich people are insane, is what you're telling me?
Yeah,
Okay,
is
now
it-
bottle service, on the other hand, I completely stand behind that. That makes a ton of sense.
How?
That's
Okay,
taking-
let me ask you. Let me explain what I don't get and see if you can fill me in.
yeah.
It seems like you're paying $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 for $50 worth of alcohol. Now, I gather that it's some sort of flex that women are supposed to see you lay this cash out and want to be with you,
That-
and that is as far as I might get.
No, Well,
Okay.
I don't know why it would be 10 or 15,000 unless we're buying like fancy, like gigantic bottles of champagne that are rare or something. But for maybe $1,000, $3,000,
Okay.
not only do we now have a little table to sit at where everybody else is in it, like standing room only, and a little private area to go to, we have bottles and glasses. Everybody else has to go to that bar and try to get a drink that's overpriced. We have bottles and glasses and mixer. Sit on my lap. What's your name? Like I don't have to go like into the lion's den of you and your friend group and try to pick you out and pull you away, and them playing fucking defense like the Eagles. Like no, they're talking to my like boy Aiden, and they're talking to this guy. It immediately becomes a social
bottle
like
service
experience.
comes with a table, and the table comes with status, and it only costs $1,000.
Where I was at it was $850 per bottle, and we got 3 bottles.
It's adding up, 2,500-ish.
I thought it added up a lot. Yeah,
but they're not fancy bottles.
I was like,
they're literally
no, I'm not paying for it.
Yeah, that's for like a bottle of like Sky vodka or something.
Yeah, it'll be like a bottle of like Kettle One, like $800. And you're like,
Absolute. Like I think you can get that at the grocery store for like less than $20.
I'm not buying the vodka. I hate all vodka equally. There isn't a vodka you can give me where I'll be like, this one's actually kind of tasty.
No, you're wrong on that. With like the social aspect, vodka's the biggest people pleaser. Like if you bring a bunch of whiskeys over there and they're like, what the hell am I going to mix this with? It has to be soda. But if you get vodka, people can mix it with like
cranberry, orange juice, whatever you want. You'll have you have bottles of mixers too, not like a little juice box.
I didn't hear where I was wrong. I was just saying that all vodka tastes the same to me. I'm not sophisticated enough to understand that, like, this is only absolute, whereas this other thing is like, I don't know, fucking tongue in your ass, the high end.
Yeah, I can't tell much difference there either, as long as it's really, really cold. If it's really, really cold, they're all about the same, I think.
It can get too, I don't like it too cold because it gets viscous, it gets thick like oil a little bit when it gets really cold. But Tito's vodka is the smoothest vodka for the money in existence
because it looks different.
Who makes Ciroc vodka? Is that Diddy? That
I think it's Diddy. I think you're right.
Diddy's a lot of trouble.
Like blue glass piece.
Why is he in trouble?
Yeah, he's been. Well, I don't know if you're allowed to say exactly why. He might sue you. I know he's in a lot of. So I'll get into that in just a second. I just want to shit on his vodka for a second because he has this vodka made out of grapes.
RAPO.
It's like $80 Ciroc. It's Ciroc. I'm not sure it's Diddy's. I just know it's a rapper from New York's. But it's shit vodka. When I was drinking a lot, I bought a bottle of that. I mean, I drank the whole goddamn bottle, but it was disgusting.
you did it under protest. You're like, this sucks.
This
is terrible.
I want to pour out vodka. I'm drinking the shit, but
so what did he get? He got accused of something to do with grapes.
Okay, so I may get some of this wrong. But who cares? I think the New York has this thing called the Adult Survivors Act, which might extend sort of the statute of limitations on sex crimes, with the idea that children, certainly involved with clergy abuse and other instances, the standard statute of limitations doesn't serve them, right? You know, I was 15 when my statute ran out. He raped me when I was, whatever. Yeah. So I think that may be expiring now or ending in some way, and a lot of ladies are getting their suits in before the bell rings. And so what happened with Diddy recently was this other entertainer lady who I'd never seen before or heard of, but apparently she's like a famous singer lady or some shit, accused him of rape and abuse and like pimping her out and involving her in some sort of like sex trafficking stuff. And the next day he settled. It was like over. And then I keep hearing like more and more of those are happening, not just to him, but to other prominent people. I know the mayor of New York also has one of those hanging over him. I think it's everybody's trying to get those in at the last minute. They're like, girl, did you hear? Get that bag. Let them know.
Let me read this thing that Zach put in because it adds details to what you said.
Yeah.
In the suit filed in the Federal District Court of Manhattan, Casey, whose real name is, I'm going to not say that, and had long been Mr. Combs' romantic partner, says that not long after she met him in 2005, when she was 19, he began a pattern of control and abuse that included plying her with drugs, beating her, and forcing her to have sex with a succession of male prostitutes while he filmed the encounters. In 2018, the suit says, near the end of their relationship, Mr. Combs forced his way into her home and raped her. So that is what he's accused of.
So he's a videographer. He's a videographer.
He's a content
He's made
creator.
music videos before. He was just getting content.
So
what's the harm?
Is he gonna? He's not going to be R. Kelly'd away if he settled.
He gave her $30 million and she disappeared. Right?
$30 million?
She asked for 30 the first time she went after him. But this time again, like she sued, and then the next day it was like the case has been settled. And what they say is that if you're going to blackmail someone, they explained that if there's a civil suit, that it's not blackmail, it's a settlement, that they can pay that, and it's a legal way of blackmailing someone. But he paid clearly to like shut her up and make her go away. And I would imagine that. Do you remember that reality show?
Is she going back to the well? Like she got a payout, or is she coming back for another one?
I think
a man can't live on 30 million forever, Vito.
I bet if he's got like Ciroc money and all of that shit, like he's worth so much. Like they probably had a meeting with his people and were like, the net bad business. Like, because I'm sure he's saying like, I didn't do this. I would never do this. Like, I imagine that's his stance. Like, he does not want the bad press.
I take it slightly differently. I bet behind closed doors, he's like, succession of male prostitutes. First of all, those people were friend. And succession makes it sound like there were more than two. They're just buddies. She's really stretching the truth here.
You're really blowing this out of proportion, Your Honor. You see, she's a whore.
I have the videos to show how much she enjoyed it, and Did he put those videos away? No, we're gonna watch them all.
Yeah,
here I went for a high angle shot to add a sense of dread to the scene.
Sense of dread.
He did his own soundtrack. Like he's in the background.
Yeah. He's rapping over it in the background.
Singing like an R&B song.
Low key, this is pretty fucking good.
Judge is like, yeah, you know what? That's a banger. I have to find in your favor, Mr. Diddy.
You're just so talented, Mr. Diddy. I have to let you go.
I bet he's really good. I bet he can like beat
you masturbating while rapping over this video.
Oh, our boy Kevin Spacey. Did I tell you I saw a video about how he's
poor Kevin Spacey?
His boy,
our boy Kevin Spacey.
My personal hero, mentor, and
savior.
What else? Savior, Kevin Spacey. 30-0 now in court against his accusers. 30-0, better than UGA, and that's hard to fucking do. Okay, we got 28 wins in a row. 30 in a row for Kevin Spacey against these sexual assault accusers. Yes, 3 of them died. Those are also victories. I count
think more than 3. I think he's like almost got
3. Only 3. Okay.
Those men died of shame for going at the great
and
Kevin Spacey.
They died of shame.
Well, the cancer took them because they were so ashamed of themselves.
Kyle's scoring system extends to Connor McGregor too, which is hilarious. Like that old dude at the bar, that's a win. His girlfriend, that's a win.
That's a win.
The barometer for success is Georgia. Like if it's more than 28, it's very impressive.
Got it December 2nd. But I want to talk Connor McGregor too, because that's wild right now. Do you know what's happened in Dublin, in Ireland, in the old country?
I heard they're having the troubles.
Yeah,
they're having the troubles.
Yeah, Irish lives matter.
He was tweeting where he's like, "This is fucking bullshit. What are these people doing here, stabbing Irish folk? Get out of here!"
So he's being investigated right now for his tweets by the police.
Hate crime laws, I assume they have in Ireland.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so fucked. Investigating tweets for criminal activity. That's insane.
So, hang on.
So what happened was a teacher or a woman and like 2 or 3 children were attacked in Ireland by an Algerian immigrant. I'm red, and of course, a lot of people pointed out that's because of some immigration laws they don't care for there. I suppose a lot of Irish lives matter being spray painted on walls and stuff. It was an immigrant, to be fair, who bashed the attacker with a motorcycle helmet and stopped the whole thing, but that's being lost in the shuffle. And
the best way to stop a bad immigrant is a good immigrant.
They put a fucking Mexican on that Algerian.
How do you stop a bad Algerian with a knife? A good Algerian with a knife. A good Algerian with a knife on every Irish street corner is what I say. Make him safe.
You just see him standing there with his knife all day long. Hey, I'm here. Everything's gonna be fine.
No, that's my mood. He's a good one. Yeah.
So, do you say a school teacher and her children were slashed?
A lady and 3 school children. Apparently, a 5-year-old was like severely slashed or something like that. I didn't get. They're being coy on the like exact injuries because it's children or whatever. Coy might not be the exact word. But
very
they're not being like, I don't know who got stabbed.
Maybe she can see, maybe she can't.
How deep were the wounds on that child? I'm not sure.
Ma'am, please, we're trying to get to the bottom of this. Wouldn't you like to know? Just being a bitch.
But huge protests in the street. They're saying the biggest they've ever had. Burning shit down. Lots of Irish Lives Matter signs and stuff.
They already got shirts going.
And Connor McGregor just perfectly poised to actually win something and run for like office in Ireland. That's the only thing he's got any chance of winning. He runs for office in Ireland. Not only can he fund his campaign, but he'll get the votes. He'll get that vote out. All right. He's popular over there. There's only 6 million people in Ireland. Okay. They're all Conor McGregor fans.
Yeah, right. They all love him, I'm sure. Yeah.
They got like he probably has a mailing list with a quarter of the people there from selling them jerseys and hats.
They're all drinking his liquor. Love it.
I just he could be like proper 12's free on voting day or whatever. Everyone who votes gets a free proper.
Remember that diet? Remember the Dr. Pepper 10 commercial? Like it's not for women. He's like, proper 12. It's not for Algerians.
So
this is for good Irish folk.
He claimed he was gonna like fix it himself. Like if the police won't do anything, I will, or something.
I took political office.
Do it
to be the intent of that tweet. Yeah,
he's going to be a politics
vigilante.
I'm going to go out there and beat every Algerian I see.
That's how I interpreted it, or at least right.
I don't think even he thinks he can beat up every Algerian. He can only beat
up so many Algerians, but if he ran for president or whatever they have over there, I'm sure he could get something done.
100% he could. He could, like, you made it the point perfectly. Everybody in Ireland
Connor will
has
be an
to love
effective
him.
leader that cleans up crime.
Do it. Like, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens with Connor McGregor at the helm.
I struggle. There's a lot of people who agree with Taylor. That's like, you know what we should try? Let's just throw a Molotov cocktail into Congress and see how that goes.
Yeah.
Like, how could that be better? Man, won't be worse. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. These people suck, and they all hate the idea of Connor running. So do it. Like,
I would love that.
If all those establishment people hate it, throw Connor in the mix.
Have you seen that guy who won in Argentina? That far right. I can't.
The guy with the crazy hair,
wild hair, mutton chop,
like
Elvis type thing. Yeah. He speaks like Hitler, and I mean that in a good way.
Which country is it?
Okay, Argentina. Argentina. Remember when Hitler would be like fucking sweating, and like he's 4 hours into a 12-day speech, and he's just
yeah.
And you're like,
that guy had
whatever he's saying,
energy.
I'm on board. This guy has that same hardcore white man energy. Okay, like he means what he's saying. He won, and that guy. He looks like the new Doctor Who. He
does. That'd be perfect.
This guy is not 70s. Threatening looking at all. I did see a clip of him where he I guess in like Spanish, it has like all these little placards of like Department of Education, Department of Human Resources, Department of this and that. And it's just him because I guess he's a hardcore libertarian, just being like, none of this one, getting rid of this. I think
he already shut down their central bank, like his first day in office. It's just gone.
He campaigned with a chainsaw. Like he's in the street with a crowd behind him. Like I'm sure he's saying something about cutting through the red tape or cutting something like there's a pun there.
Sure.
There's a pun there, I'm sure, but he's just like and people look at him like, what the fuck?
I want to see how this works out. I'm really curious about the experiment. So here's
if it works, like everybody's gonna fucking start changing up their shit. They're gonna go, oh shit, the libertarians were right. Okay,
if they are, I'm interested. Yeah, that's a great picture. So here's my take on libertarians. I think they're a lot like cats, right? They absolutely detest you. They fucking hate the owners, I'll call them, right? But they don't realize how completely dependent on the owners that they are. They don't realize the benefit of the goods and services that the owners are giving them. These cats think that they'd make great libertarians and they don't need this infrastructure, but you take it away from them and they will not make it. And they will certainly not enjoy the same comfy lives that house cats have today. So libertarians, like, dude, you want the EPA. You want it. You think you don't. You think they're a pain in the ass. It's causing you problems. But wait till you have an energy industry that doesn't have an EPA. It'll fucking change your life. Let's see what happens. Let's see them get rid of the EPA or whatever the equivalent is, the Department of Education, this, that, and the other thing. If Argentina gets better, I'm wrong.
Let's
They,
ask
they
an
won't.
expert.
We wouldn't
Scraps,
copy
do you
it
want
anyway.
the EPA? You want the EPA?
He says no.
See, that cat,
No.
that cat's
I
a
do not.
libertarian. It thinks it's doing all this on its own. But in reality, look at the infrastructure that it relies on.
I don't need no infrastructure. Fuck
He
your
relies on
infrastructure.
who's
It's
going
on
to
its own.
service that good kitty's anal glands.
Exactly.
Not the government.
Who's going to
No,
express
you.
the anal glands of this
Yeah.
cat?
I mean, like,
Not
even
you,
if it
sir.
like went off without a hitch, and it's like, we don't need the EPA. Like, we wouldn't copy that. Like, the U.S. isn't going to suddenly disband a bunch of powerful organizations just because. Like, look, we did. What's that? South America, El Salvador. They had like the worst gang problem on the globe, like gang violence. And then the leader of El Salvador was like, "We're going to." I don't know if he sounds like this. We are going to throw them all in jail. And then he threw them all in jail. And if you've seen their like crime graphs, their violent crime, it's like a cliff, just to
80%.
straight fall down. It turns out you lock all those people up, it stops happening. Like,
And like
you
murders in
lock up gang
particular
people.
went down like a tremendous amount.
Yeah.
I saw
Like,
it on Reddit.
They showed
and
how
I
to
was in the-
solve it.
Where's this?
I was in
El
El
Salvador.
Salvador. I was reading the comments on Reddit of it's this picture of this room full of El Salvadorian prisoners, and they're all gang members. They all have gang
Don't they have the
tattoos.
videos of them all like in like lines?
Yeah,
being, like,
yeah.
let-
Yes.
that's
And they call this guy a fascist. It's ridiculous. He's getting rid of crime.
I mean, he rounded them up without. Like, he was just like, "Go get them all." But how do we know? You know.
Yeah, how do you know? I don't know, man. It's the guys with a bunch of skulls fucking
Yeah.
spray painted on their face.
I don't know. It's a guy
Anyone.
who on their forehead it says "Murder Lords" in a tattoo. You'd lock that guy up, and like when I saw the picture of all of them locked up, I did not see any haphazard accountants who were on their way to work who were swept up in this. No,
There's just one guy in a suit and tie going, "Hey, what the hey?"
Dude, they were shooting 1,000 on there.
There wasn't like a Jerry Smith in the group with like a suit and tie, looking confused amongst. No, they all look the same down there for whatever reason. They've all got the exact
They all have
amount
the
of
same
Spanish
haircut,
in them. They're like very short. They all got the shaved head, probably because the prison shaves their heads for lice. But they all got the shaved head, and they're all tatted the fuck up. And they sit them in the most humiliating way. They're all like on their knees with their hands behind their back, but behind their back. But the guy behind them is so close that their hands are in his balls, like cupping that guy's balls. And they have them like in these rows. Everybody's on their knees, but slid right up behind one another. So the guy behind you's balls are in your hands, and it's just. Must be 500 of them in the room, and I'm thinking, like, man, if this place caught on fire, they'd never get them all up.
I don't think they're concerned with that. I think they're like, we're getting rid of violent crime no matter what.
And then I thought,
And they
I
did.
bet they made them get all out of their cells and get in this awful position just for the picture I'm looking at. Fuck
Yeah.
yeah, I love El Salvador.
What it shows to me is that what we need in America easily 8 to 10 times as many jails. We
I should
septuple the amount of jails, then we can fix it right.
I disagree. I look forward to when we drop the
Oh, do
whole
you?
pretense.
I
I
look
look forward.
prisons are cuddly.
Yeah, they're
Very
intimate. That guy doesn't have pants on. That guy's bottomless.
Mm.
Wait,
Not his
you're
choice.
Right on the right.
No, that's the other guy's leg. I thought that was.
There's one
That was
naked
amazing.
guy slips in. He's like, "Ooh,
I
I'm
can't
having the
tell.
time of my
Zach, can you
life."
go back. I really thought there was a naked guy.
No, that was my mistake. It's the other
Taylor, you
guy's
need to
leg.
explain it to me because I can't unsee it.
Yeah, it's like one of those patterns, though. Once you see it,
Confusing
you won't be able to
perspective.
unsee it. See, you can see the knee of that guy bending.
The elephant has
Yes,
8
I see
legs.
that knee.
No, the other one behind it. That one. Yeah,
I
that's
see the
his
guy
knee.
behind him
You
is
can see his
covering his
pants.
shorts. I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But look
All
at the tats, right? Like there's no accountants mixed in, man. I'm sorry. They're
That's
all
what
scary
CPAs
tats
look
too.
like. They're probably from Jersey.
They got crying women
Just
tattoos.
circling the one guy without any tattoos.
His whole face is a dragon, dude.
Yeah. You like
I
move
guarantee
around
it.
it, but that
His
guy's
whole
gonna
face
stand
is a
up.
death mask.
Yeah, he's gonna stand up and have fucking SS.
That
symbols.
one guy was the best. They're batting 900. Not
Yeah.
Hey,
Nah, fuck these people. I don't care.
The
As long as
thing
it's not
is,
me.
though, we could never do this in America because, like, everybody would cry about, civil rights. Because, like,
We're
here's the
going
thing:
the other direction.
all these guys like have genuine fear that like the guards are going to beat the shit out of them. And in America,
It
they
says
would know, like, oh, the
MS-13 on
guards.
his head.
The guards can't touch me, so I'll just be an asshole, and I'm not going to get in the line, and I'm not going to squat down or whatever else.
Maybe we hire some El Salvadorian guards.
and then S on his ear.
Okay.
All these guys have definitely watched another guy like them
He has
have his
multiple
fucking
sclerosis.
face.
Why are we doing Danny Trejo now? How did Danny Trejo work his way in?
Hey,
That's racist.
I'm mostly just an actor. he's being
He was in San Quentin. He did time.
Penguin March.
They saw him walking around and they went, "He's one of them. Bring him in."
No, I'm
Now
just
that's
shooting another movie.
El Salvador, but that's not related to the politician that just got elected, right?
No, that Argentina's that one. Yeah.
Well, the weird thing about Argentina is everyone's, people in America are going, yeah, we got to do the same thing. Yeah. And meanwhile, Argentina's like, we need to dollarize our economy and have it based entirely on US dollars because the United States, fucking economic policy is the only rock that actually works. And I'm like, we should not do what Argentina is doing. They're doing that because they want our dollar to be their standard of currency so much. It's like we've figured out economics pretty well.
Why wouldn't
I believe
you,
it or not,
right?
I haven't followed the situation in Argentina closely at all.
Get your finger on the pulse down there, Taylor.
Yeah.
In Argentina, everyone, I think Argentina is the country where it's like more people have United States dollars than they do Argentinian dollars, or like the most amount of American currency outside of America is held by Argentinians because they're like, because if you have an Argentinian dollar next week, it's worth 1/10 of an Argentinian dollar. Whereas if you just have a US dollar, you just hold on to it forever. And you're like, hey, look at my US dollar. It doesn't change price that often.
A gift certificate to any store on the planet.
Yes.
That's true.
They're like, do you want to get paid in $1 million fun bucks or $1 American dollar? I'll take the $1 American dollar.
Tunisia? I don't even know that African country. Tunisia. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they take dollars there. They take
It's
US
funny you mentioned. I just saw a video and it was from when we were in Afghanistan, maybe 8 years ago or something. Like I know we were there for a long time, but the videos from then. And this like armor personnel carrier of American soldiers, I don't know what doing what. They pull up into this. To call it a town is it looked like a Wild West town, but in Afghanistan. Like there was like a hitching post to tie your camel, and he goes up to this old man in what they would call a store, and he's got like chips, like cheese doodles or some shit, and it was like 5 bags for $1. He like hands him like $3 and comes back with this huge pile of cheese doodles. He's like, I don't know if he got the best of me or I got the best of him, but I got the cheese doodles. He's like, he took dollars. Didn't even flinch.
Yeah.
They're like, did you shake his hand? Like, yeah. Did you thank him before and after? Yeah. Good.
Yeah. You got a bunch of like rubles or I don't know. What's another goofy one? Lira. Like what do I even do with this? I need to go turn this into real hard American money first, and then I'll know how much it is.
That guy in Argentina, I just put a link in the chat. Like his whole thing, he was going around holding up giant American dollar bills with his face printed on them because it's just like the American dollar is king. And he's basically like, look, man, you want to save Argentina? Like, we got to just be a dollar-based economy. It's fascinating.
Are they gonna, if they hold all those American dollars and he loves us so much, Americans, is he going to send us some of those dollars?
I don't know what's going to happen.
Little show of fealty if they're the state 51. Ooh, a good opportunity for the 51st state, as we talked about. We split Argentina up into 10. We get 60, baby.
I just want to make sure it's not Puerto Rico. I just want to keep spiting them.
They aren't allowed in ever.
Good.
I have issues with Puerto Rico too. What's your issue with Puerto Rico?
I have no
infrastructure's for shit. Please give me 3 more million dependents or whatever it is.
They're so smug too.
Driving their 50s cars.
We're Puerto Rico. We're like America, but we're not
the
really.
Positives. Puerto Rico.
Yeah. They pay like sales tax and that's it. They don't pay income taxes, but they want like US dollars to fix their infrastructure. Dude, the reason we do that for Florida or Louisiana, New York or whatever, when the Hurricane Sandy hits, is because they've been paying in for the last 200, 300 years. Mm-hmm. But Puerto Rico, you just take. You don't pay taxes like the rest of us do. So, you don't see me making health insurance claims if I don't buy health insurance. I do, but hypothetically.
They fight in the army, huh? Like you'd be Puerto Rican, you jump in the U.S. military?
I think so. I think they're U.S.
I wonder what their recruitment.
They definitely don't have their own thing.
There's a bit of trivia. Where do you think the military, U.S. military, draws its highest recruitment from? Which states?
Well,
Texas,
I bet they're red states.
Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, like those. I would guess.
I think it was
Florida.
South Carolina. I think it was like South Carolina, Georgia, and then a weird one out in maybe Idaho, like something like that, like something out in the West. I saw it the other day, but I was just thinking like that's how you could contribute. Puerto Rico, like jump in the military, but yeah, that infrastruccture for shit.
I don't want them joining it. It's just another way for me to pay them. You want to contribute? You pay me. Pay your fucking taxes, and we'll treat you like a state.
First, make Puerto Rico nice, and then we'll chat.
And we're changing the name to Port Rico. Come on.
Yes. And no more Spanish over there.
We're naming you Port Ricky, and then you could be a part of the United States.
Yeah, you're Port Jonathan.
Wait, does
Port King Henry?
I think Puerto means port. Am
Port
I right?
Probably.
Port of Rico.
It makes sense.
Right.
I never thought of it.
Your name is Port Ricky.
Yeah.
That's it.
If they don't want to,
good American name.
If they don't want to contribute,
it's like that Ron Burgundy. It's like that Ron Burgundy thing. San Diego. What those words mean have been lost to time. Some say it means a goat's vagina. And she's like, no, it means Saint Diego. It's
Puerto Rico. I looked Spanish. It up. Zach says it means Port Harbor, but I don't think so. Google said it means rich port.
Rich port. Oh yeah, the port of the rich.
Well, they call themselves rich too.
So then why are they always begging for a fucking handout? You're the rich port. Shut up.
These communists in
Puerto Rico. More like.
Yeah, Puerto Rico.
I'll settle for Port Richard. That's fair.
They're libertarians. They're libertarians. That's it. It's come full circle. They don't want to pay their taxes. They don't want to be part of the system. And then when they get into trouble, they do want to be part.
No, they're definitely not libertarians. They're begging to be a part of the federal government.
System's too big and too complex. That's the problem. That's the real problem. We need a system.
Yeah, they're the least libertarian part of the United States. They're like, don't leave us alone. Take care of us. Like,
when they collect, they're socialists. When they pay in, they're libertarian.
Like all the banker crises where they collectivize all their losses and they capitalize all their gains.
Yeah.
This brought to you by 2012 fucking March on Wall Street. What
Public
was that?
losses, private gains. That was
Occupy Wall Street.
Occupy Wall Street. I remember that. And that happened when I was in college. Everybody suddenly had like big opinions about Wall Street, and I could not have given less of a fuck about politics in college. Dude, I was just like, you guys are talking about this is gay. Like, who cares?
That year, I was dating a college student, and I was like in her dorms when that was happening, and I was like, what do you think about all this? You know, you're the age to be stupid. And she was like, fuck those hippies. I wish they'd take a fire hose to them. And I was like, I like you.
Yeah.
I hope they
you
go release
last for
real
months.
homeless in there.
The best Occupy Wall Street was fascinating because of the first time everyone really got to see just how like ineffectual these like far left psychopaths were. Because it was like, all right, guys, we got to figure out what to do today. And they'd go, hold on, white guy who's speaking. You can't talk right now. There's a progressive stag. Like, what are you talking about? We're figuring out, what we're going to burn down today. So yeah, but you got to go in order of most oppressed. Then a black, obviously this black lady should speak first. And then like a midget albino would be like, hold on. Before her, I think I should. And then there'd be like one crippled guy who's just like, a wheelchair with like an arm hanging out of it.
In the end, you're talking to like a blind retard.
Yeah. And then you're like, why is that guy leading the talk? He doesn't have any leadership potential.
Because he outscores you in the checklist. So you got to go last.
Yeah. And we really saw our future in Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah,
it's terrifying.
And it wasn't great.
No,
I don't think they accomplished much.
Well, because at the end of the day, I'm like, set bankers on fire, and they're like, we'll set bankers on fire in a second. First of all, we need to figure out which gender everybody is. I'm like, oh god damn it, no, just set the bankers on fire. You're so close to knowing
bankers.
What to do. Yeah.
You know who I hate more than the bankers are low-income white people in West Virginia.
Oh god damn it! No. It got hijacked so quickly.
Yeah,
I saw our beloved president speaking recently. He referred to Donald Trump as Congressman Trump, which is a weird way to take things. It's not like a. Sometimes it's easy to slip one thing into another. I think it's real easy to forget what order the presidents are in, or like to call Trump Obama or something. When Trump calls Biden Obama, I think he's just thinking of Democrats I hate. But it was weird for him to call Trump Congressman Trump.
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
He's showing the script.
Yeah. I swear to God, every time I see him, look, sometimes he speaks okay, especially like when he does his addresses. I think like they juice him up. They get him. They like he slaps himself a couple times in the face, throw some cold water
those
on.
caffeine pills, baby.
He's ready. Yeah,
That's
he's
why he's
ready
skinny.
sometimes, and he can do it. But sometimes he looks tuckered out like an old person at a retirement home when it's like, hey, let's all head home. Grandpa needs his rest. They
It's like
whisper everybody.
in the afternoon.
He gets real quiet and mumbly. Biden does.
He does. He gets
Well, he can't
very,
have he can only have
very
a certain
old.
amount of stamina in the day. He's an old man.
Yeah. I mean,
They just gotta get him.
81-year-olds don't tend to be.
Let me ask you a question.
Live.
If you just bought a Kentucky Fried Chicken franchise and you need a new manager, someone who's going to take this thing and make some profits out of it, because you leveraged everything to get this KFC franchise, would you dare put the current president of the United States behind the helm of the Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Of the past 5 presidents, if we're picking from those, 0% chance I'm putting Biden in charge of anything. Trump is going to eat through my profits.
Yeah, it's gonna be some shrinkage.
Probably, I feel like Obama or W.
That's racist.
Might be the best. Actually, Clinton's still kicking. He's got some panache, some charisma. He would be out there. Actually, Clinton would be the best one in my.
If he made it Louisiana style chicken or something.
In my commercials, I don't think Obama would be in the commercial or W really, but Clinton would be in the commercials.
He had a saxophone full of nuggets.
100%, I'm picking Clinton to run my fast food franchise.
I'm surprised that we are assuming the black man would do a bad job running the chicken restaurant. But
if
okay,
Obama's leading your restaurant. I don't want to make racist inferences about black people in fried chicken.
Here we go.
There might be a connection there. So
they love it.
Everybody loves fried chicken.
Everybody loves fried chicken.
You can't miss it. You guys are just missing it. Obama would be too button up with it. He wouldn't want to have fun with the commercials as like a low quality commercial actor. Clinton would.
Obama would be too self-conscious.
Yeah,
he kept his pretentious fake accent, but he just them vittles are delicious.
Much like delicious. Like
I don't like Obama's speaking style. Some people found him to. You like it?
Oh, I love listening to Obama talk, especially now. Like Obama would be a great Republican for this cycle.
He should switch. That'd be fun.
If you took 2008 Obama and threw him on that Republican stage, he'd fit right the fuck in. He'd fit right the fuck in. If you listen to him, what he said about the economy, immigration, social issues, he's a Republican from the future.
He'd be too far right. He was against gay marriage. They'd be like, hold on, we're past that now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he would be too far right for some of them.
Yeah.
That was a act of political cowardness. I'm making this up. It's just what he projecting, but I don't think he was ever against gay marriage. I think that he needed to be against gay marriage to get elected.
Yeah, and then, he needed evangelicals to down in the South to sign on board. Those black preachers who hold huge sway over their flocks, not just like their personal church, but they're in charge of organizations that oversee all the churches. You need to walk in that room full of black ministers and be like, I got your back on this one. They're not, don't worry, you won't be marrying any Toms, Dicks, or Harrys together.
Then there was Obama in his second term, knowing he was never going to run for anything again. And he's like, you know what? My children opened my eyes, and now I'm pro-gay marriage. I doubt it.
Hey, man, he played the game. You got to respect the guy who plays the game.
Yeah. Look at my wife.
He got it done.
Yeah, if I would hope that the president wasn't allowing his children to change his mind on things. Like, of course, he never believed that.
From the mouths of babes, Taylor, you doubt the president?
Like listening to his 14-year-old be like, the people on TV are gay, and he's like, that's true. Like,
what's his daughter's name?
I never thought of it that way.
Malia Sasha. I never considered
Malia.
I saw one of them in a bikini smoking cigarettes the other day, and I thought,
for shame.
Like one of the Obama daughters.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wait, we didn't get the last.
She needs to smoke some more cigarettes, but
who are you guys hiring of the last 5 presidents to run your
Obama? Obama, if I'm being honest.
5. So that's Biden, Trump, Obama, W, and Clinton, right?
Yeah.
Did I have them right?
And
to run my chicken restaurant,
and then Carter.
And think about this:
you can get Carter, get the sympathy vote.
Oh, that's stupid. Clinton is the most
and here's our founder.
Peanut oil
Carter
And just to
and
be clear, are we
Obama
getting the
over
today version of them or the presidential version of
You're
them?
getting the
Current day.
today version of them.
Oh, I don't want Carter. I don't want Carter.
I'm telling you, that sympathy chicken will sell like wildfire.
See, I think Trump would, be a great salesman, but I know he's going to skim all the profits. Like, I'm not getting that money.
And he's going
Trump
to eat a lot of your, he's going to be taking wings throughout
You
the
would
day.
buy a 6-piece chicken nugget and get 3 nuggets. Like,
He'd be like, and then
Just
socialist
wouldn't give
Obama's
change.
chicken restaurant.
He's like, what, you
You
want
laughed
change?
at me.
What are you broke? Fuck you.
read the bottom of the box, and it'd be like, no refunds, no exceptions,
Every customer's unhappy.
no loitering. And they'd be like, get the fuck out.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
we'll do business with you
maybe
twice.
Bush would be good too. He'd be like, never forget the delicious combos available.
delicious taste of my Nashville
I
fried
want
chicken.
W. I think W's the guy.
He might be him or
Buy our
Clinton. I
new
think.
8-patty Twin Tower burger.
The Twin Tower Burger,
Never
with freedom
forget.
fries.
Freedom
it finally makes
fries.
sense, folks. We've got a bomb.
I saw Clinton recently. Clinton is more
Okay.
spry than Biden.
He's younger.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
funny.
Holy shit.
He's younger
Did you
than
watch
Trump,
the
too.
funeral at all for Carter's wife, former first lady?
I only saw some still photos.
I watched a bit of the video, maybe 5 minutes of it. I didn't dwell, but I watched the presidents and first ladies all line up and sit down and be escorted and everything. First of all, Carter, he pulled it together pretty well. He walked. They didn't wheel him. Carter walked out there.
See,
There was
why video is better than still photo. In the still photos, he looked like a crypt keeper.
Okay, they didn't show his. Look, I'm not saying he looked good. He didn't jog out there like waving to the crowd or anything.
Let me see if I can find the photo I saw.
He walked unassisted, which was impressive.
How far?
30, 40 feet from like the door to his chair is all I'm saying. Usually they wheel this guy
I
around.
saw him in the
dude.
wheel.
Ah.
Okay, anytime you put a blanket over an old guy, it's just, oh man, it just looks sad.
You know what's so bad about this is he's not speaking right now. That's like trying to stay alive.
Maybe
I
I
might
saw
have said
somebody
some
else. They said, and now former President
Maybe I
Carter
saw
and
somebody
an
else.
old dude.
That was his grandson.
That was the
Kyle.
show, Carter. You get, everybody knows you get one guy who just walks out.
Zach, did you take these tasteless?
Dude, look at him. Dude, he's like
I
having
feel
a
like
meeting.
Zach was there. Fuck you, you old
This is the
cocksucker.
kind of vibe I got from the
Yeah.
He's seeing.
You're telling me
I
you
don't
saw
even
this
know
man
what's going on.
proudly strutting around? I think you saw somebody else. dude.
Meanwhile, Kyle's like, he looked great. Kyle,
He looked
that's
great.
Obama's daughter.
Can
I didn't know he was a black
Dude, he's-
woman,
he's,
though.
He's
I
halfway
never knew
through
that.
opening the Ark of the Covenant, and Kyle's like, "Oh my god, it looks tremendous."
Hey, from
He
this
looks
angle, he
tremendous.
fine.
I would make him president again. He looks ready.
You
know what?
From this angle, he
She
looks
looks
fine.
pretty.
He had a confident
pretty.
strut.
Dude,
I
the
know
internet
Business
was a
It's very high
dream when
cheekbones.
this photo.
Here's
was
the
taken.
thing. I took the biggest L that I can recall right now on presidential wives being good looking. And I was just sure that Trump's wife, while pretty, let's all agree that she's pretty. Woman,
Yeah.
presidents are like the winners of the winners. They are the most successful people that America has during their term. Like that's it, right? I don't care who you think is the bee's knees. The president is right there with him.
Yeah.
So I assumed that all their wives would be sort of their equivalent on the female side, right? Turns out a lot of these presidents have non-lookers for
Dogs.
wives. Yeah. So I was a little surprised that Carter's wife is, I think she's top 20, 15% in presidential wives.
I would like to see like a general's wife. Like, what did Patton's wife look like? You know what I mean? Like someone who doesn't have to have a forward-facing partner who's in front of cameras, perhaps, or being judged on her elegance or her education or her background per se. Like, if you're like the general, can you just have like a dirty whore wife who's like stacked? Like, can you just do that? Or maybe just a bad bitch in general who wouldn't look. There's some giant titties.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I would
that's
be
how I'd
curious, but I know that Trump definitely wins the hottest first lady of all time contest, and it's
Dude, what if he
absolute
upgrades before?
blowout?
How hardcore would it be if he upgraded
It is
before
not
this
a
presidency?
blowout because
Oh.
JFK exists.
Oh,
It is a
Melania
blowout.
is so
We
much
don't
hotter.
count girlfriends. If we count girlfriends, Trump still wins. I don't think Marilyn was like a beauty for the ages or anything.
Is that Carter's wife? Young?
No, that's Hillary Clinton.
Hillary
That's
Clinton.
Clinton,
Oh,
baby.
you're right.
In like what,
I-
1962.
She looks better there than I expected.
That's her best
to,
fucking
but
angle.
I think Kyle's right. I think this is a very flattering photo.
Yeah,
She looks pretty alright.
I love that documentary where they talked about how bad her body odor was.
Really?
Really?
Clinton?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was she on like that all
There's
natural?
a biography that
Reebok
some woman that went to school with her and Bill wrote about her, about how she was disgusting to be around, that she didn't wash well or something. Like, but
I don't know
you
what's
never know.
true. Yeah,
Of course
right.
not. Of course not. I know she eats babies though, so I'm gonna choose to believe.
That's
so maybe she
true.
had baby breath and it wasn't BO.
Yeah, she had baby breath.
She had a
Oh,
bunch of-
speaking of baby breath, look,
Okay, Karl Malone talk. What do we got here?
that whole Pizzagate thing like came back up, right? The investigator that
one of those
the whole
guys
Pizzagate-
he got arrested for child porn.
No,
Yeah.
that was a myth. That didn't actually happen.
No,
that was one of those psyops. I'm pretty sure that they said like, oh,
Well,
one
now
of the
I
lead
don't know.
investigators actually got arrested. No, that was one.
I thought that happened.
I'm
Was
pretty
I
sure that was
misled?
I'm pretty sure that was misinformation by a bunch of pro Pizzagate guys to be like,
Oh, could
oh,
be.
see, it's real or whatever.
Let's see.
I saw it was
could-
debunked, but feel free to prove me.
Yeah, it's
prove
possible
me
that I have been
wrong.
misled.
Mm.
I did
Prove
see a
me
meme
wrong.
on like political compass memes that suggested that the investigator from that they said something about toddler rape. Like they went.
Doesn't that
something
sound
awful.
a little too convenient?
Mm.
Doesn't that
does
sound like
seem-
I want that to be
Damn
true.
it! I'm not going to disable my ad blocker for you, Forbes. I'll have to find somewhere else.
Oh, Elon Musk said Pizzagate might be a little suspicious, dude. I
No,
wonder
he
if people-
retweeted a thing that like talked about what I'm talking about, which may or may not be real.
It says he posted and then deleted, which isn't to say I know you're wrong. I'm just looking at what's
Yeah.
in front of me. Yeah.
Unretweeted it.
He had a whole meltdown yesterday.
Is this the fuck 'em part?
Yeah, like yeah, fuck you. What do you say to these people who are worried about advertising on your service after this, that, and the other? He's like, I say, fuck you. Don't advertise. Well, what do you mean? Of course you want them to advertise. No, I don't. Fuck you. Don't advertise. F you. That's what I've got for you. And then he mentioned Roger Agers or whatever.
Bob Iger,
Bob
right? Am I
Iger.
right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
probably right.
Oh, so it looks like
He's the Disney guy, I
this
think,
guy,
right?
James Gordon Meek,
I can't keep up with my
was
American oligarchs.
arrested
Let
for
me see if I have it right.
so this guy, James Gordon Meek, 53 of Arlington, Virginia, used an online messaging platform on his iPhone to send and receive images and videos depicting minors engaging in sexually explicit conduct. Some of the images and videos depicted prepubescent minors and minors under the age of 12.
However, he never
So-
reported on Pizzagate. So that's the thing, is a journalist got arrested for being a creep, and then they tried to say, yeah, and he was like the lead journalist talking about Pizzagate. It's like, oh no, he actually never reported on that even once. Here's
So this is just a run-of-the-mill, another pedophile
just
journalist.
a regular pedophile journalist.
Yeah,
Just
not
another
a
pedophile
Pizzagate
journalist, nothing to
pedophile
see.
journalist.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Elon Musk thing, Kyle?
I hate to see him clearly beleaguered and a little bit down.
Okay.
I saw him go to Israel the other day to try to make up for that tweet he made about the Jews. He toured the kibbutz wearing a very ill-fitting bulletproof vest that just really made him cut a poor image. And then it was funny. Netanyahu like kissed his ass, of course, because richest man in the world's here. And Elon's like, I'm gonna rebuild these kibbutzes. Don't worry about it. I got it. He's like, really? Oh, thank you so much. And this big PR moment, but nobody cared because he tweeted something mean apparently. And then it was funny, like the leaders in Gaza invited him to come there. and I was talking to my girlfriend. She's like, did you hear Elon's gonna go to Gaza? I'm like, I'll bet you anything you want in the world that Elon is nowhere near Gaza at this moment. She's like, how can you tell? I was like, there's a kid that tweets out his exact location constantly. I'm like, where's Elon Musk right now? And it was like, Los Angeles, California. He touched down 87 minutes ago. I'm like, yeah, he's not in Gaza. He's not fucking going in there.
Yeah, he's on a little apology tour. He's not about to show the other side of the story
he
down
stopped
there.
by Auschwitz, kissed the boots, and then headed home.
So did he say something anti-Semitic?
I don't even know.
There was a tweet
thought he
article
responded to
meme
something.
thing that said something like Jews incite anti-white racism and do this, that, and the others. Some things that may or may not be somewhat factual. And Elon tweeted, "This is the truth." Like he typed those words, something
So
like
he
that.
admitted that there are some Jewish people on the planet who do things that are not cool.
He co-signed a tweet that was borderline at best. Is my viewpoint on it.
You talking about the first tweet that he got in trouble for? The one,
man, it's hard to keep track.
Where
I don't
is
know
it?
what
How do we even search to find what it was?
Well, what it was the
Jew tweet
that was.
There it is. This one, yeah.
Taylor, read it, please.
Yeah, someone said, okay,
I don't want to read it. You read
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing. And then it says, show more. I don't know what the rest of the tweet is. And then Elon Musk said, you have said the actual truth.
So what he was getting at is that there's this blanket, there's the idea that it's kind of okay to hate white people, or white guys. And that now Jewish people are complaining that people are saying it's okay to hate Jewish people. And that guy was saying, well, yeah, but you guys were on the side that says it's okay to hate white guys and you're being hypocritical. And that's kind of what Elon Musk was agreeing with, I guess, this idea that, and I do see that, that society is kind of biased against white guys where they're like, well, you're white guys. You have nothing to worry about. So we can be mean to you and hate you for no reason. That being said, if I own a $1 trillion social media network and somebody says anything about the Jews, I'm going to go, I don't have any opinion on that at all.
You're doing that very tactically.
It does seem like.
What's that?
Meanwhile, if he went in on the Amish, no one would say anything.
If anyone ever asked me a question about the Jews,
he wouldn't be petting a goat in Pennsylvania, apologizing.
All you got to do as a businessman, if anyone asks you how do you feel about the Jews, you go, kind of like them, and you move along, and your life's going to be great. That's it.
If Elon Musk wasn't saying controversial stuff on X, would anyone be paying attention to it? Like,
X? Yeah,
what?
we'd still be using it to fight with other people. I don't need to fight with Elon Musk.
Paying attention to what?
X. I feel like Elon Musk is effectively bringing a lot of attention to the platform that he wants to have a lot of attention on. And people are saying he's anti-Semitic, and maybe that was anti-Semitic. I kind of think it was. But I also saw him do anti-Hamas stuff. Didn't he ban the term from the river to the sea or something like that?
No, I think they were trying to get him to, but he refused to do it.
No, he tweeted that Woody's right. He tweeted like that's a call for Elon said, as I said earlier this week, decolonization from the river to the sea and similar euphemisms necessarily imply genocide. Clear calls for extreme violence are against our terms of service and will result in suspension. And then this other guy said, will you suspend the Likud party, whose founding charter uses the phrase from the river to the sea in the same way Palestinian activists use it? Yeah, will you do that, Elon? Ooh, got it. So, I fucking hate gotcha tweets.
So he's definitely not the whole like hands-off free speech, say anything you want guy that he said he was going to be. But he also doesn't seem to have exactly clearly chosen his side.
Yeah. I mean, everyone seems like they're allowed to say more on Twitter now than they were 2 years ago, whenever it was when he bought it, like for sure.
Dude, I'm like sometimes saying retarded again. I don't know if I'm allowed to, but I've been doing
you can fire retard as much as you want. They can't take that from us.
That's why I got banned for the first time, though. I got banned from Twitter for a year for saying retard.
Wow.
And it drove me nuts.
Oh, you're a year?
I didn't even call. Yeah, for a year I was off because the reason was we were talking about the new Snow White movie was coming out. And they're like, I don't know why they can't just get actors. And I'm like, well, because they're not going to hire a fucking retarded midget to play Dopey. And then I got reported for calling Dopey a retarded midget, which he is. He's a retarded midget. That's what he is.
Yeah. That's true.
I was talking about a Disney. He's a beloved retarded midget. It wasn't even used from a term of insult. And yeah, for a year I was gone.
I saw the actress who plays Snow White speak, and she's like, it's not 1937 anymore. She doesn't care about finding true love. She's looking to be a leader. And I'm like, I'm not watching your movie.
Yeah.
I think they're redoing Snow White? Or did they already redo it?
With a brown chick and no dwarves.
No, I think they finally got bullied into doing dwarves. Because they were like,
they already shot the movie.
That's so much of the movie. Snow White's in it, yes, but it revolves around the dwarves much more.
No, they had these set photos, and everybody was really confused because they're like, "Are those the fucking dwarves?" And it's just like a bunch of like weirdo hippies, yeah, okay. And they're like, "Are those the 7 dwarves?" And I think they were.
Like there is a dwarf in there.
There's only one though. Yeah, and the rest of them are just.
That's confusing.
Oh, he is a dwarf. I thought he was a short king from the first view.
Yeah, like
why is there a black lady dwarf?
This is all Snow White's fanciful band, and
Dopey, sleepy, tranny.
Is it bad to call her Snow Brown?
I mean,
no,
I
you're pretty
bet that. I bet I could search that on Twitter and find a bunch.
How dare she wear the same dress? How dare she wear the?
How dare you stand where she stood?
But they just they did just put out a set photo of her surrounded. They've like gone back on it, and now they are going to have CGI dwarves.
That's ridiculous.
And
I don't even want Gal Gadot to play the evil queen. The evil queen was paler than Snow White. Gal Gadot's also is a Jew. Like why can't we have any white people?
I do.
That's
feel
fair.
Like
the Huntsman's going to be Idris Elba.
What? I don't even know what that is. But should I be upset about it? Should I care?
You
the
should.
Dwarves.
Oh my God. Idris Elba, that guy who I think is a pretty good actor.
Without these cartoons, our culture amounts to like fried cheese and corn.
Without these characters, I don't know.
Yes,
I don't think
the dwarves look like shit because I think
terrible.
Wait,
I think they had to like
to
this is what they're actually doing for the dwarves now. Like Disney put this picture out, so I think they had to go into whatever footage they had of all these fanciful, multicolored people dancing
But this is
around.
animated. All of it's animated.
Well, not her though. The girl's not.
She looks animated to me. Like that dress doesn't look real.
They probably like color corrected it. It does look very odd, but
yeah, like fantastical.
I'm surprised that none of the dwarves are black, though. I gotta say, I'm surprised they didn't even try to make one of them black.
Aren't they all supposed to be in the same family? Am I misremembering part of it? Like
I don't know if
what they should have done.
They're all the same race.
Your brothers, right?
What they should have done is use CGI to make like Kevin Hart should be like one like that could be so funny. Like you have the regular actors' faces. Like The Rock could be one. I'd be fine with that. Put his face on a little character. Like he's the littlest one.
How about a little blast from the 90s past? Eddie Murphy plays all of them.
Eddie Murphy's coming back for Beverly Hills Cop, and he looks good.
Good for Eddie Murphy.
I saw the like behind the scenes photos. Like black don't crack. Eddie Murphy's got to be in his 60s or something. Those movies are from the 80s. He looks like he could still do it. Like he like no wrinkles. His hairline's glued on, but who cares? That's where black people have us.
I looked it up.
Their hair restoration programs can't compete with that.
Okay, I want to circle back to that. Taylor, they all are related. They were all hatched from eggs at the same time.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a joke or not.
No, I read it. It's on Wikipedia.
Wait, the dwarves come from eggs?
Hold on.
Who laid the eggs? Well, the same mother, if they're all cracking at the same time, just firing out 7 dwarf eggs, and then...
They are an all-male race that hatches from eggs. Oh, wait, this is something else.
An all-male race. How does that
Grumpy
work?
is played by one of the 8 dwarf brothers who hatched from eggs at the same time. Like all dwarves, he's immediately sent to work in the mines and is given a pickaxe, which he names Dreamy. Because his egg was accidentally sprinkled with fairy dust by the fairy Nova, he dreams about her and falls in love with her. It goes on.
Oh my God, what a terrible life these.
So how can midget or how can little people be upset about this? Is like you didn't hatch from an egg; it's a different thing.
Yeah, you're not. You don't even have whimsical minding powers.
Yeah,
you just can't ride roller coasters.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know what we do to fix the Snow White situation, but I'm very invested.
Are you as invested as Ben Sparrow at the Daily Wire who needs to go make his own fucking Snow White movie?
That's what I was just linking.
God,
fuck this shit.
Dude,
okay,
it's so embarrassing.
The whole parallel economy with like, because I have friends who are like conservatives and feel like they've been pushed out of like creative spaces. They're like, yeah, it's hard to be exist in Hollywood as a right wing guy, but I just want to make media, and I'm like, that's awesome. I hope that the Daily Wire will fund like cool projects from guys who just kind of got forced out or whatever else. But all they can do is be like, hey, you see what Disney's doing? We're going to make our version of it. Hey, what do you think about trans people? We're going to make a movie about them or whatever else. I'm like, why don't you just make like TV shows and movies that aren't stupidly political or based on whatever Disney's doing?
Yeah,
the right-wing economy does feel like a bit of a grift, right? Like
the right-wing economy cannot exist without the left. It is only a response to the left. It's the left is making a Snow White. We're going to make a Snow White. The left doesn't like trans people. We're going to make a movie about trans people. It's like, why don't you just make a Star Wars movie? Just your own Star Wars.
The right-wing coffee,
make a
the
cool
right-wing
one.
beer, the right-wing whatever. It's just overpriced bullshit
It's because the marketing pitch doesn't work unless it's aren't you tired of the chocolate that hates you? No, I don't really give a shit. Well, our chocolate for which is $25 a fucking bar. We don't hate you or some shit. Don't you want your chocolate to love you? I'm like, I don't give a shit who makes my chocolate bar. It's a chocolate bar. I don't care who makes my razor. I don't give a shit about any of this because I'm an adult. I just want the best possible razor. Yes, Procter if it was like
Gamble doesn't have a political stance. They just want to sell products.
Yeah.
Their political stance is don't alienate anybody.
Look, if every dollar from my Hershey chocolate bar went to like molesting a child in an African mine, I would get it. But at the end of the day,
chocolate.
Tell me more about the molester chocolate.
Wherever the best chocolate's coming from is where it's probably going to succeed. But yeah, I mean, like big corporations will make like political stuff, like that whole Bud Light thing, and then they'll end up eating their lunch on it. But for the most part, they just want to make a lot of money and have good reports for shareholders. And that's what they're going to do. And then you have Ben Shapiro and his merry gaggle of retards. And like the only thing I see of him is like these movies being promoted where like on silent, I'll scroll past it on Twitter and just from the still first few seconds, I'm like, oh, all the acting is going to be bad. And it's going to be a bunch of ham-handed meme jokes that are way outdated about like there's going to be an attack helicopter joke in there. And they're going to think that slays. Like, it's just going to be embarrassing and lame. And
see, that's the worst part. It's how embarrassing.
It's embarrassing when I see stuff like that.
Where I'm like, guys, I honestly, as somebody who I hate, when guys get like pushed out of like creative fields because of their politics or whatever else. I think it's bullshit, there's been like a lot of writers and stuff like that. Like Orson Scott Card is a guy. He's like the guy who wrote Ender's Game. If you ever saw that, read that book or saw that movie. Yeah. Okay. So that guy's like, he's like a hardcore Christian or Christian. I don't remember, but he hates gay people and all this shit. And you're like, yeah, that sucks, but he's still a really good sci-fi writer.
How much that guy?
Like they're maybe a little more than the regular Christian amount, they're all degenerates and destroying society. And you go, yeah, well,
if on one end you got J.K. Rowling and the other end you got
right. You got
the other end you have H.P. Lovecraft.
Right.
Oh.
You guys want to meet my cat? No, H.P. Lovecraft. Guess what I named it? I don't want to guess.
We know H.P. We know what your cat's name is.
We know the name of your cat.
It is funny.
It starts with an N.
What did name the cat?
We said it on here.
He named it the same thing Wings of Redemption named his dog.
He named it exactly what you think it is.
Wings named his dog the same thing as
Mitty has a soundboard that he'll play when things get like awkward or quiet, and it's Wings going, "We had a dog named Ninja." It's just a clip from way back in the day on PKA, and he's just like mentioned that he named his dog the N-word at some point, or they named their dog. I doubt he named it. Granny named it or something. You know how it is.
You know how
I guess
it is.
It's just
when Vito said he named it exactly what you think, I'm like, I don't think so, because I'm thinking the N-word. Couldn't be that.
That's also what H.P. Lovecraft.
Did you look it up? And you went, oh, well.
Except I'm guessing that Wings had a soft A at the end of his pet's name, and H.P. Lovecraft, the hardest
he didn't even have a soft A when he said it on the show.
H.P. Lovecraft held the R for 3 seconds every time he said his cat's name. He was hitting it hard. No one
like
hit
a
it
pirate.
Hard. Yeah,
I remember Wings of Redemption was on this show. This is a long time ago. He was absolutely insisting that sand ninja was an acceptable term used everywhere.
I've heard it said in Congress to refer to the ongoing conflict. You definitely did not hear it said in Congress.
He just kept saying it. Like bam, bam, bam.
Don't you remember that Obama just wouldn't quit it with that? He was just
all these sand ninjas. We're gonna take care of
that. That was an upsetting time.
That's gonna be okay.
That was an upsetting time. What? Wings dog?
Have you guys so now I know you guys have a history with Wings, right? What do you think of his new podcasting life?
I don't know anything about it.
And Boogie,
he and Boogie,
and of course Tommy C, who's a good guy.
I hope it's going well. C. How can I see it?
Yeah, I don't know
his
who
channel.
It's Tommy C used to do a podcast with Keemstar, and then they had a famous falling out of some sort. But he's just a cool guy who lives in Germany.
I really don't keep up with Wings, and it may not appear that way, but I really never have. People would just kind of send me his stuff, and like when something crazy happened, like if he fell out of a chair or if he if something bad happened, you know, I'd get like, hey, did you see this? Did you see that? But I think somebody mentioned it, maybe Harley mentioned something about, because we were talking about Boogie. That's what it was. We were looking into what Boogie was up to, and we saw that because, you know, Boogie just had that whole scary documentary that he made about himself for some reason.
Yeah. Because he needs some
I feel like he's like crazy. It's like when Eminem comes out and he's like, I'm poor, I'm white trash, you fucked my girl. Like he made the documentary so somebody else couldn't or something.
Well,
like
he
that.
didn't make he says this other guy made it, but like I don't know. Boogie does this thing. It drives me nuts with the emotional manipulation where he goes, well, when this documentary comes out, everyone's going to see what a big piece of shit I am, and you're all going to hate me, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, Boogie, I know what you're doing. Because then everybody in the comments goes, no, Boogie, you're not a piece of shit. I love you. And then like the documentary comes out and he goes, well, now you can all see I'm a big fat loser and I'm the worst. Now my life's over. No, Boogie, we love you, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And just constantly fishing for fucking sympathy.
Dude, that was not happening in
shit.
Yeah, that was not happening in the comments of that documentary. When I watched it after it came out, I did not see a single comment that was voted up that had like poor Boogie. Every single one was like, I am taking glee in the failure of this fucking weirdo. like every single one was like, this guy had everything and he pissed it away because he's a fat tard. Like mean comment section, and it wasn't on Boogie's channel. And so like they're living there.
Well, I think right now the controversy is that Boogie has kind of portrayed it as I'm completely bankrupt and I'm completely fucked and blah, blah, blah. And then if you look at it, it's like, well, dude, you own that, or like, you know, you paid off like half that house. So you got like,
you have equity.
You have a lot of equity in that house right there. It's not like you have $0 in your bank account. He's basically acting like he's dirt poor. When I look at him, I'm like, you probably got more money. Yeah. To actual poor people who are actually struggling.
For sure. Yeah.
It's like
somebody who's got $300 at the end of the month, and it's like Christmas is coming up. I have $300, and then Boogie's sitting over there in a house that he's got $250,000 of equity, and he's still got money flowing in, and it's like,
and he's been like, oh, I got to sell off my magic card collection, which is worth, you know, $200,000, and you're like, okay, well, I mean, I guess it sucks to sell your shit, but a lot of people don't have $200,000 magic collection.
He's 400 pounds.
Oh,
so he has like 6 years to live.
Oh, let's not do that.
How much money does he need? Right, like his retirement
enough to leave his new 19-year-old girlfriend's fat and happy. She's playing that game. She's like, all right, I don't gotta stick around. I don't gotta fuck this guy that long.
Woody came in with some basic accounting.
Woody's like, all right, the normal span of a reverse mortgage is this.
yeah. I'm doing some retirement planning for him, and it's easy peasy. You've got 18 months to live.
This is all
how
mental
much is
math
in your wallet?
Yes. Yeah, you're right about the like LARPing as way poorer than he is. And also it's just, I don't know, maybe he was expecting some sympathy out of that, but I don't know how you could, when it's like he could have owned his house outright, no mortgage, no more payment, and still spent $35,000 on prostitutes and be in the position he's in now. He could have done that.
I want to have like a private conversation about these hoes, because I need to understand what it is, because like I like women too. Like, and I'm not above paying for sex, and so like, so like I'm kind of on the same wavelength. I'm kind of on the same wavelength here, right? It's like,
yeah.
But how do you spend that much? Like,
because he was buying him little stupid gifts and shit. It's like,
he's buying him purses.
You have the mindset of like, here's the money, give me the sex, see ya. And he's like, why don't I buy you some a car seat for your baby child there, and I'll get you a nice coat and whatever. I was like, Boogie, just let the whore go home. You don't need to take nothing
now. Let the whore go home. In the sugar world, you're paying for the gap between your sexual market value and hers, right? You know, like, so it's very expensive for him. Where like you, for example, there are probably sugar babies who would just like,
there's not an adjustable rate.
Take a room in your house.
There should be.
It's not how it works.
So I don't know about the sugar baby thing, because what I see there is like the hottest of girls who can play this crazy game where they've got like 8 guys on the hook and they're only fucking maybe 2 of them, and they might fuck a third someday, but like 2 of them know they're never getting fucked. They get to hold hands at dinner and shit. Like they're running a real game where they're pulling down $200,000-300,000 of like cash money gifts a year from these. They got ball players on the chain and shit. there's some upper echelon sugar babies like that for sure. There's some Instagram bitches that are working the NBA team rosters, right? But on the other hand, there's Boogie for a few $100s can get like sucked off and bubble bathed up and whatever the fuck he wants. Maybe if you throw $1,000, it's like all night. $3,000 and you get 2 of them and like
I think
they'll
he
pretend
wanted a
they're your
relationship
girlfriends.
with these girls.
They'll do that for like $1,000 a night though. Like I don't know how he gets that crazy. Like they'll like 24 hours. Like I just don't understand how he spent that much. And there's no way I'm buying a whore gift, like an actual prostitute that I'm going to buy her like purses and shit.
Yeah, man, I wish I had watched the documentary, but I heard, they would just like basically fall in love with them and be like buying them shit. It's like, bro, she's your waitress, basically. Okay, you don't have an actual Yeah, she refilled. She batted her eyes when she refilled your drink, but it doesn't mean you guys are like falling in love. Just tip her and move on. Don't tip her. Actually,
you ever know a guy? You never
give her a little
know a guy like that.
Just a tipper.
If you go to the strip club, that he's like, she really likes me, man. I'm telling you. Like,
yeah, and you egg that guy on because it's funny. You go, I know, you should give her another couple $100. Then she'll come home with you.
She said my eyes look like this and that. We went to the same blah blah blah. What are you doing?
That's awesome.
What are you
man.
doing right now?
No, you got to enable that guy.
Hey, my ATM will only give me 800 a day. Can you spot me 500? Like, what are you doing? Like,
and you go, 20% interest. And he goes, oh, thanks, dude. And you're like, yeah, don't worry.
So how much did Boogie say he spent? Was it $500,000?
He said 200,000, I think.
$250,000, I think I heard. Yeah, but anyway.
Over how much time though? Like
200 grand.
You know,
okay.
over.
I don't know, man. Years. No amount of time. Even if it was over 10 years, it's still too much to be spending on whores.
I don't know what we all spend on our ladies, but it gets deep, right? When you over time, you know, and you just
get a real doll and then, put a voice.
They make them in his size.
I think they're any size you want, right?
$37,000, Boogie. Here you go. We're having an airdrop.
There's this company in Korea that makes these sex dolls that look exactly like video game characters. And I'm like, man, I tried to get them to send me the Tifa sex doll to make.
Yeah, which company does that? That's gross.
I want that Sonic the Hedgehog.
What's their website?
Who is Tifa?
God. Tifa from Final Fantasy. They make a Tifa sex doll that looks exactly like fucking Tifa. It's insane.
And you want to fuck
Zach, show me.
I mean, obviously I want to fuck it, but I also wanted to make
doll.
Show us a picture so we can know if we want to fuck it.
I'm gonna find a picture.
I don't know what Tifa is, but I want to.
If you see a picture of a Tifa, you're gonna want a Tifa. This looks like it's
I wouldn't want to fuck Queen Latifah.
Here's a safe for work.
Back in the day, she was all right. She had her phases of thinness.
I don't know if this is. Let's see if this is a.
Oh, it's 15% off, guys! I gotta get one.
This looks like an artist rendering.
How much?
This looks like it's a
$1,700.
This is from like Resident Evil 6 or something. It's like a cutout from the game or something. Like, oh, this is the doll.
Yeah, it says free implanted hair, free premium outfits, free gel.
Don't scroll too far down.
Free
Don't
gel
scroll
butt
too far down that
soft
page,
butt.
I'll tell you.
Free standing feet. Free removable vagina.
That's better than a real girl.
Dude, free removable vagina. Normally, you got to pay extra for the removable vagina.
Yeah. Usually you have to fold the whole thing up and cram it in your dishwasher.
An Evo skeleton upgrade. Is that like rebar ribs or something?
Yeah, you want to pose that bitch.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it needs to be semi-rigid for posing.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how heavy it is.
But wouldn't it be better if Boogie just lived out his disgusting sex fantasies with a rubber woman instead of spending $200,000 on a nonsense?
Dude, he could have a baseball team of characters if he just would have done that instead. He could be he could be taking baths with all of his favorite cartoon friends.
Hey, you want Resident Evil? I found the actual company. Here, you can get Jill Valentine. Although I guess this is just the cop outfit for your regular Jill Valentine doll.
Yeah,
Jill Valentine. This one's only $420.
Yeah, but I think that's just for the outfit. I think you don't get the doll. I think they're saying if you want to
doll, the lamest sex toy.
The lamest one?
I think it's the most embarrassing sex toy. The sex
doll? Yeah.
I don't think it's the least embarrassing. It's like it's an actual woman that you're fucking. It's not a fake vagina in the shape of a flashlight.
The most embarrassing one as a guy would be like
in terms of spending money on it. But I'm saying,
I think I have a horse dildo. I'm much less embarrassed by it than I am that a full life sex doll.
When you're whinnying on all fours, you're not a little embarrassed.
wait.
She wears the saddle. It's fine by me.
You're like, God, babe, those spurs hurt. You're cutting me.
Giddy up. Yeah, I'm not embarrassed by that at all. I got a couple of those Bad Dragon toys. But
I would
get
think
a troll
butt
dick
stuff
or
is the
something.
most embarrassing.
What?
Butt stuff for boys? Like that would be the most embarrassing.
I mean,
if you had what, like a rubber butt that you fuck?
Well, they would have to infer that.
No, he means putting something in your butt.
If they see
like
butt plugs,
like anal.
there's like plausible deniability there because you see some butt plugs. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm sticking things in bitches' asses. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But if they see that sex doll, they know what you're doing with it.
Yeah, I get my girl to lick it. It's hot to me.
But you're saying like the most embarrassing for your friends to find out about? Is that what you're saying?
Sex doll's pussy. You know what I mean?
Your sex doll's pussy.
Well, I sit in the corner.
You want to see how fast a woman can run?
I want to be a virtual cuck.
Dude, the most embarrassing thing you can do is eat a sex doll's pussy. I think you're right.
Get your real girl to eat your sex doll's pussy.
Mm-hmm. That's the plausible deniability. I don't play with that thing. It's her.
Exactly.
That's disgusting. Yeah. That's just for her. And then I don't even kiss her afterward because she's got fucking silicone mouth, like latex flavored mouth. Don't like that. Yeah, I think you're right. That I don't know. Having a horse dildo with a little label maker on it that has your name on there and says this is my
mine's blue
horse dildo.
Mine's blue and it's got like some I don't know, like purple like stripes on it and shit. It's all silly.
How far can you get it in? Can you get past the
all
knot?
The fucking way? It's actually enormous. It's more for shits and giggles than anything. You pull that thing out of a drawer like, you ready?
Yeah, it certainly is for shits.
Everybody laughs.
Wasn't Bad Dragon making the dildos that lay little silicon eggs inside you? So you can squeeze an egg out into your ass.
We've gone to that site on the show a couple times, and every time they branch out and find whole new like it'll be like you ever imagine what a griffin's dick looked like? Here you go.
Dick's pussies too. You can.
I went to the
you can get a
Vegas Porn Awards and I interviewed some of those guys, and they're very passionate about what they do. The designers.
What else did you do at the Vegas pornography convention?
I did a bit where I told all these porn stars that the only way I could get my uncle's inheritance was to spread his ashes on their bodies, and that I had to spread them on his 5 most favorite porn stars' bodies.
Wow.
So I recorded a video of me walking around a porn convention asking porn stars if I could sprinkle my dead uncle's ashes on them in order to claim my inheritance from my porn-loving uncle. And they all agreed.
They all agreed.
Most of them agreed, so I'd sprinkle a little bit of ash on their titties and then walk away.
I appreciate that.
You get the inheritance?
I feel like ladies who do porn are very practical thinking women. They're like, really? You get the inheritance if you sprinkle it on me? Huh?
Yeah.
What's sterile? Yeah, go for it. I've had worse.
I've had worse. This is the least offensive body remnant I've ever had on me for money.
Yeah. I got shit on for $300 one time. Sprinkle away, dude. Like, they don't care.
How much ash did you bring? Because when you cremate someone, they give you way more ash than you think you're going to get.
It's a big box.
A big old box.
I had a little urn with a good amount of ash in there, yeah. I mean, I obviously didn't bring actual human remains, sadly.
Oh,
that might be wonderful a bit.
I was into getting my dog's ashes made into diamonds the other day because I got the dog's ashes, and it's ridiculously expensive. Turns out it's about the same as just buying diamonds.
That kind of makes sense. Also,
it makes total sense.
Is there any sort of like thing that says like, here's how much of the ashes actually get made into a diamond? Like, how would you even know?
Yeah, like none.
Like, what? Well, I mean, you send them the ashes and they compress them, supposedly,
and then they laugh and high five at
and they laugh and they send you like
send you a little Cuban zirconia.
Well, you just gotta trust. I mean, how do I know the mortuary actually sent me like Nana's ashes, right? Like I gave them my grandmother and they gave me back the biggest Chinese takeout box you've ever seen. I don't know what happened in between.
That's true. The only thing that identifies it is the name on the box that gets shipped to your house.
We buried the box.
It's weird having remains shipped to your house and you're like, oh, what's this? Oh, it's not my spindrift.
Mm-mm.
It's mom.
Have you seen the video? Have you seen the video?
They handed them to me. That's dark. They handed them to me at the funeral, like after the funeral, under like where the hearse was parked. I still remember very well. I was like, but they had the person that handed them to me was holding them in one hand, and I was like, God damn it, give it to me. What are you doing? Put your hand under my grandmother, please.
Yeah, you're spinning it in the air like a Nerf football. It's whistling. Like
the Harlem Globetrotter over there.
Have you seen that they can now, instead of taxidermy, they can like freeze dry your pet, and it just looks creepy. Like it looks like it's there, man.
Forever pet, huh?
Yeah.
Wait,
like,
yeah, how's that?
Dude, here, I got a video. I don't know if that's what you want to see, but they just take all the organs out. I don't know what they replace them with.
It's gonna be dark as
shit. Like sawdust.
Oh, this is fucked up.
This is. I hate this.
Oh my god. So for those of you at home, what they do when your animal dies, I don't care what process, but they've used some sort of black magic to basically preserve it almost perfectly, like 90%, 95%, depending on the animal. And it like that thing. Oh my god, that would hurt my feelings. I would cry every time I saw that. I would.
Yeah,
this
would absolutely make me cry if my poor little dog. I'm just being awash with memories and sadness every time I walk in the room.
Oh, they did a rabbit.
You just put it in like a little pet bed, and it's just there. Oh my god,
I hate that. I hate this so much,
dude. The people in the comments like it. This got 189 ups. This is beautiful. If I were ever to do this with my cat, I'd probably have to keep her in some glass box with a pillow under her, protected.
How long has this lady been dead?
I wouldn't mind seeing them every day. There's nothing wrong with preserving life.
She looks so lifelike. Look at her.
Jeez.
I want to know they gotta put something in the cavity though, right? It can't.
They stuff them full of like foam and stuff like that.
But they got.
Is there one person in the comments who's speaking truth to power here? I need to find it. Like this is absurd.
They have like an outline of a dog that they stretch. All right, I don't know what they're doing, but in taxidermy, they've got like the outline of an animal that they re-stretch the skin over, and then. You know what I mean?
So it's not even really your actual shape of your cat.
Yeah, you don't get the bones and the innards or anything. They're just like, you killed a fox, huh? They take all the skin off and they stretch it over the fox like platform thing.
You get some reasonable people down here.
I've had a bunch of deer done.
I would feel uneasy to stare at my lifeless pet like that. I wish I had known about this.
No, I miss my little friends tremendously, and I miss ex-girlfriend's dogs more than the ex-girlfriend. You know that? Like I've got two different ex-girlfriends that I got really close with their animals, and I'll think about the animals and I'll get much more like feelings of, man, I miss that than I ever do thinking about the girls. You know, you think about an old ex-girlfriend, you're like, they were good times. Kind of miss when we'd sit and watch fucking cartoons before she went to school. You know, that was a nice day. 2020.
2020. I dropped her off at school. I had to give a corrective, finger wag to her teacher for not giving her a good A. Miss Jones,
let her out at recess.
Miss Jones, 23 years old, old hag.
She spends her recess in my car, whether you like it or not.
And you can't stop me. What do you pull up to like
elders.
You pull up to like an elementary school in a sports car wearing sunglasses, like, get in, babe. They're like, God, that guy's a fucking ghoul. That's Kyle. Everyone hates him. He's always trolling around the elementary schools in sunglasses. He's got a whole backseat full of fucking Pokemon cards.
Oh.
But yeah, I hate that. I think I hate the freeze-dried pet more than I could hate anything on this Bad Dragon site.
Yeah.
Scraps. I'm gonna freeze
stuff's
dry
fun. But yeah, when I think back to ex-girlfriend's dogs, I'm like, oh, there was never a bad moment with you, little buddy. You were always good.
Love dogs.
You never gave me any bullshit.
You ever have a friend who like
wanted to watch? Didn't you?
Friend, yeah, I was gonna say I have some friends. The friend was okay, but I way more enjoyed their cat. I would just go over to the house and play with that cat.
Yeah. I've never gotten that close to a cat.
I'm like, that guy was kind of an asshole, but his cat was fun.
I just pretended he said dog, so I could agree.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, but I knew this dude who had a cat. The cat could like fetch bottle caps. It was crazy. You would drink a beer, you would pull the bottle cap off,
I appreciate
toss it across the room. I was like, I never knew a cat could fucking play fetch. This is awesome.
I can
That is pretty
appreciate that.
cool.
Now I have been, so I'm getting a dog soon.
Yeah.
One of our dogs died recently. It was like 16 years old. Had to put it down. Very traumatic. Did it in the house. Like had the
the gun.
vet come.
Grab the piano wire and just let it down.
Then,
I love you, buddy. I love you.
Oh,
like a buckshot in your kitchen.
oh.
And it's just
Very soft.
Oh, don't you hate it?
the oblong flight.
No, they came in and like put it down in the living room. Vet did. It was super sad. So it's time for a new dog or cat. Now I've narrowed it down to like mini schnauzer. I think that's what I'm getting.
You sent
like
one of the pictures you sent? One of those guys? They were cute.
I don't know. I've sent a lot of dogs. I'll send you the newest lineup. But I'm thinking mini schnauzer. But I've also looked at those Maine Coon cats, which are just really big, beautiful cats that go for like $700 to $3,000. Like this is a big boy cat, and they do have those dog-like personalities. Some of them do that are more out. You can like walk them on a leash. They'll play fetch and stuff, and they're fucking big, like 25, 30 pounds or something. Like it's a big ass cat, and they're pretty. When you look at the pictures of them, they have like lynx ears. Some of them do. They're like real tall and like really interesting facial markings.
Don't throw that in the mix with the pups. Keep it, keep it a dog home. All the dogs will get along better. Like it'll just gel better.
Probably so. It's that's like 5% chance that I get the fancy cat, but
good.
I think, but I think the mini schnauzer is the way to go. Those things are fucking.
What kind of cat is it you're looking at?
A Maine Coon.
Maine Coon.
Like the state. Yeah.
Oh man, if you want to be pulling fur off your clothes every day, get the Maine Coon.
No,
shed like a MFer, dude.
Yeah, my husky shed's super bad. It's really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, so that'd just be like the cat version of a husky as far as shedding, right? Just a shit ton. Nothing's probably as bad as a husky as far as shedding.
I don't know. There's lots of stupid purchases you can make. But I remember if you bought like one of those real exotic cats, a lynx cat, that would be a nightmare. Something that like wants to spray that foul piss everywhere.
Do lynxes spray like crazy?
Anthony Cumia had one of those, like one of those giant lynx cats, and it's like just get a dog.
It's an interesting balance, like how hybrid you want it to be, right? Like the more lynx it is, the cooler it is, but the worse a pet it is. The more house cats you have, like if it's 1/8 lynx, it's still a little cool, but it's a way better pet. So dealer's choice, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you the dog. I was just saying I'm almost certainly going to get this miniature schnauzer. But also in the running, and I swear to God, I would get it if it weren't in Idaho. If you go to puppies.com, Zach, and look for an Irish doodle, it's half Irish wolfhound and half poodle. Irish wolfhounds are gargantuan. They're like 150-pound, super tall dogs. Like they're taller than Great Danes, but leaner, I think. And they have a ridiculous sort of like shaped snout and like body type to them. I think they're beautiful. But they crossbred one with a poodle, and there's a bunch of them for sale in Idaho. There's a whole litter, and they're even kind of like not as expensive as some of the more pricey designer dogs. A lot of them dogs are $3,500. I'm sorry, I ain't buying a $3,500 dog.
It's too much. You better have some kind of skills.
I really like the idea of getting a dog and then getting your dog a dog, right? So like this is my Rottweiler, and this is his dog, this miniature pincher, and it looks just like him, but it's small.
Yeah,
it's his dog.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dingo there. Look at Dingo there. He's my favorite.
Oh, Dingo's a cutie.
It's a good looking dog.
Dingo's gonna be fucking
Wolfadoodle. See, why do they gotta give it a stupid name?
Well, they gotta put doodle on there.
Yeah. So who invented the doodle? Why did you name a dog? Because it's a doodle.
Anything mixed with a poodle.
Anything mixed with a poodle is a doodle.
So here's the deal.
You throw a doodle on.
They started mixing poodles with everything because their hair is hypoallergenic. They don't shed. So you take a, I don't know, yellow lab, a Doberman Pinscher, whatever, and you make a Doberdoodle, and suddenly you've got a dog that doesn't shed, doesn't make you sneeze, and
I have a Bernese Mountain Dog Doodle. It's called a Bernie Doodle, and he's this big, goofy, sweet thing that's got curly Q fur that like doesn't shed or make people itchy. It's awesome. He's the coolest dog I've ever had. So I really lean toward a doodle mix of any kind. And I really like digging deep on the internet for exotic doodles. I like to see anything that they've let a poodle.
Whenever I put in exotic doodles, I get something else back.
I like that Kyle has a favorite dog. I guess I do too. I just don't like to admit it. But I picture Kyle the dad being like, I got this one boy. He's got blonde hair, good grades. Best kid ever. Best kid I have.
I got this other kid, little
I got this
brown
other
hair
kid in
piece of
detention
shit.
2 days a week. I fucking hate that
He
kid.
fucking sheds.
I'm honest with
I got
the
this
dogs.
one half Asian kid. He's smart as fuck. You would not
Yeah.
believe.
Very low body
Math
odor on that
tests
kid.
this kid. Yeah.
I told you, high percentage of Japanese men do not get body odor. They would use those for the submarine crews.
Interesting.
That
Yeah,
makes
they had
sense.
like a.
How did they
They
make
had
that
that-
determination? Do you go in there and the doctor?
Funny you should ask.
That armpit?
They had
Well,
They
it's,
had to
that's
get
the
a
reason
guy-
the Greek Navy folded. Is
they had
couldn't-
a guy whose job it was to sniff them, who didn't have the genetic thing that makes Japanese men not have body odor. They're like,
Right, so he could
this guy's a
detect.
stinker, so he can smell another stinker. So they'd have him go around, smell everybody, and be like, aha, this you don't make the cut. Get out of here, stinker.
You
You're not a
cannot go
Sumerian."
on submarine.
It takes one to know one in BO.
Takes one to know
Yeah.
one.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's like
Or
you can't
something
smell
like
your
that.
own shit, you know, but you can.
I
smell it.
disagree. I
you
can
can't
absolutely
smell
my
your
own.
own shit.
But
Dude,
it's
you
not as
walking
bad.
around, it's all
There
over
is
you.
I'm
something
saying,
wrong
like,
with your
the
nose.
smell of your own shit is not nearly as bad as the smell of someone else's shit.
I got
right?
a bathroom there right now. I
That's-
will not go.
All
in.
right.
That's true. If I had to sit in a room with shit on the floor, I'd rather
You would
it be
rather it was your
mine
own shit.
Oh,
than
Yeah.
someone else.
I saw a police video the other day, and this guy's handcuffed inside the police station to like a bench or a chair or a door or something like that. He's restrained for the room. He can't go far, but he's got a little chain on this handcuff, like maybe 18 inches. And he's getting rowdy. He's yelling at them. They're going back and forth. He doesn't want to like do what they want him to do. He's definitely not giving them his name and number. And he stands up, sticks his right hand down the back of his pants. And you're like, wait a minute, what's he doing? And he produces a fistful of shit.
Oh no!
And he throws it like a fucking all-star pitcher, and it hits the wall next to the cop and goes "Plah!" and splats and sticks to the wall, and everybody runs.
yeah, you gotta
Because he's
run.
going back for more.
That was the first volley. That was like a distance finding shot.
Warning shot.
now he's
The
locked in.
Order's finding its target.
Exactly. Yeah, well, that's disgusting. You
I would have quit my job right fucking there. Like you see it sometimes with like convenience store workers or whatever. Some asshole come and do a prank where they just spill a bunch of stuff, and they're like, "Fuck it, this is my last day of work. I'm going home. I'm not dealing with what the mess you've made." That's the day I would quit the sheriff's department if somebody threw a fistful of shit at me and hit me with it. Like you got to leave.
yeah.
I'm done.
You get a poo cocktail supreme.
Like Ice Poseidon's
To the
not
face.
even fighting for our freedoms out there, and he took a poo cocktail.
yeah.
Mm.
Steve-O took, I think that's the name of the Jackass bit, Poo Cocktail Supreme, where they
He got
lock him
paid,
in
though.
they lock him in the porta potty and then launch him up in the air with all the dog shit in there.
He
That's
signed off and
Jesus
agreed to that.
Christ.
That's I don't feel sorry for him one bit. You know what his next bit is?
what?
Breast
What's-
implants.
He's
Steve-O's he's getting some big titties.
No.
I don't know if I like that.
Yeah.
Wait, is that for real?
Yeah, he said it was. I don't know if you take Steve-O at his word. I can't imagine him lying because he hasn't. He's so crazy. I
Yeah.
saw him letting UFC fighters try to give him cauliflower ear by putting his ear.
Oh, I
like,
saw that.
they put like a metal plate
Oh,
behind
fuck.
his ear
Fuck.
and had them like smashing it, like blacksmithing his
Oh.
ears, and he's screaming in agony and stuff.
He
So
went
he's-
too hard with it. Like he let them go too hard, and he almost like lost part of his ear. Like it wasn't
Yeah.
like a smashed cauliflower ear. It was like, oh, there's just a shred of like ear and cartilage hanging.
Oh,
Yeah, His pain
Like-
tolerance is absurd.
Your ear, it's disfigured.
He's just throwing up from the pain. For a guy who's done that much stuff, he has no throw up tolerance.
I mean, I don't-
Whoa.
He throws
Well, I
up
wonder
at
how big a
everything.
breast implant he can get, right? Because you can't stretch that skin too much.
I
I don't know if
Stretchy.
this is true because first of all, like you said, he says he's going to get a boob job. And then he said he was going to have a penis tattooed on his face, hoping it will like people won't notice his face is aging because of the penis tattooed on it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that idea, Steve.
Yeah. He says it hopes it'll detract from his aging face. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work out.
I hope he gets the tits. I think that'd be interesting to see. We've often talked about it. We talked to Finster about. I don't know why Finster just don't go ahead and get the tits. Like, go ahead and do it, dude. Like what are you holding back for? But for some like a masculine cis presenting man, the tits are still kind of funny. Like I don't think it messes you up. Now, I think it's pretty awesome. Like if you're like a bro dude. You're like if you're at the bar every night or like you're there with your boys and like every time you score a touchdown, they like give you a honk or something, or it's like quick squeeze Mike's tits for luck. We're about to kick a 60-yard field goal. Like if that would be hilarious. Like I'm sure there was that guy who did it on because someone made a bet.
Yeah, he made like $100,000 bet and they just kept his tits.
He loved it. He decided I like having tits.
He's the reason I don't like it. He's because Kyle knows about this guy. He made $100,000 bet that he would get a boob job and keep it for a year. All right, boom. And then he kept it for years and years and years. And to me, he just came off like a clown and a hanger-on to more successful people. You are not part of our crew, Mr. Getting the boob job for $100,000. You are a toy I fuck with. I pull the wings off of insects, and that's what you are. I just ruined you, made you a fucking weirdo clown for $100,000 because it's entertaining for me. You are so far beneath this guy that you think
40K
you're
shit.
His friend. I didn't like it,
dude. If you like kidnapped someone and like drugged them and gave them breast implants, that would be like a big own. It'd be like, I got you. Now you're my bitch. And you're like, no.
I'm not going to get drunk around Taylor.
You knock me out and you drag me away and I wake up with big juicy D's. Ah, no. I have to go to the doctor. I can't even leave the house. And then you're like, yeah, now you just have to be my big titted bitch. See? That's embarrassing.
I did not know about this guy.
I wouldn't want that desperately.
No one kidnap me and give me breast implants. No one do it.
Please don't.
It's really scary for me because it's kind of possible. You know, I keep $8,000 in my shoes, so they just have to get me and then take me to the doctor. And
when you get me, don't open my bedside table and pull out a list of reputable surgeons that I trust to perform the procedure. Yeah, you wouldn't want that. But you know what you would want? Is PharoahDistro.com and Lock and Load. So we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful, wonderful sponsors real quick.
I love these guys.
Oh, they're great. Attention,
They're
PKA
great.
fans. PharoahDistro.com is doing an exclusive giveaway for listeners and viewers of the podcast. Over the next month, your first $50 spent on PharoahDistro.com will get you 5 entries to win a DabX Go. The creme de la creme of dab rigs. Not only that, but every $10 spent past the initial 50 gains you an additional entry. This giveaway will run from November 30th, 2023, episode 676, to January 2nd, 2024. The winner will be announced episode 681 on January 4th of 24. We wouldn't want you to miss out on this incredible offer. Whether you're a connoisseur of smoking flower or a dab enthusiast, we have something special for you. Indulge in our brand new Pharaoh Exotics THCA buds, our strongest flower yet. I got a new shipment of that today. It is strong as shit. For the dab aficionados, savor our THCA diamond sauce and don't miss our mouth-watering selection of high-quality, high-milligram edibles. But that's not all. If you're on a quest for holistic wellness, explore our range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. Use code PKA20 for 20% off your entire order. Our THCA double doinks have been flying off the shelves. Get those while supplies last using code PKA20 for 20% off your entire order. At PharoahDistro.com, we provide quality gifts even Santa couldn't deliver. Enter to get your chance at winning a DabX today. When you sign up with PharoahDistro.com, be sure to use an email that you actually use so you'll be aware if you win. Again, every $50 you get entered in to win that, and every $10 after that 50 you get an additional entry. PharoahDistro.com. Just enter your email when you're checking out there. And we've said it before. We keep saying it again. PKA 20% off, PharoahDistro.com. But the THCA, If you're looking for the absolute strongest of the stuff they offer as far as smokables, get the THCA flower or these double doinks. Kyle's been ripping these double doinks THCA every time we've been playing code names, and he's markedly worse at the game after he smokes one. So I enjoy him smoking some double doinks. Yeah, because Kyle's got a hell of a tolerance, and like smoking one of these is fucking him up. So check out the double doinks. Can't recommend those high enough. The THCA is strong as shit. If you're looking for something a little more mellow than the THCA, there's Delta 8, and in the middle there is HHC. So check those out. And again, with the edibles, they're very strong and accurately dosed. If you're used to 100 milligrams of gas station stuff, please don't start with 100 milligrams of the Pharoah Distro stuff. Pick a smaller dose. You know, you're used to 100 of gas station stuff. It's probably not adequately dosed. Start with 50. See where you are there. You can always take more, but you don't want to be absolutely cooked on the moon when you take too much, because it's more strongly dosed than you would guess. It's because you get used to these lower dose gas station quality bullshit ones.
This is the real stuff, folks.
It's the real deal.
Get the real deal.
Get the real deal. Get the THCA flower, grind that up, put it in a bong or a joint or smoke it, however you want to. Get fucked up. PharoahDistro.com, linked below. PKA 20% off. PKA 20% off. And remember to enter your email so that you get entered to win a Dab X, which is the highest quality dab rig out there, in my opinion. I have always been turned off of dabs because it's a big fucking annoying ordeal to have to get a torch. And when you bring a torch out, it suddenly makes it feel like, oh, I'm doing like real drugs now. Like this is like, now I have a fucking torch accessory with my weed. That's a little too intense. With this, it's about that big, takes up the same footprint as a can of soda, and click the button and it electrically with the battery heats up, nice big hits. And it'll get you high as fuck. So check it out, PKA 20, PharoahDistro.com, and get entered in that contest. This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm. Hopefully we can get more porn people. Hey, you know those the porn people from earlier. Maybe we can.
Well, I've been taking the Lock and Load, and the other day I shot so hard it went through my door. The neighbors called the cops. That's how powerful this stuff is.
It did. They thought they reported to a call about gang activity.
A home intruder had busted out their window.
But it was me. It was me, locked and loaded, blowing through my neighbor's apartment window. So check it out. And that's code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off Lock and Load. It's also one of the best, funniest gifts for a gag or a stocking stuffer. It does work. Like, you're gonna fucking come more, or whatever. If you buy this for your dad as a joke, your dad's gonna be busting more. So just know that. Check it out. Last time we ran out of stock a few weeks, maybe a month before Christmas, because a lot of people are buying it for that reason. So get in, code PKA, code Jizz, get your Lock and Load. And it doesn't stop there, you fucking idiots. Protein powder, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements. Any and everything that you want efficaciously dosed in the fitness realm is provided to you by expert Derek and GorillaMind.com. So 10% off PKA or Jizz at checkout. And that's it.
Boom. All right. So I'm feeling real good about all my bets for Trump winning the presidency. I feel like I'm ready to push the action a little harder. I think I can call his VP candidate with a great deal of certainty. I feel
behind
almost
on the polls
sure.
now.
Oh, okie dokie. It's a year out, remember?
That's true. The polls were relevant last week when he was ahead. Now that he's behind, shush. Pish posh.
Pish posh. That's for the birds.
I said Trump was going to win when he was way behind in the polls. Polls mean nothing to me. I know Trump's going to win.
So who's getting the VP? Tell us.
Oh, Nikki Haley, 100%.
Nikki Haley.
100% Nikki Haley. Yeah, he's going to get himself a brown lady who's pretty, stand next to him up there. It's going to be a good look. He's going to have an anti-Kamala.
It's got to be a lady.
Move.
I think that's a good move.
And I got a brown lady that can talk. What do you got? That doe-eyed goofball over there? Get out of here. She's only like an H black or something.
Shameful.
What was I going to say?
Nikki's all Indian.
He needs someone he can
she
control.
got backed by the Koch brothers. Am I pronouncing
Koch brother?
Koch?
Yeah, one of them died, but
I didn't do that on purpose.
The Koch brothers are a different group of brothers.
I've
met them, and I don't like them.
They also endorse her. She's
my information.
They also endorse her, but for very different reasons.
That's me and Taylor. We're
the Koch brothers.
We're the Koch brothers. We like it too. All right, Koch brothers, get out of here.
It's brothers.
Our flag is two crossed penises.
But yeah, so now she has limitless funding? ? And it's still an interesting race. Undeniably, Trump is killing it right now. He's just running away with the Republican nomination. And
everybody's a goof. Everybody else up there just keeps stumbling over themselves.
I like them. I like a few of them. I like the little guy that reminds me of Aziz Ansari. It's like, I'd love to. I would vote for Aziz if I had a vote.
DeSantis couldn't have got better fake shoes.
Yeah, DeSantis really couldn't. We've gone in on him for his shoes many times. He looks like a fucking loser. He's not going anywhere.
No, he'd make a good sheriff, maybe.
No, he wouldn't even make a good sheriff. Everybody would mock him, and they'd be like, "Look at, there's no toes in his boots," and he'd be like,
"What would he be good at? Comptroller,
governor of fucking Florida. He's nailing that. Like, leave him down there, let him do his job."
Yeah,
but he can't run again.
Can you?
Unfortunate.
You can only run twice in a row. And I don't know if it's twice lifetime or twice in a row, but it's one of those.
I heard that as well. So he needs a new career. I'm thinking in the Trump cabinet. Obviously,
I'm thinking
energy department, something we don't care about. Something, you know.
It's funny. So DeSantis doesn't go at Trump very much, but Trump goes at DeSantis hard.
Well, DeSantis tried to go at Trump, but then he realized what everybody else realizes, which is I'm not as good at this as Trump is. Okay, so if you go at Trump, Trump's just like, "Oh, cool, I'm gonna like make up names for you and make fun of how
You're 100% right.
are.
Trump's charm doesn't sink in like in my brain anyway. You know, when he calls him Ron DeSanctimonious, I'm like, that is not a good insult. But he just sticks with it forever, and I guess it works.
That's true. That's the worst.
He made fun of his heels recently. That's
the worst one that he's ever come up with.
He's like, "You see him walk? You see him walking on his tippy toes?"
Yeah. I wish I could be Chief Nick's nickname Czar for Trump.
You'd be better than Trump.
Somebody, wait. Does Trump?
I just want to write zingers. I just want to write zingers for Trump. I want to
run to shit.
Sanctimonious. I don't know what's more full of shit. Those fake boots or his policies. Like you could just constantly nail him. Like you could tear him apart if you just don't
Crooked
care.
Hillary.
About
all the nicknames are great.
Like 1 second into a debate with Trump, like if DeSantis is even up there, he's gonna be like, "Ron, that mic, it's a little high up. It's a little high up. Can you lower that down a bit? Lower it." And then like he'd just be saying this before it even started. He'd be like, "And everyone knows what I'm talking about, don't we, folks? Little guy. People walk in, they say, 'What a little guy.'"
Why don't you walk a mile in my shoes? You're walking a mile in yours.
Don't worry, they're your size. We're both. Or no, what's your size? What's your shoes? Like he would just toy and play with DeSantis, and DeSantis has the charisma of a wet paper bag. And so he'd get owned. He sucks.
He would.
Trump is a stand-up comedian. You okay? Like you can't heckle a stand-up comedian. He'll just own you. And that's what all these politicians don't understand is they're like, well, why don't I like try a little thing? And it's like, no, you're not clever or funny. He's been on like network television for a reason.
Yeah.
They didn't give him that show just because he was rich. They gave him that show because like, oh man, this guy knows how quips and little lines. Why is he doing zingers.
He knows how to be funny.
He's not doing the debates because the problem is like at a certain if he gets up against somebody who's like, okay, but can we talk about like politics and like serious stuff? He's like, nah, I just want to have fun up here. You know?
Can I say why I think it's a good idea for him not to do debates because he has everything to lose and nothing to gain. And when you've got him, the less of him you see, the better. Like if he's up, the longer he's up there, the better the chance he makes some sort of foible or mistake. He messes something up. But
makes them look like peers when they're all on the same stage.
Well, that's I was going to say.
Yeah,
the psychology is kind of like I'm the king of the castle. I've already won. This is a waste of my time.
Exactly.
It's like you should come on the debate stage with us, and it's like, why? I'm the nominee.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't decided if you're the nominee yet. No, I am. You guys are just playing dress up. Like he's
playing for VP.
Fucking. Yeah,
I think they're playing for VP.
It's a huge power move to be like, there's no reason because I'm the nominee. Fuck you.
Yeah,
I love it.
And I think it would be a very strong move for him to select a VP super early. Like the earlier, the better. I like the idea. Right now, it's Biden or Trump, but you could make it very quickly Biden and Harris. Biden, Harris, Trump, Haley. I don't know. For some reason, he should be telling everybody, "Hey, watch the debates because that's how I'm going to pick my VP." He should say, "Are you guys going to watch the VP debates tonight?"
That'd be sick. Yeah.
Everybody tune in and let me know which one's going to be my VP. Let me know. Maybe none of them. Maybe they all suck.
Man, I wish he'd come back to Twitter.
What if he hosted the debates? That would be funny.
That would be great.
There was a brief moment when I thought the Republicans were crazy enough to make him the Speaker of the House. And that would have been such a weird weird thing to happen.
Dude, that would have been terrible for Trump. That's such a step down in public perception.
You see, Trump has his charms, but they would not work in that job.
Yeah,
he would just take L after L after L, trying to herd cats.
And there's not that level of attention on it. And he is,
it would be if he was Speaker of the House, there'd be a ton of attention, and it would all be negative on his inability to get that very slim majority.
No one goes president down to Speaker of the House. Like it would,
but he would be filling in temporarily. He'd be like, he offered. He was like, if my country calls upon me in its hour of need, I will step.
He didn't really offer. He wouldn't have done it. Like that's a bad move if you're running for president, to take an office way below it. Like that,
especially an office where you're right, where you're a guy known for making deals, and it's like the most impossible place to make deals, and 99% of them will fail.
Yeah.
So it'd just be constant news articles like, oh, I guess Trump can't really make deals because he couldn't get these two guys. It's like no one could have got those two guys.
Yes, I think Vito's right.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
It'll be when do they
constantly been savaging him? And
when does it actually kick off? Like
it's like a month away, before? Right? The first vote.
Yeah.
Is it less?
Is it Iowa? Where do they go first? New Hampshire, Iowa.
Iowa's usually the first one, right?
The caucus.
The caucus of Iowa. I wonder why Iowa gets to go first. Was that like a dice roll many years ago, and they just are like, we're in first, but you can't take that away from us. We're first.
January 15th, so it's more like 6 weeks.
Okay.
I think I still got some money in my predicted account. You guys ever do that thing?
No, I've never used that. Kyle, you need to get on that and predict it, because you've had some good predictions sports wise, and who knows that could.
I've picked some champs preseason, and it's not like I'm just throwing a dart at a board. I'm picking a good team, but still,
you
called the Avalanche a couple of years ago.
I did.
Vito, I'm super bad.
With my
I went big. I was like, there's no way Andrew Yang is not the New York City mayor. I put like $500 on Yang. I'm like, he's Asian. He loves math. This is what New Yorkers want.
Hey, give me someone who loves math.
There was a black guy. You should have bet on the black guy. Obvious in hindsight.
Why wouldn't you bet on the black guy over the Asian guy? There's way more black people than Asians in New York.
Did you guys hear George Santos rat everyone out?
No.
I heard he intended to.
Is he the gay guy?
Yeah.
He's gay. He was married, so he's got to be bi-ish or something. I don't know. He's whatever you tell him you want to be. Oh, he pretends to be Jewish. He pretends to be gay. He pretends
politician,
to be rich.
Yeah.
Native American.
To be a world-class volleyball player for reasons.
I think he might be a Jewish. Whatever.
He's not Jewish, but he said he was Jew-ish, like similar to a Jew.
Yeah, he's like, but I'm also
pretending to be.
I'm
Jewish.
in the style of a Jew. I can't believe it's not Jew.
How far did he go?
So he was on this podcast or radio show or something, and they're expelling him from Congress for his financial frauds and such. And he's like, I care what they think. These guys, they're all like drunk, fucking lobbyists at night. They can't show up the next day to vote because they're so hungover. It's like, I don't care what they think. They act like I got the morality problems. They got the morality problems. I should look up the quote, but I'm pretty close.
He's got to name names though.
Who was that young?
It's not fun until they name
who was
names.
Like that young right-wing paralyzed politics guy from a couple years ago?
His name is Madison Crawford.
Yeah,
he voted out.
Didn't he come out and he was like, "There's all these people are doing coke and acting like freaks at sexual parties, and it's disgusting. Cocaine-fueled orgies." And then like immediately didn't stuff come out like photos of Madison Cawthon at a cocaine-fueled orgy arise, and everyone was like, "Ha, he was there too." And it's like, but he was telling the truth. They are having cocaine-fueled orgies. And then they released his fucking malfeasances when he started talking about their eyes wide shut parties.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it was. That's why they killed Kubrick.
Wait, let me have the floor for a second. There's some of his quotes. Within the ranks of the U.S. Congress, there's felons galore. There's people with all sorts of shisty backgrounds. I have colleagues who are more worried about getting drunk every night with the next lobbyist they're going to screw and pretend like none of us know what's going on to sell off the American people. He added that some do not show up to vote because they're too hungover, and whatever the reason is, or not show up to vote at all and just give out their card like fucking candy for someone else to vote for them. I don't know. Does he mean a proxy vote or like voters voting? I'm not sure. This shit happens every single week. Where are the ethics investigations? So yeah, he basically tattled on the other people for fucking lobbyists and voting the way they want them to.
I mean, I believe him. Like they're definitely fucking lobbyists and corrupt as shit. Like that's not even news. Like,
yeah. And the insider trading, I think, is a big thing too.
That's why all these in there.
That's so fucking crazy that everyone's just like, this is fine. A bunch like every one of these people is
Trump will root out corruption and drain the swamp.
No, Trump will fit right in. You're saying there's cocaine.
These parties are fucking gay. I've been to better parties than this on like Wednesdays, guys. Like that's
the dig.
This is a Wednesday afternoon party.
This is like a Wednesday party and it's Friday. You guys are lame.
He's like, he brings out like a coke testing kit. That would be, yeah, like that would be nice if Trump got in again and then he started wearing a GoPro to the coke orgies, showing us what was really happening behind the scenes. He shows us like what politicians are just terrible at fucking and which ones are good at it, and then that changes the votes. You see Lindsey Graham getting, deep dicked by a fucking bad dragon strapped to the, head lobbyist of the energy corporations.
I'll show you why they call me Lindsey Graham.
It's because I'm just a straight 65-year-old unmarried Southern man is what I am. I'm as heterosexual as they come.
All right.
Eligible bachelor down here. You'd leave Lindsey Graham alone.
He's just a straight man. Lots of conservative Republican straight men get to age 68 with no families and and very dubious weekend activities. Dude, that guy's gay. Is there a predicted line on that? Because at my house that Lindsey Graham is gay and that he's going to
go to the bathhouse because those sauna, it's so calming in there.
It's
all your friends all are there and you run around and put on our little towels.
My blood pumping.
All right, Lindsay. What kind of name is Lindsay for
yeah, Lindsay.
When your parents named you Lindsay, that was for a reason.
Just be gay, Lindsay. It's okay. Just be gay. Just come out and be loud and proud gay. This is Lindsey Graham hiding it as best he can. He'd be leading the parade if he was a Democrat. He'd be at the very front with tassels on his nipples, skipping.
Jesus Christ.
That's what Lindsey Graham would be doing.
Poor Lindsey Graham.
Oh, you don't have to feel sorry for me, sweetheart. That's what he would say if you said that to him. You don't like that?
Dude, do you remember?
He'd say, you're one of my constituents.
You guys are too young for this one. 2007, the Larry Craig scandal.
What'd he do?
He was a Republican senator from Idaho. And I guess he would go to these bathrooms and get fucked or sucked off or whatever. So his move was like, while he was sitting on the toilet, is he'd slide his foot into your what is it called? Stall. I couldn't get stand out of my head. He would slide his foot into your stall and like tap it or just touch your foot.
Playing footsie.
To see it. Yeah. And so they like got him on it. They're like, dude, you're having gay sex in these things. You hit on me. You hit on me. I don't want to fuck you. And he's like, no, I'm not hitting on you. I go poo with a wide stance. That's how I do it.
I remember the wide stance. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember him being like, no, dude, I just got to go wide, And it's like, dude, nobody goes wide and then taps your foot like 20 times and starts like pushing your cock through the wall. Yeah.
Was there any was it like The Sopranos where at first they thought it was okay and then they found out that he was the one sucking the dicks? On the other side, they're like, all right, but why are all the knees of your pants so
Why'd
warm?
you cut that hole in there? That's just for ventilation, man. It gets stinky in that stall. Okay. And then my penis was smelling so bad that I thought I would push it through there and try to get the stink off it in the other room.
It's a defensive hole, like a bunker in case there's a shooter, by the way, to put my gun through it.
Exactly. I was trying to save lives.
That he says, I'm just a wide guy. Zach, please show this guy's picture. That he didn't fit in a single stall.
I'm just imagining him like really wide, just tap, 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 tap. Like I really hope that he wasn't innocent because that's
a wide guy right there. That's a guy. Look, I could get away with that excuse. This man is not wide enough.
No, this is a guy he hasn't had his session today and he's just thinking about it.
I can't wait to go to the public bathroom and tap feet with men until one of them turns out to be homosexual and
Did they like set up a sting and like capture him, or how did they get this fiend?
Yeah, how did they find out about this? First of all,
we got him.
That's the thing in the gay community. If you tap the evidence 5 times,
yeah, it's like with like the Harvey Weinstein shit where they like have the girls describe his fucked up dick, and they're like, "Fuck, he got me. His dick does taste like lemons or some shit."
Yeah, turn that way.
Yeah, he uses a natural lemon shampoo, leave some rind on there. That's how they.
The best Weinstein story was that like, he brought some model to his hotel, and he's like, "We should fuck right now. We're gonna fuck." She's like, "No," and he was like so mad, or he's like, "Fine." And they just went over to a plant in the room and he jerked off over the plant and like left angrily. And I'm like, is that a power move? Just jerk off on a plant?
One hand on the wall next to the ficus, like turning around angrily as he's
he's like looking at her and he's like, I'm going to beat off on this plant right now. And there's nothing you can do. He's in terrible shape.
He's fat as shit. So like his dick's not very hard. He's mashing it. It's a spike thumb. He's not even.
Was Weinstein getting her?
Oh, he took his. You know what it was? He took his Viagra and he was hard and he's like, you've wasted. That's what it was.
He didn't want to waste.
That's 100% what it was.
I bet you're
right. Club owner confirms the potted plant story.
I just had to slide into Weinstein's mind real quick and I figured that one out.
Mind of a killer.
I was scratching my brain for, is there a sexy plant? A plant that would make sense to jerk off to?
Poinsettia.
The chef from the hotel argues though and claims that it was actually
Venus flytrap that kind of has a mouth.
Fuck that. Yeah.
Yeah, you like come in a Venus flytrap and you're like, yeah, take it, you bitch, and you walk. Swallow it. It just.
I'm going to trigger all 3 of your hairs within 10 seconds.
I really dislike that. I felt bad for the plant.
Oh no, it's
he won't flies. No,
you're just embarrassed. You put googly eyes and lipstick on your Venus flytrap.
I've been playing that new Mario though, and those piranha plants do have dick sucking lips. Come on, look at them.
They do. They got DSLs.
Like we got to talk. I know we mentioned on PKN, but Alex Jones's video game's fucking hilarious.
It is funny.
If you haven't seen it, it's you fight things like homeless people in San Francisco, Bill Clinton on Epstein Island,
George Soros,
a bunch of doctors trying to vaccinate you in the first level. It's like a side-scrolling shooter. I plan to buy it. It's $17.76, and it seems like it's worth it. There's lots of videos on YouTube. I just had to mention that.
I was looking.
I watched that video again.
It's like hilarious. Contra mixed with like metal.
Yes,
told me.
Contra is very good.
Like Contra.
Yeah. Nope.
Contra fell off, man. I loved Contra.
I never played
30 years ago.
I never realized that I got. What did I get? Oh, there's a Contra collection that came out on the Switch, and the Japanese version of Contra is like way better than the American version.
That's hilarious.
Crazy.
Crooked Witch of the West Wing. Okay. This looks genuinely like a fun.
Yeah, I want to know who made this. Like clearly, whoever made this like has talent.
Yeah, like Woody made the point on PKN. It's not a a real game.
That's just machine gun ammo. But the
rapist.
The rapist is it's his status, his health bar. Is that who is that? Is that Hillary?
Hillary.
That's the Crooked Witch of the West Wing.
Yeah.
And
Alex Jones is dropping catchphrases the whole time.
Oh, of course.
Well, he saved all the kids in the cages.
Yeah, he saved a bunch of MAGA guys
in New York.
Earlier. They were in cages. They had MAGA hats on and make America.
It needs a mission where you free all the J6 prisoners. J6.
That's what it looks like.
That is one of them.
Oh, is that what's going on? All right, good.
Go in there, free those guys, get them back out on the street, taking lecterns or whatever they were doing.
Fuck those lecterns. Those
that one woman got shot. I was thinking about this today. Like how serious do I actually think the January was it 6th when that happened?
Yeah,
6th.
How much I really just don't think it was a big deal. That one woman did get shot.
To me. Ashley Babbitt.
Doesn't seem like. I
know that one woman got shot, but it seems like you had like maybe 30 troublemakers, mixed into a big crowd, and then they all got invited into the building. I would have went in the building.
I don't think they all got invited, and we did see them smash
for
the
sure.
window.
It's really confusing. Like it's still confusing because it's like a lot of people were just there because they're like, yeah, I like Trump, and then a bunch of guys were like, hey, let's go to the Capitol building.
Let's get Pelosi.
the government has been claiming, they're like, well, the guys who said let's go to the Capitol building, or a lot of them were like Proud Boys guys who ahead of time were like, let's usher everybody towards the Capitol building because maybe something will happen. But there's like no like real documents of like what they wanted to happen, and like anything of like, yeah, they wanted to kill all these like politicians or something. It's like, well, there's no real evidence of that.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like they wanted to be assholes.
They were being pissy because they lost.
They were trying to stop the vote from being ratified, right? Pence was supposed to do his thing where he made Biden officially the president.
Well, cause a disruption, yeah.
Well, not just cause a disruption. They were trying to prevent that from happening.
And were they? Like trying
what mechanism though? By just like going into the building,
taking over the building and getting everyone out of there, and work for a few hours.
But they got into the building, but then once they got in there, they're just like, all right, now let's.
They started looking for papers and proof of conspiracies and shit like that.
Is that where they normally ratify it? Like, do they normally ratify it in the Capitol building, like the vote or whatever?
I don't know. This is like a procedure that no one ever paid attention to until that year.
I'm willing to accept what you said, but I strongly feel that that's just the media narrative that they said, hey, they were doing this to stop the president, because then you can go after them for sedition, and you can go after Trump for like trying to like treasonous accounts, and just like, where are you coming up with that? I get that, like you can imagine that.
Well, Trump did
look at the crowd. Look at those guys.
Trump told them to march down to the Capitol and prevent it from happening.
He also told them to be peaceful.
Well, yeah, but it's like,
and that doesn't really get talked about.
If I killed my mom and then showed you all this footage of me not killing my mom, you wouldn't be like, well, there were a lot of times he didn't kill her. And that's what they're doing. They're showing all this footage of the people who didn't shit on the walls, and steal the lectern, and go in Nancy Pelosi's office and whatever. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, and it doesn't mean just like the moments that they were innocent, or they're like, oh look, no one did anything. Here's footage of them obeying velvet ropes. Therefore, no one busted the walls.
No, I don't think anyone would say no one busted.
No one died that day. No one smashed.
Well, only one person died that day.
There were no. Okay.
And it was
how many is okay?
It was an unarmed veteran protester who shot.
They told her, "Don't come in here. Like, don't. This is the room. This is our final stand." You're not
Ashley Babbitt deserved to die. That was
and she's like, "I'm a girl. You won't do it." Well, fuck around and find out.
I guess. Look,
but the idea, like, there is one, like, I get what Kyle's saying. Like, the more video footage I see of it, the more it's like, yeah, there are a lot of videos of just like fucking sunglass wearing in their Twitter avatar goobers and flags, like just kind of walking in because the cops are letting them in.
I know, and it's muddied the narrative. Like
that's why I didn't want those videos out there.
How is it any different from any other like protest? Like, protests get violent and stupid and they break shit. And you probably can say like, okay, we have to give you more intense charges because it was inside a government building with a bunch of like, politicians were in the building at the time or whatever else. Their safety was threatened.
Nobody cared when all those McDonald's, Burger Kings were getting burned down a couple summers.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is I'm like,
when every dollar store on a corner was lit up. Like,
you'd have to give me some like
a
real
bigger deal
evidence.
than a Wendy's, though.
Not to me.
No, not at all.
You know where I'm welcome at? You know where I'm welcome at?
As a fat man, the Wendy's is far more sacred than the halls of Congress.
I'm not even allowed in
the
Capitol building. They'll shoot me if I go to the wrong part. I go into Wendy's, though. Mr. Dave Thomas's legacy lives on. Okay, they don't cut corners there. That's why the burgers are square.
Yeah. I definitely am. Like, I don't.
Would that mean that they always cut corners?
It's easier to feel bad for like a business owner's business and livelihood being destroyed than it is like seeing a government building get their windows broken and shit.
I hear you, and I definitely understand where you're coming from. It's not how I felt though. Like when the fucking Capitol went down to like protesters, I was like, what the fuck? I thought this area was better protected than that. I thought we could like rally serious forces if anyone attacked Washington.
Yeah, I didn't realize the Capitol was finally
happening.
But it didn't realize that like fucktards with flag spears could take literally spears were like the weapons they had. And they took over the Capitol building. Yeah, they brought flags with pointy tips and shit like that. It's not like you could argue it wasn't even a weapon, but it
had flagpoles.
They had flagpoles. Okay. Yeah.
Flagpoles with pointy tips.
Lots of them have
They
that.
were like the Zulu, goddamn.
Yeah.
They're like the Zulu.
No, but I'm trying to say like the
It just
tip
seems like
was-
such a stretch.
There's a metal tip on it, almost like a bow. Not like a
They
bow,
formed
like
a
an
fist.
arrow.
Did anybody get speared?
What I'm saying
think
is
they
they
beat the shit
weren't
out of one of
good
them
weapons.
cops.
I'm not saying they were like the fact that the Capitol could be taken over with primitive weapons,
Yeah.
spears,
Yeah.
and shields they took off of cops and shit like that.
Sure.
It made me feel like suddenly my government's not as big a deal as I
If
thought
a
it was.
mob of that size wanted to take over that building, they would have taken over that building.
Now
Like,
they were
did.
you could have
there were-
bursted through and like
No.
like they were
no.
They did
You don't think
burst
so?
through.
yeah, some of them did. It seems like most
What
of
did
them
they
just got
burst
let
through?
in.
That's like saying
Bulletproof
you invaded my house
windows. They
because you're in
knocked
the
them in with the
foyer.
shield.
But
Wait, what?
okay, but the bad people, the everybody else is barricaded in the back behind real doors and guns, right? That's how the Ashley Babbitt lady. I'm surprised y'all know her name because I just
They took
give
over
her this
that
crazy.
room, by the way. The one that she wanted to go through. They eventually took, like, they did win the
I
protest.
guess they must have. Well, then they had to retreat because you can't push a
Yeah.
man with a gun.
Yeah,
They
that's
did.
true.
Yeah, I guess one guy with a gun felt like he couldn't take on 6,000 people pushing their way in.
Probably
I
didn't
mean,
want
I'm
to just open fire on a crowd
I
indiscriminately.
Probably
got
only had
18 in
16
here.
rounds
Let's go.
left.
He took
I don't
out that
fucking
one
care.
dumb bitch.
You
and
come
then he
down
said,
the-
all right,
no,
I've made my point.
Here's how I felt about it. I felt
Yeah.
like that building is full of people that don't like us, who are our enemies. All those representatives who we just talked about how corrupt and
Agreed.
awful they are and self-serving they are. There's nobody in there that's on my side. They represent corporations, foreign interests, their own pockets. That's what they represent. Not me in the slightest. I'm not even allowed to vote for some reason. Voting's not a right if you can
Good
take it away.
point.
Yeah.
So when I see that, and I see a bunch of guys with flags running in saying, "Let's get Nancy Pelosi," I'm like, hope they don't get her.
You're like, now you're being coy. Ooh, tee. Like,
That would
I
be
hope-
such a
I hope the
shame.
guards don't rise up and join the protesters and form a new government around Emperor Trump that's better. Like I know that. I don't want that.
Well, when
I
you
don't want
talk
that.
about
That
like the
wouldn't
corrupt
happen.
people lighting their own pockets, Trump is
Sure.
his family are not innocent of that at all.
yeah,
Yeah, but
he's definitely
he did it
in
as
the
a
mix.
private citizen, like the rest of us. Like they're fucking.
He did it
cheaters.
as the president. No, he had people
Okay,
stay in
well-
his hotels. They would rent rooms they didn't even need to line Trump's pockets.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
sure.
true.
Like they all do fucked up shit. They are
I don't
all
like that
they are
either.
all out for themselves.
You were
don't like
disgusted a
Trump.
minute ago, and now that it's Trump, you're like everybody
Yeah, when
does
Trump
it.
does
No,
it, it's
it's-
funny.
it's-
so
It's
okay.
funny. It's cool when Trump does it.
No,
it's a whole
no,
different
no,
thing.
think
I'm just trying to stay in this one thing over here and not into.
January.
I'm not trying to circle to
because all
Trump
those
and make
people
a-
are bad except Trump.
No one's saying
I'm
that.
just trying not to get distracted away from
The
key
difference
issues
is
of
that
January
Trump
6th
likes
and
Kyle,
the people
right?
who were going
Yeah,
inside that building.
all
He's a
the
He's a
all
good
the other
news
politicians
anchor.
hate Kyle, but Trump loves him.
Yeah.
It's like this: you watch an internet fight, right? You
Okay.
immediately
Right.
figure out who the good guy is, right?
Not always.
Right.
Like,
the
all
one
right,
who likes
let's
you
see.
the
If
most.
there's a good guy and a bad guy, let me figure out who's wearing the white hat, who's wearing the black hat. This guy pick on that one? Did this guy
Right.
assault someone first? Was
Yeah.
he a bully? Is this
Mhm.
guy too big to be even approaching this? Like you weigh and measure and you figure out who's the good guy and the bad guy. And when I saw that January 6th stuff going on, it was not clear cut. It wasn't clear cut. You know, it's like people in there are fucking assholes. People in there are awful. I hope and that building, all that shit in it, has nothing to do with me. I don't care about your flags in your building, your old pieces of paper. I wish they burned it all down. I don't care. I don't care about that stuff. That's not my stuff. That's not our stuff. That's their stuff. They would wash the floors if we walked in there.
That CVS has insurance, man. You can just burn it to the ground. It's not mine.
Meanwhile, CVS, the doors open for me when I approach. I'm
So
like
that
a
does
king in a
belong to you.
CVS.
That's
You have
for you.
$50? Oh my God. Yes, sir. No, sir. They give
You
me
feel personal ownership of the
virus.
CVS, so you don't want to see
No,
it be
sir.
harmed.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, the more it seems, or like the more videos I see, the more it's like this doesn't look like what was put to us a few years
Well,
ago.
it
about
seems to
what
me-
happened.
I think the
doing
thing
on
that
purpose, though, they're releasing these videos selectively, bit by bit. Like they're not. Oh, and they also keep releasing it to they released it to Fox News and let Tucker Carlson tell you about the videos, and then you're like, it's because they have something to hide. Really?
But the
When
government's
the
not
Republicans took the
communicating.
House and gave
Yeah.
the videos to Tucker Carlson, who has something to hide?
I mean,
Release all the videos. Give
Yeah.
it to C-SPAN.
release all of them, but it seems like a lot of networks didn't want to release these ones.
Here's the problem: the government is not effectively communicating to me what happened and who did it and why. Okay. So like that guy, Enrique Tarrio or whatever, the guy who was leading the Proud Boys, he just got 30 years. Why? Do
I
you
don't
know?
No, I have no idea.
Woody, do you know?
I just saw it, but I don't know it well enough.
I assumed it was
read it
because.
back.
Don't you think that the guy who got the biggest sentence out of any January 6th person, who, by the way, was not even there, shouldn't every American know?
Wait, he wasn't there?
He was not there at all. He was like dicking around in like Florida or whatever. Okay,
That's
and he's
bizarre.
got the biggest possible sentence, and no American can tell you what he did. I mean, like the people who are more
and the orders that he gave his organization.
You would imagine, but shouldn't a thing that was the most talked about, like desecration of our government in the history of whatever, as we've been told from the media, shouldn't we?
Well, they burnt the White House down in 1812.
Yeah,
I'm saying like in recent memory.
You wouldn't know that happened based on how they've talked about this.
How after we've been talking about it for 3 years, the biggest sentence comes down, and I still do not completely understand what they got him on. Like his guys were there and they had like some like very vague messages of like, yeah, take them down, or like, yeah, move our guys towards the building or whatever else. And I'm like, is telling a guy in a text message, move our guys towards the Capitol building, that gets you 30 years of seditious like conspiracy?
If they don't like you, it does apparently.
Dude, it's I
would
want
imagine,
yeah.
Look, he had good legal defense, so I would imagine that he's guilty of whatever they accused him of to the letter of the law. It does seem to me that he was in charge of that large organization who were very good at covering their trail most of the time and being like, "What do you mean racism? Look at me, I'm a brown man. I don't hate the ninjas. I love them. I wish there was a ninja here right now in front of these cameras. You could watch how much I love them." Like, there's so much dog whistling with them. And then, yeah, the people that were there on January 6th, I keep forgetting when it even was, that were organized seemed to be his guys and maybe the CIA. They both wear khakis, hats, have crew cuts, have their polos on.
Keeps getting debunked though. Like I recently saw some guy with a vape in his hand. They're like, look, it's a badge. The Ray Epps thing. Ray Epps is not CIA or FBI.
I don't know what any of that stuff is.
Every time they talk about these guys, they're like, now, were there any federal agents in the crowd somewhere? Well, I hope so. I hope that they saw it going down. Everyone knew it was coming. 4 years ago, I used to argue on Facebook with all the idiots. And they're like, dude, January 6th, you wait and see. I was wrong. I thought it'd be nothing. I thought it was just like, you fucking fat pieces of shit won't do anything, but they did.
Well, I had a $100 bet with a guy that the election would be overturned and that Biden would step down and be. I was like, you think they're gonna? And he's like, yeah, I'd bet $100.
Oh, you were on the good side.
I'll take that bet. Yeah, no. I was on the side that won $100 from a crazy guy who thought they were going to hang Biden legally.
I bet $100 from a crazy guy, and then I won. But that was pre-election. Post-election, I bet hundreds more. I don't remember how many hundreds more.
It was close to $1,000. I thought it was like $900 or something.
I'm not sure. I have it in my head close to 600, but whatever it was.
Being like, dude, why didn't you let us in on this gambling act?
It was a non-trivial amount of money. I bet who would win the election months after it was over.
Yeah, exactly. That's
dude,
what.
And then when it was time to pay me, I was like, all right, here's my PayPal address. He's like, no, PayPal's too Democrat. I won't do that. And I was like, all right, here's like my Venmo. He's like, no, I don't support big tech. But there was another one. What is it? Trulia?
Dude, did we bet with the same guy?
Really?
I think we did. Because I had the exact same thing where I'm like, okay, here's my PayPal. He's like, no, they'll fucking track me if I do that or some shit. He ended up having to send me some like weird crypto, and he sent it in some stupid like Nazi fucking code number or whatever. He's like, oh, I just sent you 1488 super coins or whatever. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Whatever.
Super coins. Dude, you didn't get your MAGA dollars?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, whatever. It makes you feel good.
Your Truth Social coins?
Oh, okay. Now that's
apparently this Proud Boy had planned to have a large crowd storm government buildings to prevent the election from happening. And I guess that's what they got him on.
Well, what they're saying is that basically he had a bunch of guys and that they were like, let's go cause some trouble. And one of them broke a window and that the government's saying that the guy who broke the window was like the key to everybody else deciding. Pizzola smashed open a window, allowing the first rioters to enter the Capitol, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but like, and then they're saying the men recruited and participated in every consequential breach at the Capitol that day. But I read that, I'm like, well, yeah, but don't like Antifa guys go like, okay, so we're going to like firebomb this building and everybody will run in and smash everything and grab everything. Like, how does that get you 22 years?
I don't know.
Like, let's go there and let's get
apparently
people.
The Proud Boys viewed themselves as Trump's army and were willing to commit violence on his behalf and commit to all-out war to keep Trump and stop Biden from taking office. The defendant's lawyers sought to depict the Proud Boys as a glorified drinking club, but I guess it didn't work.
Yeah.
Well, they started off that way, and then it quickly kind of got out of. Gavin McInnes really fucked up with the Proud Boys. He's like, "Oh, it'll be cool. I'll have my own little fun club." And his fun club's like, "Hey, can we go commit a bunch of crimes?" He's like, "No, stop.
No, we're supposed to be gay together."
This is just supposed to be stupid."
Yeah.
I have no issue with that guy getting in trouble because I always knew that he was too far right. Okay, like
Gavin.
I'm more of a conservative.
I think he means Enrique.
He's more of a,
Enrique.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Enrique guy, really.
Well, you've seen them all dressed up in their uniforms in the big crowds and stuff, though. You know, like they have a look about them of authoritarianism and
are they like
power.
Nazi?
Yeah.
Well, they border on it very strongly.
They wore
white
shirts that
nationalist
said 6
sympathetic.
million is not enough.
Who wore that?
Proud
These
Boys.
guys?
Yeah.
Well,
where are
some
those?
Proud Boys. See, that's the
it
thing,
wasn't their
right?
uniform. It
Did
was
they
like one-
assign everybody to wear one? Did they have a vote and everybody picked that one? So it's, you know what I mean? Like, look, I agree, they're awful.
Did they lose? Did they put it in an online contest and it was kind of like the Hitler did nothing wrong Mountain Dew flavor? Did that happen?
Man, I wish Raging Cherry had won. That was
Man, I wish Wild Cherry had won. But now we have to make all these. Well, yeah, it's like Airbud style rules where they're like, "I'm sorry, head of fucking PepsiCo, but you have to make that do."
Like,
So I guess here's the problem: is that like it seems pretty obvious that the Proud Boys were like. I think the way they've characterized it, there's probably enough evidence to say they wanted to break into the Capitol and get a bunch of people in there. But there's no evidence of like, and then once they were in there, they were going to do this, or this. It's more just like they wanted to cause some trouble and get in the building. It's like, okay, but you know, what if they just wanted to get in there to, yeah, okay. I'm saying you can get them on like, listen, you guys were protesting, you took it too far, you broke some shit, fine.
You feel
like a typical.
Congress was meeting to ratify the election and make Biden president.
I mean, protesters have interrupted. Protesters have interrupted. Like,
you think
Congress
the fact that they
proceedings.
took over the Capitol building and prevented that, or at least delayed that procedure, was random? Like that they were just. I think
it was
they went in there.
But like, but couldn't you make the argument? It's a protest. We think that what's going on. We don't think that this. We think the election was stolen. As stupid as I think that is, you can believe that. Fine. And we're protesting what we think is a fraudulent election, and our method of protesting is to break into the building and, frankly, not hurt anybody. If they had got they did end up fighting with some cops, and those guys should be taking
hypothetical. Hey, I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got it.
Okay.
Woody,
fire up.
Yeah.
Flip the script, and Trump wins, but Biden is saying that the election has been stolen. You know, actually,
and there's actual evidence this time.
And there's evidence.
If there's evidence, the situation's different, and then it becomes more complicated.
Well, hang on, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
you're convinced. The fact that you're convinced is all that matters because they're convinced. You are convinced that Donald Trump has stolen the presidency and might even try to make this an empire thing. He's crazy. And Biden clearly won. They're making stories up and the data's there. We have the pictures, but he controls Twitter and Facebook and you see clear, real evidence that Twitter and Facebook's hiding the evidence, just like they hid that other evidence about your guy earlier. And you're there. And Biden's saying, get in there, be mad as hell. It's been stolen. Your future's being stolen. Your children's future's being stolen. The American dream, the legacy
Biden sounds cool.
For 200 years. And you're like, oh my God, Biden has so much energy today.
Yeah,
I've never seen this from Biden.
Biden's usually a little more mumbly. Can you?
You'd be like,
kill for your country.
No, so where's
murder them. Okay,
so you set up the scenario.
Running up the hill.
No. So I wouldn't be running up the hill. I might approve of Hill running though. Like I'm trying to be honest in this. Like
Hill
me,
running.
I got too much to lose.
Prove a
Fuck
little
this
hill
shit.
running.
But all right. So Trump stole the presidency. Do I lose my house? No. All right, fuck it. I'm still here. You know,
You're not going to fire the muskets, but you'll
I'm
wave
gonna
the
feed
flag.
my fish, and nothing's gonna be different.
Yeah.
But would I feel the same way about like people trying to stop what I think is a legitimately stolen election?
Yeah.
No, I'd probably feel differently. I'd probably feel like it was
because
okay.
my argument would be that Trump supporters, all right, no, a particular group of Trump supporters are so brainwashed that if he tells them, then they believe it. They're like, he knows better than me.
Yeah.
I have not seen the data.
I did my own research.
When the president of the United States tells you, oh, hey, by the way, that election was fraudulent. Like when you grow, I think a lot of people take the word of the president of the United States pretty seriously. It's like, well, as the president of the United States, he would know, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not just a crazy madman who makes things up for personal gain. He would never do that.
Right? Very Trumpy.
Doing that? Trump doing that?
I think at the end of the day, though, like I look at what these guys did and I can go, look, I can understand getting them on. Yeah, you caused a disturbance. You broke some stuff. You broke into a place you weren't supposed to be. And it was a sensitive government, whatever. 22 years is an excessive sentence. It feels
I wonder what he'll serve.
Over the top.
It does seem
that's a federal sentence. He's going to be in there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's going to serve the whole thing.
He's going to be I mean, there's a formula to it. Like there's a specific formula to when he can potentially get seen next. They have a sentencing guidelines.
Let's pretend Trump doesn't get in, but that a Republican eventually does, right? In the next 22 years, there'll be a Republican for sure.
Yeah. I think if Biden gets elected again, he should pardon all those guys as a show of good faith and just go, listen, you were all brainwashed by a psychopath weirdo named Trump. Told you the election was stolen, and I can't hold you accountable for that. You were lied to by your president, and we're going to let you go.
That's interesting.
Am I not a merciful president?
I'm the most yeah. You just have to kiss the ring.
Yeah.
And then he can sit. Biden will be sitting on a golden throne
with an owl head on it.
Zach says they need to serve 85% of it. 85% of 22. Works? That's a thing no one knows, but it seems like a lot.
17.
Yeah, I was gonna guess 17. Is that actually right?
It's
8 out of 10.
That's a 20. Then there's
16.
2. So it's like 17 and some change.
17.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll break up
Long fucking time. I think Trump will pardon some of the January 6 people potentially.
18.7. Okay.
Which will be interesting. I hope he does it immediately and he doesn't do that bitch thing that we always talk about where you do it sliding out the door. Yeah. I would like it if he was just all the time. Anytime there's a big flare up in the news, like when something jumps off in the news media, like I'm at, a cop does something that's borderline. If he was just like, you know what, pardon him, shut him the fuck up. I'd love that.
Should be way more
throwing him out like he was King Joffrey.
Trump pardoned a sheriff from Arizona, maybe.
Joe Arpaio.
Yeah. Say it slower.
Joe Arpaio, I think.
Something. That's
we're definitely thinking the same guy. Yeah.
That guy was nuts.
That guy. He was like. Some argued he was excessively cruel to his prisoners. Some loved him being very rough on his prisoners.
Did you see he was in was it Bruno or like he was in one of those Ali G movies?
Oh yeah.
It was probably Borat 2.
No, I think it might have been Borat 2, but he brought him on to like unbox Shopkins. So I think he was doing the Bruno character.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, so tell us about why every American should have a gun. Oh, look at this tiny little ice cream man. And it was like they were making it was like those unboxing toy videos for kids you see on YouTube all the time. But with Sheriff Joe Arpaio talking about why we need to lock up all these fucking people.
Did you see Borat 2 sucked? It didn't have the magic of the first one, but what he did have, he's got like a girl who's playing his daughter who he's trying to like marry off or something. And there's a scene where she gets Mayor Giuliani in a room. Yeah. And she's making out like she's going to have sex with him in exchange for some nonsense. And he's on the bed taking his pants off because he thinks that he doesn't know there are cameras. And they have to be like, whoa, not so fast, not so fast. like Jesus, dude, America's mayor, keep your cock in your pants. This is a bit. Like it was wild.
He tried to play that off, but he's definitely on his back taking his pants off.
He's on his back. He's trying to get him off as fast. He's like, it's Rudy, it's your lucky day.
He says he was tucking his shirt in.
Dude, that's how I tuck my shirt in. Dick out.
Get on the bed and lie all the way back.
Wow.
First,
you guys have no creativity.
I pull my dick through it, and then I tuck my shirt in.
Yeah, first you grab your pants, which are right around the sternum. And then you tuck
it's crazy how easy it is to get in a room with Rudy Giuliani, though, if you think about it. Like, clearly,
dude,
you can
all of
this.
Let's get him on the show.
It's crazy how. I remember when Rudy Giuliani was America's mayor, and we're like, "Oh, what a strong, proud man." And now I'm like, "How did this psychopath, weirdo, incompetent moron run anything?" Jesus Christ!
Don't forget, Rudy Giuliani is the reason the Italian mafia went down. Like, he killed the Italian mob almost single-handedly.
He was good for crime.
That's why he became the mayor, right? He did that as a DA, I think.
Yeah.
And then he continued those policies in his, they're part of his mayoral campaign. And then he continued them as a mayor. And then, obviously, like 9/11, he was the only fucking swinging dick in the room, it seemed like. And it was like, thank God somebody's here who knows what's going on. He's got dust on him. He got an old fire hat on. He's in a dirty room with dirty men, and they're pointing and looking at maps and shit. You're like, good, somebody's on this shit. Somebody's turning the knobs and flipping the switches. Because I'm out of commission, and George Bush is gone.
Bush was kind of silent. And at the time, I didn't really like how silent Bush was. I was like, I need a leader right now, and he's just absent. But older me is like, I don't really hate that he gathered facts instead of just being like, it was the, I don't know, Jews who did it, and then have to walk that back and say it was the Iraqis or whatever.
My baseball coach called it when we heard it on the radio. I swear.
He called it.
He went, I bet it was that Osama bin Laden feller.
No way, really?
I think Howard Stern famously did the same thing. I think, like, as the attacks were going on, Howard Stern went, I bet it's Osama bin Laden. And everyone's like, what?
He was public enemy number one. It's not that
like, well, careful, like, because I remember,
all right, it's one of those things. It's like, name a terrorist. Well, there's Osama, and then
they can't name the second.
Gaddafi count?
I don't know if it was Osama, but the Al Qaeda attacked the World Trade Center before they successfully attacked it, right? They did that car bomb in the basement of it thing.
Yeah.
And I don't remember how we had these Muslim attacks on America now and then. And then Oklahoma City, the guy's name is escaping
Timothy
me.
McVeigh.
Thank you. Dude, I remember I was at work, and my boss was like, enough. Just take every Muslim and ship them out of the country. And then it turned out Oklahoma City had nothing to do with those guys. That was all us.
We're not allowed to talk about what it really was about.
Timothy McVeigh, like, what was his stated purpose? I don't know.
I don't remember. But it just to wrap
up
that
Kyle?
thought,
do you actually know?
I don't hate that W took a minute to figure out.
That's one you're not allowed to talk about too passionately, Taylor.
Well, can you tell me in a not passionate? Just give me the cliff notes.
Timothy McVeigh was bummed out about a bunch of children and innocent.
Was that like the Ruby Ridge or the
Ruby Ridge and Waco?
Waco.
He did not like Waco.
That's what it was.
He also didn't like Ruby Ridge. That was part of his gripes, I'm pretty sure.
And in those incidents, you had innocent women and children shot and burned alive. You had people's dogs shot in their yard. You had people surrounded for their religious beliefs with really no evidence and murdered by a federal agency live on TV. That's what happened.
Yeah, they invited the news.
And look, I'm an American, so I have no issue with any of that. We did what we had to do. Janet Reno, fucking salute your wherever you are.
Those children needed to burn.
You did what you had. Those were bad kids. All right. I'll tell you. Here's what Fox said.
They were friends with those Hamas kids.
Fox calls Palestinian children so-called children.
Wait, they called them so-called children, and then show a picture of a 7-year-old with an eye patch that they photoshopped on there to make him look like a pirate or bad.
Just put a picture of an old
clip-arted AK into his
he didn't like that. So he bombed that federal building, not knowing that there was a daycare within it. And so the story immediately became all about the daycare, as it should have been, because there was a dozen little kids that got killed. I was a child when this happened, and that's where my memories of it all come from. But we watched it live on TV, the whole thing, and I just remember that gaping hole in that building. And still to this day, imagining how big that explosion had to have been, and still being surprised that it did that much damage, because I believe it's a fertilizer bomb in a van.
It was a van, like a U.S.
like a U-Haul rental truck,
like a U-Haul. I don't even
Van
think it was
doesn't
that.
tell the
Look like a
story.
35
I think it was
footer?
a van.
Oh,
I thought it was
right.
I thought it was like a sliding door, maybe cargo van that you would have some painters in the back of.
So here, I have it in front of me. The bomb was 5,000 pounds, and it was a rented rider truck.
There
So
you go.
that wouldn't be a van. That
It's a
would
dump truck.
be...
He drove a dump truck.
Look at the size of the hole. The size of the hole in the building is pretty nuts.
5,000 pounds is an enormous amount of like mass.
But it wasn't a dump
ammonium
truck,
nitrate.
right? It was a rental truck.
It was a rental truck, and he filled
like you'd use for moving.
Okay,
Yeah.
but like I need like the 16 footer or the 35 footer. Like
I'm gonna Google. I'm
all
really
I know
curious.
is 5,000 pounds is so much ammonium nitrate.
Yeah.
I've shot like a couple 100 pounds before, and it
Mhm.
feels like the whole world is trembling. Like, and it does. The ground ripples. You break windows within 100 meters.
Well, he
with
got
a
lethal
couple hundred
injected,
pounds.
so we don't need to fear.
Zach,
from
can you
old
show this
Timothy
picture?
McVeigh.
Wonder where the
It
other
has
guy.
truck at
What
the
happened
top
to his
of it.
accomplice that was mentioned on all the newscasts? Where's that accomplice at? They just stopped mentioning.
Michael Fort.
He's currently president of the United States.
So that's
There
what the
you
truck
go.
looked like.
That's okay. I think
That's pretty
that's
big.
what I was calling a 16 footer in my head. Actually, maybe that's the big boy. That's such a big truck.
I don't know.
That's a
I just
giant
didn't want
truck.
people
What
to
I'm
think
also
van.
imagining-
When I hear van, I think pedo van, like the white one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That ain't big enough.
Not
Not with ammonium nitrate. Like maybe if you had a cargo van, like a pedo van full of C4. But like anyway, the picture. If you've seen those pictures, you know it's a gaping hole in like an 8 or 9 story building. It's crazy how big the hole is, and it's seemingly right in the middle. Yeah, that was a nightmare situation.
Let me give Zach the picture. It is
But that's-
something else. I feel like it might be worse than you remember it. Maybe not.
I bet getting
It
lethal
is.
injected is worse than we think it is. If
I
I
know
had
it
the
is.
if I had the option, I'd want to be firing squad.
There's a new one. So firing squad is available in a lot of states. So and hanging in a few. I've never seen
Definitely
this
not
particular
that one.
viewpoint. I always saw this from
Good
above, and it is
gosh.
just
Yeah.
crazy. You see it.
I could do better.
Wow.
Yeah, I got faith in you.
That's almost as much damage that happened to Building 7 before it collapsed.
Good, that one. Someone explain to me how that makes sense. That's
That
there's
this
two
building stands
conspiracies.
and that one fell down.
The
What do
one
you
that
think?
I
You're having a
can't
little
get
too much to
past
think.
is how nearby buildings going down took down Building 7, and that like the whole story of the let's roll and all the heroes went forward and immediately crashed the plane so that they didn't hit anything important. That sounds fishy to me. That just doesn't. It's weird. How do
Let
you
me make
take
a
over?
theory right now.
Okay.
I
Ooh,
bet I
fun.
guess that Building 7 was the headquarters for some sort of maybe CIA or some sort of NSA intelligence agency, and that there was very sensitive material, personnel, or something in that building. And this had now, but this whole area they immediately saw was going to become. They couldn't keep it secure because they had to leave the area. And it's like, we don't leave this unattended. You don't understand. This is national security. Those are the plans to the Heisenberg device, and that is the water powered car right there. And like that's Kennedy. That's him.
Yeah, he
Look
works
at,
here.
you want to
He's in a
talk to him?
tube. Yeah.
Hey, John, how you doing? Please let me out of here. And so they can't
The
leave
accent
it
was even good.
unsecured. And so they have to use Operation Failsafe, which they've always known. If we have to ever evacuate the building because of X, Y, and Z, we take the building out. That's it can't be unattended. And so they did that. They hit the demo charges that have always been in place, sort of a self-destruct device on the Enterprise situation to cover their own asses. I think that's my guess.
Zach,
You wanna
says
hear him the
World
craziest
Tower
thing?
7
From-
endured fires for 7 hours.
Mm,
I didn't see any flames. Just saying.
They found one of the hijackers' passport on the ground out on the sidewalk.
Yeah, man.
I do know they
thank God.
found
Look at
that.
here. Hamid. I know that. And then the cop, it's weird. Another coincidence. The cop was like, I know this guy.
Hey, this
Immediately
guy's
they
a
went to his
real
apartment
bad
where they found
egg.
all the rest of the evidence.
I
is
seen
my
this guy
neighbor.
on the news. He's bad.
Well,
Like,
thankfully,
didn't they
Rudy
find it, like,
guided
right
us
away,
through.
too?
Yeah.
They were like
Who
clearing through
did
the
it?
rubble, and
This
they're like,
guy.
wait, what's that up in the air, floating gingerly down?
And a typed confession. Can you believe it?
We need to
Spiral
immediately
bound.
start evacuate, like getting all this World Trade Center stuff into the landfill, right? No investigation, no nothing. Priority number one
Melt
is
it down,
to remove
recycle
all this
it.
stuff. Melt it down, recycle it, etc. Yeah.
Well, as soon as they got that,
whenever I look at a
they were like, "We no
conspiracy
more need."
theory, one of the first like litmus tests that I use is, what's the game? What's the game? Oh, there's Bigfoots and we're hiding them. Why? Who would hide that?
Yeah, who's making money off
Bullshit.
Bigfoots?
Who's making money off keeping Bigfoot hidden? Nobody.
They make money.
But when I look at something like Kennedy and like the military-industrial complex keeping the Vietnam War going, that sort of geopolitical domino that gets flipped when he gets flipped, it's like, yeah, I could see you taking him out. I don't know what this is. Building. How do you get this photo of it? Was this building 7 after the first World Trade?
Is Zach in on it?
Is Zach in on it? I'm just asking questions.
Zach's producing previously unseen World Trade Center photos. Like, wait, how did you get
Zach molding C4 to a column?
Dude, it's like it's a selfie of him.
You guys ever seen this cool POV footage from the hijackers on the plane? No, I haven't seen this, Zach. Why are you in this video?
Dude, he's cracking new ground. He's not using Google Images. He's on.
Never mind. You guys can't see this one now.
What if that was the only thing keeping the conspiracy from falling apart? Is no one using Bing image search? That's the only.
It's all on Bing, baby.
It's all on Bing.
It's all
created
on
off of
Bing.
Google, but it's available on Bing. If you.
Where can we hide all of this sensitive information? Put it on Bing.
I'm just trying to learn about Tower 7, and there's a lot of porn.
I think Bing might take over Google.
Bing will absolutely take over Google.
What?
Holy! Have you tried Bing's AI image creator?
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking insane. I've been using it for all my thumbnails.
5 minutes in.
Oh, I've been banned so many times. I have to keep making different fucking accounts or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I'll be like, and put huge boobs on her, and they're like, banned. I'm like, damn it.
After you type younger for the 8th time.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you put like, well, I imagine like grandmas, and I'm like, young woman, and they're like, banned. I'm like, God damn it.
They're like, this guy is a
too old.
I'm like, put a hot woman, and they're like, no, you can't do that.
I thought you were gonna be Kyle, like, computer, simulate a steel skyscraper burning for 8 hours. What happens? And it's like, nah, it's still on fire. And you're like, now make it building 7. You're like, it collapses.
Narrative
and the
crumbling.
I truly believe that 9/11 was an inside job, and I think it was the exact same type of inside job as the Kennedy assassination, wherein you allow someone to do the thing you want to happen, like and you maybe even guide them a little. You maybe even like ease the path for them. There was 9 years prior to the Kennedy assassination. God, I wish I'd written down what the operation was called. It was a hypothetical for allowing an assassin to get near someone. Basically, what people think the Kennedy assassination was, like sort of finding a useful idiot to assassinate someone or make an attempt on someone, and then immediately removing them from the picture. It was an operation that they had thought up and considered, and I think it was for foreign governments, but it's kind of what I think that's what happened to Kennedy. I think they found Oswald and they guided him, molded him, manipulated him, and allowed him to get close. And that's what happened.
Oswald's whole history is like wild. I don't know how that guy was under 24/7 surveillance to begin with.
You ever watch
defected to Russia and then was like, never mind? It's like, what do you mean, never mind? What are you talking about? Come back. You're just a normal.
I always recommend the Stephen King book 11/23/62. I think I said that right. 11/22/63. That's what I mean.
They made that. Did you watch the series?
It's the one. All right. I read the book in prison and loved it. I read it in like 2 days. Yeah. So when I got out and I saw they have James Franco cast as the main guy, it's a little bit of a letdown because I don't hate James Franco, but the guy in the book is a big dude. Like he's call him 6'3", 6'4", 220. Like when he's in a physical situation, you're like, all right, we got this. You know what I mean? Like most of the time you're like,
they do that all the time.
You're not gonna bully our guy, you know?
Yeah.
Jack Reacher is supposed to be like a 6'5", like super jack guy. And
he is
like,
now.
And here's Tom Cruise. Yeah, aren't they doing another Jack Reacher?
You don't know? They have a TV show.
I've not watched it all. Is it good?
Oh, dude, the TV show. This guy, dude, I watch it with my wife, It's emasculating. He is such a fucking mountain.
Oh, that's
a
a
man.
huge dude. Holy shit!
I don't watch it with mine.
That dude
Yeah,
is huge.
huge mistake.
I
And
just
he's
watch it and I
shirtless
talk about how many
every
steroids
goddamn
he's on.
episode. I don't like.
Man,
it.
none of my ideas are getting picked up. Every single thing I've typed in is content warning. This prompt has been
So,
blocked.
Reacher is tremendous. The Reacher's on Amazon Prime, like you said, and they've got this giant guy from Blue Mountain State, and yeah, that big boy. And
Goddamn.
looking at him, you might think, I bet this big dopey fucker is going to be boring. He's going to be like sometimes when a wrestler gets his first movie, like those early John Cena movies, you know what I mean? Like The Marine 4 or whatever. Like, God, you're not much of an actor, are you? But this guy is funny, charismatic, and sometimes it's hard to laugh along and be self-deprecating when you're 6'5" gigantic man. But he's good at that, you know. Like he cracks some jokes on himself, and they're always. One thing I dislike in shows is when you've got a physical freak like that you don't acknowledge it constantly. Because you know how it would be. If we hung out with this dude, we'd be like, whoa!
Yeah.
All right, big man.
All
right.
My God. What do you eat? What do you shit? What do you do? Oh my goodness. Can I touch you? Not in a gay way, man. I just got to feel. How dense are you? Are you
He's
hollow?
doing shit for me all the time. Every time there's something heavy in the house, I'd be like, Jack, I need a hand.
Yeah. And so in the show, they're like that. When people meet him, they're like, what the fuck are you?
Yeah, they do.
Christ.
The one problem I had with the show was that he's really smart. He's an investigator.
Sure.
He's too good. He's like it. You could just go to a random like fucking budget motel and he'll be like, all right, I know Vito likes golf. So he's probably been to Charleston, South Carolina, but he probably doesn't want to be too far from the home. So there's a town in between Charleston, South Carolina and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And he's kind of on a budget, but he doesn't want to appear out of place. So he'll choose this hotel. Probably room 17. It's a lucky number for him. And you're like, get the fuck out of here. This is outrageously.
And there the guy is.
Yeah. And then there he is, right? You know, first idea he had is exactly where you'd be. It's not realistic.
There's season 2. Have you seen it?
Just the trailer.
Okay, same. I saw him. There's a guy sitting in a car, and Jack Reacher walks up and kicks the front of the car so hard the airbag deploys and hurts the guy. And I thought that was the coolest big man move ever because you don't look like a bully, you just look like a mad scientist at that point. He just walks up and kicks the guy's bumper, knocks him out with the airbag.
Very expensive.
Oh, it ruins your car.
I think it'd be totaled. I had a car totaled.
And a modern car is your total. Yeah, absolutely. Car, any car with an airbag, you're total. Because we would go to the junkyard and we would buy those total sedans, and it was easy to like put a new dash in them, put a new airbag in them, or not, and just we're good to go again. Because it'd be little fender benders in both airbags. Early airbags, it wasn't that. Oh, it's a little crash, so little deployment. Just blow them out. The whole dash would be gone.
Oh, is it? Are they like appropriate now, based on the end?
My understanding is that they are. Ford had this thing that they told us. This is what I told customers that they were smart airbags. I'm like, it's a smart airbag system. You know, it knows how tall you are, how much you weigh, based on the sensors in the seat and like the adjustment of your safety belt and where your seat is slid. It's going to fill out an idea of who and what you are, and it's going to deploy the airbags at the right speed and the right shape and the right areas. Some airbags will deploy.
People this.
I mean, you believe in this, right?
Right. Hey, wow. Smart airbags.
I haven't even gotten under the hood. Wait do you hear about the headlights and the motor mounts and the fan belt? They're all made of exotic materials. They really are.
But they all are like that's not a competitive.
It's industry standard, but can you believe these headlights made of Lexand advanced material? It won't fog and yellow like those old plastic headlights, and then you smack the shit out of that thing as hard as you can because you can't break a hand. You can't break one with an open hand, with an open palm.
Yeah,
with an open palm.
Smack the car.
Slap the shit out of that Ford F-150. And sometimes if the wife's not paying attention, that'll wake her up. You slap the car. And then you start talking about like the Kevlar and the fan belt,
bulletproof fan belts. Oh,
yeah,
it's gonna come in handy, maybe.
Well, they won't wear out, Woody. You won't have to. You'll never replace this belt ever.
This is the same material.
Will wear out
provided you only keep the car 3 years.
And I talk about how the bottom of the hood and those plastic tabs are actually a very ingenious device because that's a fire blanket and those tabs melt, fall away, and then a fire blanket will come down and put your engine fire out. You could be trapped in your car in a motor vehicle accident. You don't have to worry about an engine fire. That's on every car ever. I've never seen a car that doesn't have those things.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's somewhat. I'm not sure if I made that up or not, but it's very believable.
It seems like
That
air would come through the bottom.
And I'm pointing while I say it, so
it's a magician's
Pointing very firmly, very
yeah. It's called a walk around. We would do walk around competitions. You'd go and compete with the other Ford dealerships. So they would send me to go to the walk around competition. I was very upset. I got second place at the walk around competition because I had spunk and I was 19 fucking years old. Like, you can give it to that old man anyway. Still sore about it, just like I am about that high school thing when they the superlatives or whatever. Second place, wittiest. You know how that feels?
Really?
Wait, they had second place superlatives for your class?
They didn't announce it, but I looked. I was like, what happened? What happened?
Yeah, how did I not get it?
But because the guy who won was not witty at all. He was that kid who like does zany stuff for attention, like eats bubble gum out from under a desk and like does that thing that Three Stooges where you lay on the floor and run in a circle. He was goofball. He wasn't witty.
Yeah, no, witty implies a certain like intelligence and cleverness.
I was doing impressions and I hit a teacher. I'm witty.
No, that's not what witty implies.
I ran up and I slapped her right in the face, and I got a huge laugh. And I didn't win wittiest. I did win class clown. So
did you?
Yeah, baby.
I didn't win anything.
And I won Battle of the Bands my senior year. So
you won Battle of the Bands?
Living the life.
What instrument did you play?
I was the singer for a band. You were the
singer. That's the coolest thing to be.
Yeah.
You have a good singing voice?
Oh yeah, dude. I love to sing.
Sing me
I love karaoke.
Sing
me a little
song.
What?
Sing me that Journey song. Don't Stop Believing. Just a
small town girl. I don't remember the fucking
living in a lonely world.
She took the midnight train going anywhere.
You can
Kyle, add some melody. Go in.
He's just a city boy. Who's gonna back me up?
You don't want me helping.
Took the midnight train going anywhere.
Okay,
you're gonna get us copyright struck with this.
I am gonna get us copyright.
I'm so bad at singing. If you saw my sincere effort, you'd think I was kidding.
You have a guitar somewhere that you don't know how to play.
True.
I also have a guitar behind me. I don't know how to play. So
I mean, we all do, right? Like, we're adult men.
I'm always like, I'm gonna really sit down and figure this thing out.
My friend told me that Fender and Gibson both have iPhone apps that are amazing for learning. Like, he thought it was a super good teaching tool. I haven't tried it yet, but it made me think.
There's a Steam game where you plug, instead of like it's USB to like amp port or whatever.
You're talking about Rocksmith?
And you can play with your real guitar.
Dude, I reached out to them back when I was a big deal, and I was like, sponsor me. Maybe I will be the guy that learns to play guitar by playing Rocksmith. And they're like, dude, I can see you're a big YouTuber, and this would be probably a good idea, but we have no advertising budget this time of year, and they come back next year. And I didn't. That's how the story ends.
Losers. Thus it ends.
I bought the product off Amazon and then lost it in my closet.
They made a Nintendo DS game where you just set up chords and then you can just strum on the Nintendo DS. And I played that for like hundreds of hours.
Dude, I had like a $350, $400 ukulele saved in my Amazon cart because I got really high, like probably 8 months ago now. And I just was like, living in my
that fat
head.
Hawaiian guy?
Yes, I was watching somewhere. I watched Somewhere Over the Rainbow with the fat guy who is like the top down image of him standing in a pool because he can't freestand. And
he needs to be buoyant.
Like I was just having like one of those maladaptive nighttime daydreams, a night dream, but I'm awake and just thinking like, damn, if I could play, that'd be so cool. If I could play,
bring it out at parties.
Yeah, I was like, I bring it out at parties.
Who's that ukulele guy?
I have girls over. I have friends over. It's like I had myself convinced that being able to play the ukulele was perfect for any occasion, and I was like in my head, like enjoying the fantasy of people being like, "You play the ukulele," and being like, "Yeah," and then like bang it out.
Dude, bring out that uke and let's do it.
They're like, oh, do you know Taylor plays ukulele? I'm like, oh, it's no big deal.
My dad can just pick up a string instrument and fucking play it. Like he knows how to do all the fingering, like the left-handed shit.
Nice.
So everything else is just strumming, unless you're getting technical.
Yeah,
and
those
like,
are the two parts.
But I'm just saying, like, he
goes.
just picks up, like, he can play the banjo well, he can play the guitar well. He's got a ukulele, he's got a bunch of guitars.
That's what it wasn't a ukulele, it was a banjo. I was fantasizing about.
It always hurts my fingers so much, and they get all locked up. I think because I have that weird finger thing. So I don't think I'm going to be able to play. Maybe piano, but still, I have a weird finger thing.
What are your guys' like go-to maladaptive daydreams that you just think about stupid shit? I'll think about being in the NHL.
I'm similar, except I'm not just a pro athlete. I'm a superhero on the down low that doesn't want people to know. So I jump higher than anyone you've seen, but within limits of human ranges. Like, I'm so fucking fast. No one in the world can catch me, but they almost can, because I'm not turning on all the way. I'm trying to get a career, and I'm picking my city. I'm like, you know what? Who would really appreciate a championship? The Cleveland Browns. They fucking suck all the time. They're rabid fans. I, as a benevolent superhero, will win a Lombardi Cup or trophy for the Cleveland Browns. That's my daydream.
That's a good one. Do you have like a built-in excuse in there? Because like eventually it's like, this guy's 50 years old. How is he still competing at this level? Like everyone's been saying that.
It works in Hollywood. Dude, I have a strict diet of chicken, rice, and broccoli, and that's why I can do this.
Like every year on ESPN, they'd have like the round table, and they'd be like, one person would be like, "This is the year. Matt Woodworth, he's 50 years old. He's got to fall off. He can't be the best scorer in the NBA." And then someone else is like, they were saying this in 1985. They said it in 95. They said it in 05 and 15, and he still plays. He's the GOAT for a reason. Yeah, I suppose that's right. And they're like talking about you. Yeah, that'd be so funny. Do you have any of these?
The Hall of Fame.
You inspire lots of other men your age to go into pro sports
to hurt themselves.
What would Woody do? And like a 65-year-old man's jumping up.
Yeah, Woody is like this alternative. Woody is like looking for groups that are downtrodden. He's like, yeah, maybe the election was stolen. I need to get in there with the January 6 people.
When I have my superhero fantasy, I always use it for some like greater evil. Like I imagine myself interceding in wars, or geopolitics.
And
like maybe
the greater evil.
I go and like talk to Zelensky, for example, and like have like a conversation with him. It's like, you got a real problem out east, I hear. Maybe I could help. What would be in it for me though? I'd want to. What would be in it for me? Because man, it's a real nice country you've got here. I like the palace here, especially this palace you have here. What's the rent like on a place like this? I put myself in a nice, comfy Ukrainian position. And then I just run ramshot over the Russian military like Omni-Man, right? Or maybe I could help with transportation. Fantasy. I bet I could move those American tanks to Ukraine like overnight, right? It's like, yeah, put them all on a big flat thing that can carry. I'm Omni-Man essentially.
Well, if he's Omni-Man, he's got most.
What am I making? Look, if I'm when in your fantasies, are you like a C grade superhero?
Right.
Are you Sticky Man or some
Batman,
shit?
And he has to work out constantly.
Yeah,
you got like a frog tongue, and that's it. Like, get the fuck out of here! I can fly.
I'm that orange guy, like a horrible, debilitating thing. It's like, I hate my power.
I do that too, but like I have this like in this case, I'm Omni-Man, right? Like it's super all powerful. And I don't kill the Russians immediately because, they might not be their fault they're doing it. But I can like one punch a tank and disable it. Just rip a tread off. Be like, I'm going to come back here. And if you're still at this, you die. This was your warning punch.
I hear you. But I'm kind of in it for that. So it's why I went to that part of the world. So I would like
profit to be made.
You're not negotiating between sides, trying to get the most possible for your.
I think they need to know. Look. Before we can negotiate, everyone needs to know where they stand, Taylor. And so I need to go make that clear first.
But you're Ultimate Man. So like you could go and
they
be
don't
like,
know about Ultimate Man though. I'm brand new.
I thought you were world famous at this point. You just became Ultimate Man.
This is my debut. Okay. Yeah, the spider just bit me, and then but simultaneously an asteroid hit me and
Oh my
a
God.
scientist hit me with a pool of electricity. It all poured over me. And so now I'm all powerful. And
Doctor, get in here. This man's been having lots of risky gay sex, but we've never seen this before.
It turns out the key to superpower is pause loads. Who would have thought?
It's keeping a low level of syphilis in your system for decades.
Yes.
That's what
I do have a low level of syphilis. The antibodies, they're always present. I can't get blood, and I need to. My red blood cell count, it's too high, Taylor. This is funny, but true.
This is funny, but true.
I have to phlebotomize myself.
I have a lot of iron. I love spinach.
I would really like, as like an Omni-Man type person thing, to have a weapon made for me. Like, I get that I have all the powers, but I want a big, like, fully automatic cannon that only I could ever wield. Like a silly thing that I'm like, yeah, give me a 40 millimeter machine gun that and give me put an AR-15 stock on it. It'd be like it's like a building built around an AR-15 stock. I can just fly around with that. Really, I really want to just fly around and do war as a superhero.
What's the conflict in this fantasy? Someone's got to push. Someone's got to push back on you. I mean, because if it's just you running roughshod, it's kind of boring after a couple.
Not for me. I want to be like president of the world or some shit. I want global.
You wouldn't want there to be like so if you're picking Ukraine and Russia as the conflict you're joining, you wouldn't want there to be a Russian Superman, because how else are you going to prove that you're badass unless you have like another guy that you can duke it out? Because everybody's going to know.
I'm going to employ a lot of genocide, I think, right away. I think that'll let everybody.
That'll let everyone know how cool you are.
Yeah, they'll be.
You see Israel Palestine beefing, you go whole region gone, lasered away. Show you're serious.
Honestly, yeah, I think that's the first thing I would do. I saw a picture of like the whole region, but it was a crater of water instead of Israel, Palestine, Egypt, and all those surrounding countries, and it was like, well, peace. I'm like, okay, I could arrange that if I'm Omni-Man. Just kill everything there, make a big hole of it.
Would you like threaten other would you go to a country that's just never had their shit together and be like, hey, Somalia, I'm coming back a year from now, get it together. I want to see a statue. I want to see something.
I think I would want all the.
I don't know, something good.
I think I'd want to go to the United. I think I would want to like appear before the United Nations and give an ultimatum, and I'll be back in a week, and I need everyone's signature on this document. And I'd get myself an Israeli lawyer to draw me up a little document for all the world leaders. He'd be in on it. He don't care.
Yeah. Now all of Israel, you wall it in, and that's your personal. You have them on retainer. That's where you get.
And they either basically sign their countries into like the Confederacy or whatever you want to call it of Kyle, the Axis of Kyle, the Federation of Kyle.
Confederacy, let's do that.
Or they are at war with the Confederacy of Kyle, and we will strike you, the following Monday.
Could it be the cool Confederacy of Kyle? And you spell Confederacy with a K?
Yeah. It could be. I don't think you can cancel a superhero.
Kyle's cool.
Kyle's cool Confederacy.
They're like, this reminds like you're like talking to a news anchor, and he's like, it reminds me a lot of, and then you have your giant gun. You're like, reminds you of what? I'm sorry, the cool K.
Confederacy. What is CKK, Taylor? I don't get it.
No, the cool would obviously have to be K also. The cool Confederacy of Kyle.
No one minded that. The hood is what was really off-putting for everyone. The hood. They hated it. I told them they were dynamic, but they don't believe me.
they don't.
Because it wasn't.
What's your superhero costume involved in white hood?
Flying around in jean coats.
No, but I think that's generally what I would do. Like if I had the power, I side with when I watch Invincible. I see Omni-Man as the good guy because he's basically showing up and he's saying, "Look, I'm from an." He is there to conquer the earth.
Oh yeah, but he seems like a smart guy.
I see him as the good guy because he's showing me saying, "Look, I'm from a superior empire to you. We live longer. We can fly. We're basically gods compared to you. You work for us now. You are a junior member of our empire. Prepare to like join us. Now under us, you'll have advanced medical care and like we're going to show you the secrets of the universe and lead you forward." And for some reason, everybody's like, "No, we like limited democracy under this weird quasi-republic thing that we're doing now." No, I'm like, yes. Thank you, Lord. Like if there ever was a god, it's Omni-Man. I could worship Omni-Man.
What happens to the planets that Viltrum invades?
Nothing bad.
Well, I think the idea is that Viltrum
nothing bad.
is in control. Yeah, but you'll never be in control. It's like you can't be
Sure.
president once the Viltrumites show up. It's like they're the
Yeah,
president.
your leadership would be more of a committee. They would be more of like a cabinet to
So you would
Omni-Man.
change from human to dog. Do you want to be a dog?
Well, that's an interesting way to look at it. They're not going to treat. He mentioned that he saw his wife as a pet, but it makes about right. We are pets compared to a thing that lives for thousands.
If you process it, you'll see you're not in charge.
You
don't live a terrible life. You're a dog.
We're not in charge now.
The genetic superiority of the Viltrumites.
They're not going to interfere with your personal life. They're just going to completely change the way your society works. We're not in charge of our society now.
That's true. Is the Viltrumite better than the leaders we have? Then I'll vote Viltrumite. I don't get to vote.
They've become a galactic empire somehow. So I feel like they've got a pretty good. They have a
handle on it.
What do you call it when people who do well or something meritocracy? They have like
I thought you were going to say Holocaust.
They do well.
They have a meritocracy.
We're going to have a bit of a Holocaust coming.
You think they're going to do a little genocide on the humans?
I think they do a little bit of genocide. I think the Viltrumites are going to cull a couple people.
They'd have to. I mean, they need all the new subjects to behave.
They're genetically inferior.
Well, what he keeps saying is like, if you would stop fighting, I wouldn't have to kill so many people. Like they just keep saying like, stop resisting. I'm just trying to bring in a new age of where the Indians and the white people just got here.
What would you lead? Like, what would you like? You're showing up because you're King Kyle now, and King Kyle's Confederacy. And you show up, you just, what are you offering as the new king? Because you don't want to be the ruler of the ashes or some nonsense. You have to coax them to be like, you know what? I do hate our government. This cool Kyle guy, I like him.
Well, no, like if we're still going back to just me getting superpowers, the spider bites me and then I fall into the pool of electricity while the asteroid hits me as I'm praying. Then I'm not I'm not trying to smooth things over. It's like, this is how it is kind of
You
thing.
wouldn't want to be loved? You'd want to be feared?
I think that I'm going to form a fan base of people who appreciate my take no shit attitude and my mercilessness. I think there are going to be people who respond to that. They're going to be like, he didn't even show up to negotiate. Like, yeah, you don't negotiate with a god.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be my viewpoint.
It's King Kyle's Confederacy, and then he has his legion of hardcore soldiers, the Super Squad, the SS. And then you go.
They all got these really cool armbands, man.
Yeah.
First thing Kyle does, statue of Robert E. Lee everywhere. The people in Poland are like, who is this man and why is he taking place of all our famous Polish
heritage?
This is, I don't know who this man is. I don't. Why you take down Polish king? And you're like, shut up.
You're gonna love this guy, Poland. Don't worry about it.
You're gonna love him.
But I just feel like if they are more advanced, then admit it. Like I love my dogs. Their lives are wonderful. Yeah, I'd love to be Omni-Man's species dog people. Like if they look down on us as inferiors, that makes a lot of sense because we're tens of thousands of years technologically behind them. We live for 100 years and they live for like 10,000 years.
What is he?
We are like pets.
What are they trying to steal or gain from our planet?
They want a galactic empire. They want. Now, there's possible. I haven't read the comics, and there's some like twist at the end where like we're actually taking their souls to power us. Like maybe that gets revealed later on. But as far as I know, they're just forming a galactic empire. They want control of everything. They want every star system to be theirs. And so they used to attack with these big fleets, these big army. They'd send 3 or 4 guys, maybe 100 guys, and just destroy a world. But that was too damaging to the worlds. So now their method is to send one guy in and blend in if he can, and slowly pretend like he's a protector for the world, but weaken the world's defenses so that they'll have no choice but to like meld into the galactic empire. It's like carrot or stick though. It's really doesn't seem to be that sort of we're taking over and we're mining all your resources and stealing them. It's like, you're with us now sort of thing. I just don't see the downside to it at all. I want on board.
You're selling me. Like, it seems like a good idea. Yeah, I mean, if they've run, they should take like a couple leaders over to like an already conquered planet and be like, take a look at this. Here's photos of what it was like before we got here, and it was a real shithole. And now, pretty nice. Nice, clean streets. Nice, whatever. We El Salvadored this whole country, or this whole world. Locked up all the crims, all the baddies. And then you could sell people on it. Then you get Trump and Biden and all the leaders come back and they're like, it's pretty good. I don't know if Biden or Trump could survive space travel, though, at their age. You need a younger guy.
No. Shatner lasted, half an hour, right?
I felt bad for Shatner after that when Bezos started popping the champagne.
And Shatner's like, I've seen the horror of the infinite and I don't not like it.
Yeah, Shatner's wife died to a drunk driver, and he hasn't had a drop since. So,
oh shit! Elon Musk was
spraying him with champagne.
Sprayed him with champagne. Wait, and so like, what did he say? He like looked out on the blackness of space and like said he was consumed with dread and fear, something like that.
Yeah, he's like, for the longest time, I dreamed of seeing the stars, and now I realize we're trapped on this fucking rock forever, and there is no hope for any of us. Dear God in heaven. And it was like, wow, Shatner, that's not inspiring at all. Holy shit.
Wow. Was it Bezos or Musk? I thought one of you said
Bezos.
It was probably
Bezos has a spaceship too.
Yeah, this is what Shatner said. He said, my trip to space was supposed to be a celebration. Instead, it felt like a funeral. It was among the strongest feelings of grief I've ever encountered. The contrast between the vicious coldness of space and the warm nurturing of Earth below filled me with overwhelming sadness.
Wow.
Don't go to space. Yeah, I think Bezos was pissed off. He's like, bitch, I am trying to sell $1 million fucking plane tickets to space. Don't tell everyone it's the most depressing fucking thing you've ever done, you asshole.
I bet it is pretty depressing once you get up there. It's like, oh my God.
It's not as bad as New Jersey, but it's close.
It's not as bad as no, but what's the shitty part? North or South Jersey? North. Those fucking I remember you had a strong opinion about the North Jersey people not being like us Southern Jersey folk.
No, yeah, they're so obviously inferior. And it's like, look,
I love
everyone in North Jersey and everyone in South Jersey knows that North Jersey sucks, and that their town is not as good, that it smells bad, that it's dirtier, and the fact that the North Jersey people, they like. It's weird to me that they can't plainly admit that they're inferior humans.
What's their comeback? Like, what's their big thing they hang their hat on? In North Jersey?
Like, nah. Like, I don't know. There is. It's just like verifiably true that North Jersey is the inferior part of New Jersey. It's not a close call, and it's weird to me that they just don't see it as
the Garden State.
Yeah.
If there was ever a self-named piece of land, because I'm going to let you know, if anybody else had been in that naming committee, it would have been Scumland or
Schittsburg.
Yeah.
I like that one. Yeah, that's like the kind of rivalry between St. Louis and Kansas City, except they're the better city. It's like, no, we're not the Schittsburg.
I love Schittsburg. I love that so much.
Yeah. What about you, Vito? What's the regional rivalry of the area you're from? And are you from California?
I'm originally from Massachusetts, so I'm from the most hippie, horrible part of Massachusetts. That's probably worse than anything in California. I'm from Amherst, UMass Amherst College or whatever. It's funny. It's like a super progressive town, but we're named after the guy who killed a whole bunch of Indians by giving them cool blankets. He's like, hey, you guys want some blankets? They're awesome.
Are you sure?
I thought that was myth busted.
Well, that's
the ongoing.
That's one of those trivias that
I call those little brown lies.
The debate is, and even if he did
they're revisionists.
It's also the name of my new YouTube channel where I'll be exposing the radical left.
Right.
Little brown lies.
The question is, did any English colonists really have a understanding of smallpox to the point where it's like, oh, this will definitely work on Native Americans?
Yeah.
If anything, it was just a happy accident. Sorry, a bad accident, not a happy accident.
As a guy from Massachusetts,
I stand behind happy accident. Fuck those people. We wanted this land and we took it. And I love whenever they're like, give me my land back. Like, who owned it when? Like, you were constantly eating each other alive and taking it from the Arapaho or the fucking Seminole or whoever.
You didn't think land could be owned.
You guys were still fucking.
And they were right.
They definitely were wrong about that. Like they knew land could be like owned and possessed because they'd be like, "Hey, you're from the other tribe. We already kicked you out. We're gonna fuck your ass up for coming back."
My understanding is that the wording of it is confusing to them with the language barrier. It's like
it's more a semantic problem.
It's a semantic problem because if I say, "Hey Taylor, can I buy all the air outside your house?" You're like, "Yeah, you want my air? Yeah, all of it." I don't know, man. It's pretty steep to buy all my hair. How about let's make it 500? And you're like, enjoy your air, sucker. And you walk away. I feel like that's what they thought. They didn't know it meant, so you can't step on our side or we'll kill you. Because that's what we view property rights as. Yeah. Like in the Western world, it's like, we own this, which means if you step on it, I will kill you. And my friends will say, good job, and help me bury you because I've done right and killed a trespasser. Which is the worst crime possible.
Mm-hmm. Is it our fault that they love beads?
Not ironically, that's how I feel.
No, they just loved beads. That's what it was.
They just loved beads so much that we're like, can we have that?
They're
like, no. We're like, what about this shit? And they're like,
I mean, they were Stone Age, and so like I guarantee the first fucking like Spanish conquistador, whoever comes over, and there's like, I'm gonna go offer him diamonds and rubies, and one guy who's smart is like,
yeah, hold on here.
How about we start with glass baubles? See if we can get them for that. And then they just go talk to.
Look at these weaved pieces of cloth. Oh my God.
Look at the colors. Look at the dye. The bright reds. You got a lot of blues here. I don't know about the red colors. You've seen those. And then like the one chief is thinking he got a hell of a deal going back talking to his tribe.
And who's the one they bought it from? It was in charge, right? Like. Imagine this, an alien comes down and he lands in Atlanta, Georgia, and he happens to see me coming out of a 7-Eleven. He's like, hey, I'll buy the city 20 million credits. And I'm like, yeah. Give me the bag.
Buddy.
All right. I throw it in the back of my car and I go home.
Yeah.
And he goes back to Neptune. He's like, secured it. 20 million credits. First offer. Can you believe it? Yeah, we can move in next week.
Their king was very nice. He was a very nice guy.
I spoke to I mean,
meanwhile, you're just
how do you know he was the king? I asked him if he was the king, and he said yes. And he wouldn't lie about that.
Yeah, I am totally the king. Just laughing.
Here's the thing about dude, I can't feel bad for the Native American tribes anymore because I found out, the one that's always like, we own Mount Rushmore. Give us back Mount Rushmore. It's like, all right, guys, you're not getting back Mount Rushmore. Just get over it. They actually the government went, I think it was the 70s. They're like, you know what? We looked into the records. It was kind of fucked. We kind of forced you off the land, whatever else. How about we give you we've decided you are owed $30 million or whatever amount, some obscene amount of money. Mm-hmm. And the tribe said, we don't care. We don't want your dirty money. And the government said, no, you don't understand. Like, we've already decided. Here's $30 million. It will just sit in this bank account until you take it. And it's just been sitting there accruing interest for 50 years. And at this point, it's worth like, I don't know, $500 million. And the tribe, who has now been whittled down to like 12 idiots, is still like, well, I don't know. My job now is to marry a girl who's in that tribe and get that money. Like, that's my goal now.
Can you imagine like needing a
girl in the tribe?
It's like Woody and Taylor, we're the tribal elders, and Woody just will not take the money. I'm a man of principle. And Taylor and I are like, come on, dude. It's $487 million. What are you gonna say? Greedy Indians? Like, they'll understand.
Yeah. Come on, chief stubborn ass. Let us have the money.
We would take Woody on a fishing trip that he wouldn't come back from.
Yeah.
No, put on this vest. It has lots of heavy beads on it. And push you into the sea.
I mean, at this point, if you give me
fishing vest. Yes,
do you want the rocks that look like a president, or do you want $500 million? I'd go, you know what? I think I can have more fun with the $500 million. Well, what? But I thought that mountain has your ancestors in it. They'll be fine. They're fine.
Mount Rushmore was a dog shit piece of rock until we carved nice stuff into it to look at.
It was already shaped like a head. That's why we chose it, and they had named it like the Great Elder Rock.
And what did they do? Did they chisel it away and make it real good looking? Did they add four? Yeah, they didn't. Just a fucking rock that kind of, it was like looking at a cloud.
You ever watch the History Channel special when it shows them doing it? They're out there rappelling down the face with these big drills.
They look like boogers.
Big, like,
so little.
Like hydro chiselers or something. They're just like It's so incredible. They got those faces into that mountain. So,
dude,
look,
taking their mountain and then making it good, owned.
Yeah. These people went 20,000 years and couldn't invent a fence. You think they're going to make Mount Rushmore?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We were right about to get to that.
That was next on our list.
Yeah, that was next on the docket. Sell all our land for 3 beads and then learn carving. Learn metallurgy.
I saw a diagram and it showed the first pilgrims, the first Thanksgiving people that came over on the Mayflower or whatever. And it has it's a diagram. It's a picture representing each family. So if it was just a single man, you just have the single man symbol, which, he's got the hat and the belt buckle and the old musket. And then, but it depicts what all the families were. Oftentimes you had 3 to 4 kids. And then it shows how many came and how many were there the next year. It grays out all the dead people. It was rough. That was,
dude, the first almost winter,
every family lost somebody. Every family. And
what's crazy is coming over on the boat. Over on the boat, we only lost like 1 person. Like the whole trip from fucking England over here, and everyone's like, "Hey, that went great." Normally, everybody gets scurvy, and we're gonna be awesome. As like, what's this winter shit though? It's just like boom, just knocked out like 70% of them.
Yeah, they got pretty decimated.
Are they in Massachusetts?
Yeah, Plymouth Rock.
Yes. Yeah. So
which apparently
they had landed in like Florida.
What'd you say,
South
Taylor?
Carolina, if it would have gone better.
I said apparently Plymouth Rock isn't even cool. Like
no,
it's wildly
uncool.
They've got it indoors now, right?
Dude, Plymouth Rock isn't even the rock they landed on. It was just a rock they liked.
It's just a rock that they were like, I named this rock Plymouth Rock. We landed 8 miles that way.
It doesn't have any historical significance. It's not cool. It's not good. It's just a tourist trap.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, we need to at least make up a better history.
Building around it and charge tickets or something, right?
Is it indoors? I thought it was.
I think it's now outside in like a little pagoda or something.
I thought I saw a picture of it on Reddit the other day, and it was like inside, so you had to like walk past a velvet rope to take a look at the fucking thing. Like who would care? Who would do such a thing?
Yeah, this is a dog shit rock.
They're saying it's down to 1/3 of the original rock because they kept moving.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
If they removed that and then just went and threw it in a big pile of rocks like 8 miles down the way, they couldn't recover it. They just have to get a new rock. That's how normal that rock is.
That rock.
They would just get a new rock.
I hate that rock.
What a dumb rock. I hate that rock.
I want to go see it. I want to get a coffee cup that reminds me of the time I wasted my time.
You get like an intense T-shirt. I survived Plymouth Rock.
What's the best
day at Plymouth Rock?
I wasted my time at Plymouth Rock.
What's the best thing you've ever gone to see? Like a landmark or a monument? Like one of those touristy pull over the side of the road. It's 5 miles ahead. The Great Ball of Yarn or the whatever the fuck
of man-made ones. Probably the St. Louis Arch. It's huge.
Whoa. Okay.
Of like what's as far as a landmark? What's a better man-made one?
Mount Rushmore?
Oh, I haven't seen that though. I haven't been
the Great
there.
Wall of China.
I haven't been there. You haven't been to China either.
I haven't. I suppose I did preface that you needed to go there, huh?
Oh, when you said you have to go there, I'm like, you think I would put St. Louis Arch up all time up against the Great Wall of China? No.
I was confused.
Does it have to be man-made or the coolest place?
This is the coolest. Yeah, that's what I meant. It could be a ball of yarn. It could be a cave. For me, I think it's a cave I went to in Tennessee was mind-blowing.
I guess I have. Yeah, I've been to some cool caves like on field trips. There's a bunch of that around here.
Yeah, we went to these caverns up in Tennessee, and just the tour in there were underwater waterfalls. There was interesting lighting. The tour guide was funny and talented. It was a really good, mind-blowing experience to see that stuff. Also, Sedona, Arizona. Zach, can you show us some photos of Sedona, Arizona? The rocks there, because that place is very beautiful. It would be in my top 5 of places things I've seen. Freedom Tower is pretty sick. I saw it with you from the interstate. It was probably 5 miles away, but it was like,
you didn't go.
There it is.
Never been up? I've been to the Freedom Tower. New York is pretty amazing to see. That I've been to this stuff. That shit's pretty amazing. It's recency bias, but I went to where those 4 states connect, and it's not anywhere near as magnificent as these things. But I really liked it. But the one I thought of was the Strait of Gibraltar. The Strait of Gibraltar is just south of Spain. It's what separates Europe from Africa. And there are these like mountains on either side of it. And you take like taxis and stuff and you walk around and the monkeys like jump all over you and beg for food and pull the shirts off the girls. And I like that a lot.
That does sound fun.
Don't call them that, Woody. It's not polite.
Wait, I got monkeys. No, they're really monkeys.
Very rude. That's very rude. Whoa, man! Hey,
I don't want to have this conversation again. Just because they look that way doesn't. That's not even how evolution works. We just have a common ancestor.
I'm offended.
Yosemite is amazing. If you guys ever go to Yosemite, there's really cool stuff there.
I've never been there, but I'd like to. That'd be fun. Do we have any good? I mean, Mount Rushmore is probably the best man-made one we have, right? How big is Mount Rushmore? It's way bigger
really
than you
underwhelming.
Think. Oh, I thought it was.
People say the opposite. It was right what I expected, but everyone was like, "It's so underwhelming. It's not cool." I saw Mount Rushmore pretty. I rented a helicopter and got flown around.
Okay, well that'll do it.
Yeah, so you get a nice view. Like this is Mount Rushmore, and then there's like an Indian one that they're doing also, and it's the lamest piece of shit. Like it's fucking awful, and I'm like, this is embarrassing. You should remove.
Did you know there's a southern Mount Rushmore?
No.
Zach, it's in the Smoky Mountains. It's the leaders of the Confederacy up on a mountain. I've never seen it in person, but I know they do a laser show there that's supposedly like incredible. Everybody always talks about it, but it's somewhere in Stone Mountain. They have all the Confederate leaders carved into a mountain, I'm told. Yeah, look at that.
See, I like that there's more than just the heads on there. That looks good. But I need to know how big this is. How impressed to be.
It's 10,000 feet across.
That would be the coolest monument.
Yes, 2 miles.
If that was
2
true.
miles across.
If this was 2 miles across, the Confederates would have won. That's why they lost all that manpower on their giant.
This was what 80% of the Confederate army was tasked with. The construction of the wall.
Yeah, this is not prudent, but it was very cool.
We were just really sure we were going to win, and we wanted to get ahead of ourselves. You know,
it took forever because they used musket fire to carve them.
No, this is the Indian Mount Rushmore. That's supposed to be crazy. It looks so much worse in person. This is a really good picture.
But he's doing that whole part's supposed to be his hand pointing, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Look at this.
That part where you see that little
land.
platform. It's supposed to be Crazy Horse going like, yeah.
I'm seeing that. Yeah, that's what I see. I feel like he's pointing at Mount Rushmore judgingly, like you stole my land.
Now in return, I will steal your idea.
Isn't it just one guy making that Crazy Horse thing?
I hope so.
It looked like it.
Yeah,
it's like one idiot making it. He's like never gonna. That is kind of what it is. It was just like some guy was like, I want to make a Crazy Horse one, to offset all those whiteys. It's like, all right, man, go nuts. And he's like, I'll finish it eventually. I don't know.
It's like, go for it. No one gives a shit. But if you want people to give a shit, do it well. Do it good. Make it look really nice.
It's been going since 1931. They've been working on it.
I think they're mailing it in. Yeah, I don't think
dude, I'm dead serious. Like, you can look at the history since 1931. They've been like, I carved a little of the eye yesterday. I don't know. I don't want to do any more to
fucking
get to next year.
Lazy bones, not getting their shit done. Well, that's 4 hours. You guys want to call it a show?
I think so.
Sounds good.
I think so.
Vito, where can everyone find you?
Guys, this is a very important plug. If you're listening to this, if you're watching this on YouTube, you have no excuse. Okay, we have a podcast called The Biggest Problem in the Universe. Just go right now to youtube.com/biggest problem and subscribe. It's not a joke. I'm goofing around. I know people hear the plugs and they go, I'm not going to do that. I'm like, just go do it and make this show
just go do
better.
It. And I need to come.
Listens to PKA, subscribes to Biggest Problem. My life will be infinitely better, and you'll have another show to listen to every week.
It's a great show.
YouTube.com/big. It is a great show. It's better than this show.
It's equal to this show when Vito's on it, though.
It's a good show. Exactly. If you like, it's
let
a
me
great
know.
show.
I'll come on.
We're really trying to
think about that math for a second.
We're stuck at like 14,000 subscribers. We got to get to 20,000 subscribers, and the only way we can do it is right now. Right now, if you're listening to it right now, don't go, I'll do it later. Just right now, go to youtube.com/biggest problem as you're listening to this and subscribe to the show.
Check it out.
Thanks.
It's a very funny podcast. Good show.
All right. PKA 676.